In a world where legends perished, one dragon reignites hope.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was summoned in Dying Pokémon World movie. Before we start, please go support El Hero de la Luz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. In the Pokémon world, the hero who has saved the regions from the most dangerous teams has disappeared along with his wives. This fact has left the Pokémon god worried, since a new group has mobilized from the shadows and created chaos in the 8 regions. Arceus decides to put an end to this by bringing 3 heroes from another universe who are not valued in their world to help him fight the approaching evil. Will our heroes be able to stop the new calamity? Prologue. Welcome to the Pokémon world. Prologue. Pokémon Dimension. The Pokémon world is filled with the most wonderful creatures that could ever exist. There are more than 800 species, and they can be found in every corner of the planet. Pokémon possess different types of abilities and, thanks to a phenomenon called evolution, are capable of growing and changing forms. Most people in Pokémon live happily together in each other's company as friends and companions. And then there are the Pokémon trainers who showcase their companions' abilities. Among these trainers, one stands out, having reached the level of Pokémon Master and recognized in every region he travels to. His name is Ash Ketchum, originally from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. He and his wives are recognized in each region for having fought for their dreams and thus demonstrating that they should never give up. His life partners are Issei, former gym leader of Cerulean City and expert in water-type Pokémon. Mei, coordinating champion of the Kanto and Hone region. Dawn, coordinating champion of the Sinnoh region. Iris, former gym leader of Kalan City and expert in Dragon-type Pokémon. Serena, Queen of Kalos in Pokémon Performance. Lily, director of the Ether Foundation. They were recognized for how they reached that position and more for being the wives of the first world champion by defeating each regional champion, but since Ash was one of those people, he didn't like to be in one place and let the former champions do their homework. Another reason why they knew Ash was for defeating the main terrorist teams of each region, such as Team Rocket and the like, thus sending all the team leaders to prison except the leader of the galactic team, since he was sent to another world by the powers of Dialga and Palkia. After fulfilling his dream, Ash and his wives had a family, but luckily for him, he only had daughters. The filthy Y chromosome never appeared, but the funny thing is that they got better almost one after the other, only the days separated each of their birth dates. When they turned 15, their daughters decided to take their first Pokémon trip, but separately to explore their mother's region, except for Leaf, Misty's daughter, who stayed in the Kanto region and in her parents' mansion to take care of their Pokémon. Unfortunately, peace doesn't last forever and in the shadows a new group began to form and start chaos in the Pokémon world, but when Ah and his wives were most needed, they disappeared without a trace. In the Sinnoh region it is said that the dragons that control time and space lived on top of Mount Crown. Also another legend is that on that mountain, the meetings of the legendary Pokémon were held and the one who gave the order to said meeting was the Pokémon god and in effect at this moment an emergency meeting was taking place. Arceus. Darkrai, Mutwo, have you heard anything from the Chosen One? Mutwo. No father, Darkrai and I have searched everywhere and in every corner of the planet, but there is no trace of him or his family. Arceus. And your daughters, will they be able to help us? Darkrai. I'll be honest, I've seen his dreams, but in them you can't see the commitment or will that the Chosen One or his wives had when they were his age. Arceus. This is bad, for a long time that group has been mobilizing under the noses of the human authorities, and they have captured my children with cruel methods. At that moment, a Staraptor enters with Manaphy on top of it, they stood in front of the Pokémon god, and the bird Pokémon began to shine to change shape and show its true appearance, which was actually Mew. Arceus. I see you've arrived, tell me you found someone with the same pure heart as Ash's. Shaman. No father, as you asked, we searched for each human you pointed out, but none of them met the requirements to be the new Chosen One. Shaman finished speaking while having a sad look along with Mew. Arceus. It can't be possible. The Pokémon said and closed his eyes to have another idea, suddenly he looked around and thought of something that was literally out of this world. Arceus. I know, Dialga and Palkia, I want you to work together with Latias and travel between dimensions to find that boy with a pure heart and help us with this. The only bad thing is that he will start from scratch in this world, but I will ask for the support of Ash's mother. Latias, I ask you to observe well the candidate you think is convenient. But this instruction, Dialga and Palkia, joining their powers, created a portal to travel between dimensions and took Latias with them, since she could go unnoticed by transforming into a girl. Meanwhile, the XD dimension. In the city of Kuoh, where people live their lives quietly without knowing about the supernatural world that surrounds them, they wake up quietly except in a mansion that until recently was not there, that was the residence of the Hyoudou family. The family consisted of 5 members who were Goru and Mikey Hyoudou, patriarchs of said family, the twins Hyoudou and Lucy Hyoudou, and the last member of the family who was the youngest son whose name was Issei Hyoudou, but for the rest of his family, he was the hindrance. But it wasn't always like this. When Issei was 4 years old and his brothers were 5, they were a happy family. They helped their little brother with his kindergarten homework and played together either in their garden or in the park. They also had a neighbor with whom they played every day. She was very close to Issei since they were the same age, but because of his father's job, they had to move out of the country, leaving the boy very sad. One day while they were playing in the park and remembering their friend Irina, 3 girls appeared, 2 of them were the same age as the twins, and the youngest was Issei's age. "Sorry to bother you, but my friend and my sister saw how much fun you were having and wanted to ask if we can play with you." The girl with light brown hair spoke. Issei. "Of course, no problem, right, Nai-san." He asked his older brother and received a nod of affirmation. "Nice to meet you, my name is Mio Gremory, the black-haired girl with glasses is my friend Sona Shitori, and the redhead is my younger sister Rias Gremory." After that encounter, the children would meet every day in the park to play every afternoon. 2 years passed and their friendship grew even more between Issei and Rias, but an unfortunate event changed the entire life of the Hyoudou family. During one of the afternoons of games, the children were sitting on the benches resting, but the atmosphere around them suddenly changed. Several people with a look of fury and lust came out. Unknown 1. "Look what we found here, if they are the little sisters of the pedant mass." Unknown 2. "Let's kill the boys and take the girls as future hex slaves, they say." Unknown 3. "And why wait for them to grow up if we can make them addicted at this age, ha 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 ha." The 3 strangers slowly approached the children, at which point the girls began to withdraw their demonic aura, impressing their friends, and began to release their power that came out of their hands. Little by little the strangers began to retreat since the power of the 2 older girls was enormous, while little Rias had trouble using her power and also had little of it. Unfortunately, one of the strangers took the advantage in the fight with Rias, hitting her and going straight to where Issei and his brothers were. When the stranger was going to pierce the boy's stomach, his brothers jumped forward and a strange power began to shine around them. On the older brother, a red glove appeared on his left arm, while on the sisters, a silver sword appeared. Both of them, using their power, defeated the stranger, revealing that he was a demon. 3 minutes passed, and Gremory and Shitori's older brothers appeared to finish off the other 2 demons. A few minutes later, everyone was at the Hyoudou house, worried about the children's reaction to learning about the supernatural world in this way, but instead of being scared, they were amazed by their children's powers. Mio and Ria's older brother, along with Sona's sister, introduced themselves as they should. That they were all demons, their respective clans, and, above all, that they were the rulers of the underworld. This amazed the children and parents, to which they asked about the power of their children. The Mao gave them a brief explanation of the sacred gears and that the twins were blessed with a boosted gear that had the soul of the Red Emperor Dragon on the part of Hyoudou, and on the part of Lucy, she had the Blue Dragon sword where the soul of Tiamat lived, the strongest dragon king of all. Goru asked if his son Issei also had a sacred gear, but received a negative answer since he did not feel that type of energy within the boy. After that the Mass requested the Hyoudou that when their sisters have their pieces to form their entourage, they allow their children to be part of them, to which the parents gladly accepted. Once the conversation was over, they left the Hyoudou family home, and that was where everything changed for Issei. At first, their parents and siblings paid equal attention to them, but as the twins' egos and arrogance grew, too, for example, by earning top grades their athletic performance also grew. So both parents paid more attention to their twins, neglecting the younger son. On Hyoudou's part, her arrogance was so great that she humiliated Issei at school and spread rumors about him throughout the school, earning him the contempt of others while he was secretly a closet pervert. While Lucy developed nagging feelings towards her younger brother since she didn't like that he was talking to the girls in her class and invented the rumor that he was a pervert and that he spied on her at night, a rumor that reached her parents and they began to look at them with bad eyes, considering him scum for doing that act without even listening to the boy. She also went so far as to hit him to claim him as hers, but deep down, she regretted every hit she gave him. As for the demon girls, Mio and Sona watched with interest the twins to see who would join their entourage, while Issei was tortured with the help of the twins and with the consent of his parents considering him trash, while Rias cried for the treatment of Issei who healed him after he was hurt. Rias earned the scorn of her sister, Sona, and her newly formed entourage for helping the brunette who she herself had taken away the prestige of the Gremory house with the support of her parents. Her brother, on the other hand, couldn't believe what was happening at home, but being the Mau, he couldn't intervene in the case of a family and asked his wife and queen to take care of her. Years passed, and the same treatment continued with the younger boy who, thanks to Ria's support, got ahead. She didn't believe the rumors from the school they both attended, along with his best friend Ryu, who supported him since elementary school, but he also earned the contempt of the others because of Hyoudou, who cared little for him. They both knew that everything they said about Issei was a lie, and more so because the boy showed enormous intelligence, but didn't show it so as not to bother his brothers. There was a time when Mio and Sona's torture of the boy went too far, leaving him on the verge of death. When they saw the boy's expression when he said that no matter what happened, he would always remember them as his friends, it left them in shock, and they understood the mistake they had made. They took him to the underworld hospital and let him heal. When they arrived, Sona's mother asked how it happened, lying that a renegade attacked him. They both promised not to touch the boy again. Upon reaching the age of 16, the twins entered Kuoh Academy with the help of the Sitri family and, as promised, joined each other's entourages. Hyoudou went with Mio to the newly opened occult club, while Lucy joined the student council as part of Sona's entourage. Both of them asked the twins how their brother was doing, but they always didn't care about his condition. Unfortunately that year the Gremory house betrothed Mio to the third son of the Phoenix clan, and in order to free her a raiding game was held for the cancellation of said wedding, but unfortunately Mio's lack of experience and her poor skill and strategy lost said event. In the living room of the Hyoudou house, Issei and Rias talked about what kind of strategy he would have used. This was heard by Hyoudou, who took him to her room and hid him, demanding a new strategy to break into the wedding and free Mio. Strategy that asked for a sacrifice by the red dragon to gain more power, and Hyoudou chose to give Issei's heart to the dragon to obtain it, leaving the dragon disappointed in its bearer. After that Hyoudou used Issei's strategy that worked perfectly, freeing Mio from the marriage with the Phoenix. While all this was happening, Dialga, Palkia and Lacias arrived at the DxD dimension. Dialga. Very well Lacias, let's search this dimension to see if we find the right one to be the chosen one that father is looking for. Lacias. Very well, I will transform into a girl to look for him. While Lacias was searching for the right person and interacting with the humans of that dimension in Tokyo, the Gabriel event was taking place in Kuoh, with the arrival of 3 exorcists, and one of them was Issei and his brother's childhood friend who was happy to see him again. The Gabriel, Loki and Diodora events took place, and they were surpassed by Issei's strategies that Hyoudou stole, and the girls from the club, along with those from the student council, looked at him with eyes of lust for such acts of bravery. Everyone thought that thanks to the Sekiryuutei they had won those battles and making Issei look like the Hyoudu's hindrance, even for Irina since Hyoudou spoke ill of her brother, that she did not believe at first, but little by little, the older brother's words had more force in the mind of the brunette to the point of despising Issei. A few months before the raiding game against the Bale House, Issei summoned Irina to the park and declared his feelings to her, supported by Rias, who had already declared their love for each other days before, accepting their love, and she allowed him to have a harem, even though she was not the heir to his house, she could marry Issei. While Issei was waiting for Irina, Lacias appeared near them and felt Issei's aura, which was calm. This interested him. He wanted to talk to the boy, but he noticed that someone was arriving, so he hid to observe his behavior. Issei. Hello Irina, he said shyly. Irina. What do you want? I answered with disdain. Issei. I just wanted to tell you that I really like you, and I wanted to know if you want to be my girlfriend. Irina. Ha 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 ha, you're serious, why would I be the girlfriend of a nuisance like you? You're not even half the man Hyoudou is. Now if you don't have anything else to tell me, I'll go shopping for a dress to impress my darling. But that act she left and left Issei crying on the ground. Seeing this, Lacias thought that the boy's aura would turn dark, but she was surprised that it remained the same, so in her girl form, she approached Issei. Lacias. Sorry, are you okay? Issei. Don't worry, I just remembered something that made me sad. Lacias. Oh I see, hey, how about to make you happy we go for some ice cream, I'll treat you. Issei. Thank you very much, by the way my name is Issei, Hyoudou Issei. Lacias. Nice to meet you Issei-kun, my name is Latina. After this meeting they went for ice cream. Upon arriving at the establishment she noticed that Mio's entire entourage was there along with her brother, chatting pleasantly until Hyoudou noticed and looked at him with disdain, but noticed that next to him was Lacias, who was a brunette beauty. Hyoudou. Hello, useless, what are you doing? Issei. Hyoudou-sama, I'm swimming alone here with a friend. Hyoudou. Hey, gorgeous. Why are you with this idiot? Come on, I'll treat you to some ice cream. Lacias had detected this boy's aura and saw that it was dark and full of resentment and remorse. Lacias. No thanks, I like Issei-kun's company. Saying this, he took the arm of the younger brown-haired boy and left. After this event, Issei's treatment by his brother worsened, with more rumors at his brother's school, to the point of almost suspending him permanently. But all this was noticed by Laishes, who continued watching Issei along with his friend Ryu and his girlfriend Rias as they got ahead despite the mistreatment towards the brown-haired boy and his sister's indifference towards Rias. The curious thing for Laishes is that Rias, even being a demon, gave off a kind aura. 2 days before the game against a Bale House, the application for new entrants to Kuoh's academy was held. Issei and Rias studied for the exam and showed their parents that he was no good for anything or a hindrance. But as they headed to the classrooms, they both saw the brunette's brothers talking to another boy Issei's age, who was Sona's kohai. How fun it was to spend yesterday, guys. Lucy? I know, I had fun too. Hyoudou? You're like the little brother we never had, Saji. Lucy? Don't say that, remember that today is the exam and He didn't finish speaking because in front of them were Issei and Rias. Hyoudou saw him and her face was serious, Saji a triumphant face, while Lucy was in shock to see Issei crying. Suddenly he ran off followed by Rias in the direction of his house. As they passed by the street, Ryu saw Issei running with tears in his eyes and also followed him, while everything was observed by Laishes, Dialga and Palkia, and giving the idea that the brown-haired man and his friends could help in his world since they have a kind aura and if they disappeared from here no one would notice. Issei continued running until he reached his house and in the living room, he heard a conversation between the two adults who had a bottle of sake on the floor that the boy didn't look at. Boru. Tell me what we did to deserve that kind of son. Mikey? I don't know, sometimes I think we shouldn't have had it. Boru. Because Issei is not like his brothers. Mikey? It's just a hindrance. He didn't complete the sentence as he saw Issei at the entrance of the room, with tears coming out of his eyes while throwing his backpack on the floor. Seeing his son's lost look made both of them calm down a little from their drunkenness. Boru. Son, what are you doing here? He stopped talking when he saw Issei leave the house, both parents sat there doing nothing because of the shock of the moment, and remembering the words they said before they saw the boy, they concluded that he heard them. Issei ran into Rias and Ryu, who had just caught up with him. Rias, seeing her boyfriend's condition, asked him what had happened and he told them what had happened. Suddenly their friend Latina appeared before them along with strange figures. Laishes. Sorry Issei-kun for interrupting your conversation, but we need your help. Issei, still crying. How could a hindrance like me help you? Dialga. We need you three to come with us. Palkia. We promise not to harm you and to change your lives for the better. Laishes. Please Issei, we depend on you. Issei stopped crying and thought, if I'm just a nuisance here, I don't think they'll care if I disappear. Issei. Okay, I'll go with you. Rias. I can go with him, they don't need me here anymore and even less my family, the only thing I have is the love of my boyfriend Issei. Ryu. My parents died a long time ago and I have no close relatives, the only thing I have left is my friend Issei. Can I go too? The dragons had already planned to recruit them as well, and it was very convenient to have the three of them together. With a nod from Laishes, the strange figures pulled out their claws and created the portal to leave that world. Before retreating through the portal, Mio and Sona's entourages, along with their masters, watched as the three entered the portal, followed by 3 shadows, and suddenly disappeared without a trace of magic. Mio couldn't believe what she saw and fell to her knees with tears in her eyes at the thought that her sister had been kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade, which was just beginning its movements. Pokémon World. At the top of Mount Corona, a portal opened, into which the 3 boys emerged, and before them, strange creatures stood, watching their movements. Behind them, the 3 Pokémon arrived, taking up their father's mission and transforming into their original forms before the boys' eyes, leaving them amazed. Arceus. Thank you for coming, new chosen one, my name is Arceus, and I welcome you and your companions to the Pokémon world. Chapter 1. Arrival, Separation. And choosing new companions K and J. I don't own the rights to High School DxD or Pokémon, their characters, light novels, manga, or anime. Rias. Hello, good morning character speaking. Ash. But how did this happen? Character thinking. Dialga. Let's go for them be imprisoned by a sacred gear or legendary Pokémon speaking to the outside. Greg. Calm down, everything will be fine, being imprisoned by a sacred gear or legendary Pokémon talking in a mental space. Pokémon World. Mount Crown, Sinnoh. At the top of Mount Crown, the meeting between the legendary Pokémon of the different regions took place. Arceus. Those 3 have already taken too long to find the new chosen one, although that new group has not yet mobilized, I am very worried about the lives of my children. Mutuo. Calm down father, you'll see that they will arrive soon. Mutuo. Come quickly brothers before this old man gets something crazy. At that moment, a doorway appeared in front of them and 3 young men in school clothes emerged first. The first was a brown-haired man with honey-colored hair holding hands with a red-haired girl with blue eyes and a good body. Behind them, another black-haired boy emerged, and finally, 3 shadows emerged. One of them was a young girl with pigtails, while the other 2 were only covered by a trench coat. Upon arriving at the site, the first 3 to appear moved around the place, but they didn't see anyone, it was just a bright light inside a temple. They were fascinated by the place until a voice pulled them out of their thoughts. Arceus. Dialga, Palkia, Lacias, how good that you arrived, and tell me who these young people are. At that moment, the new arrivals are covered by a bright light and begin to take on their original form. Lacias. That's right, father, we have brought the people who can help us in our world. Dialga. I know you said one person, but they both volunteered. Pointing at the 2 extra boys from the DxD dimension. Palkia. And just as you requested, Lacias observed the lives of the 3 of them in detail. Arceus. And tell me, Lacias, do you think they are the right ones? Rias. Indeed, father, I have seen the lives of the 3 of you, and despite the adversities you have experienced, your heart remains pure and good, especially that boy with brown hair. At that, the Pokémon god observes the new boys who have just arrived. Arceus. Thank you for coming, my new chosen one, my name is Arceus, and I welcome you and your companions to the Pokémon world. The 3 boys were shocked by the creature standing in front of them. Issei. TT, thanks for the welcome, but could you tell me where we are? Arceus. Yes, with pleasure, but first I would like to know your names. At that point, the first to speak was the chestnut's best friend. Ryu. Nice to meet you, my name is Ryu Kusanagi, bowing politely as he introduced himself. Issei. My name is Hyoudou. He didn't finish completing his name because he remembered how his family didn't like him and just called him useless, so he decided not to use his last name. Issei. My name is simply Issei. The red-deeded girl was taken aback by how her boyfriend introduced himself, but she remembered that his parents treated him like a nuisance and accepted that he didn't give his last name. Rias. It's a pleasure, my name is Rias. Arceus. It is a pleasure to meet the chosen one and his companions. Rias. Thank you very much, but tell me where we are, since I have never seen this kind of familiars or dragons in the library encyclopedias. Arceus. You see, we are in our dimension where beings like you do not exist, here Pokémon abound. Which is why I see the need to seal your power, since it is not compatible in our world. Of course, if you want to be here, if not, we can return you to your dimension, but I would erase your memory so that you do not divulge anything about our world. Rias thought about the offer, lose her powers and be with her only love, or return home, where the entire Gremory family looks down on her for her limited magical reserve, and also forget about the only boy who was with her through thick and thin. Rias. Okay Arceus, please seal my powers, I prefer to be with my beloved and not have any of my power. Arceus. And you Ryu, would you like to return home? Upon hearing the proposition, Ryu remembered an unpleasant event. Since he and Issei had been friends since elementary school, Ryu knew the heiress of the Sitri house, and a declaration came to his mind. Flashback. We see the black-haired boy sitting on a bench in Kuoh Park. He looked anxious and worried. Suddenly in front of him, a black-haired girl appeared with a face of disgust. Ryu. How about Sona, thanks for watching. Sona. Tell me what you want. Ryu. You see, I've developed feelings for you for a long time now, and I'd like to know if you'd go out with me. Sona. Why would I go out with a pervert like you? If you don't have anything else to tell me, I'm leaving. Without changing her expression, Sona turned around and started to walk away. She remembered everything she'd been saying about the boy and quickly walked away. Meanwhile, the boy sat on the bench, crying from being rejected, and even more so from being told something he wasn't. End of flashback. Ryu. Likewise, I will help my friend in whatever is needed. Arceus was pleased with the attitude that both young people showed and how they refused to return to their lives and help him. With this he showed that Lacia's decision was the correct one. Rias. Another question, what is a Pokémon? Arceus. You see, we Pokémon are creatures that abound throughout the planet. There are around 800 species of Pokémon, and each Pokémon has unique abilities, but unlike those of us in the room, there are thousands of each species. By showing through illusions what Pokémon look like, their habitat and how they live, the children were fascinated by the creatures. At that moment, a pink creature appeared in front of the girl, floating around her with a cute little face. New Tomato-chan, we are unique and legendary Pokémon. Rias felt a fit of tenderness at the Pokémon's tender voice, but at the same time a vein popped out on her forehead at what they had told her. At that Issei accidentally burst out laughing at how they told his girlfriend, and she scolded him with a hit on the head, leaving everyone with a drop of sweat running down their necks due to the girl's reaction. After that act Issei spoke. Issei. I have a question, Arceus. Why do you call me the chosen one? Arceus. Well, I'm telling you this because you're the right person to help us. A great danger is approaching this world and we need you to stop it. Lashos, please go to the teachers in each region and explain what happened. Lashos. Understood, father. Issei was perplexed by what the Pokémon told him. They needed his help. For the first time someone without threatening or blackmailing him asked for his help. Issei. But help with what? At that point, Arceus told him about the previous threats that had happened and were supported by Ash and his wives and friends. In addition to the threat that his children were currently facing on the planet and the little he knew about the new team that was formed and that chaos was about to begin. While this conversation was taking place on Mount Corona, let's check out another place. Dimension DxD. At the Hyoudou residence we see the Gremory and Sitri clan entourages talking with the twins' parents. There was a look of concern for most of the people and for Mio, who was crying inconsolably in her room, accompanied by her childhood friend because her sister had been kidnapped by someone, taking with her the two useless people from Kuoh Academy. Boru. On the one hand, it's bad that Mio-chan's sister was kidnapped, but as for the useless guy, well. He didn't finish speaking because his wife and sister stood up, furious at what he was about to say. Mikey. How is it possible that you don't care about your son? I know he had no talent in magic, and yet he still loved us. Lucy. It's true, because of you Oni-chan you are no longer with us. I don't know about you, but I'm going to look for him and ask him for forgiveness for everything. At that moment, Lucy ran out of her house in search of her younger brother, followed by her mother. In Mio's room, as she sobbed into her pillows, she kept telling herself it was her fault for not taking better care of her little sister. Akeno and Sona tried to comfort her and ask her to cheer up since in 2 days, they would have the ratings game against the Bale house. Mio tried to calm down and asked Hyoudou to check on her. Once Hyoudou arrived at Mio's room, she explained that he needed to have a strategy ready to win against his cousin. After the small talk, the boy left with a worried face, since if Issei wasn't with him, he wouldn't have come up with any plans. Akeno left the room after him. She wanted to catch up with him and flirt for a while, but she managed to hear the conversation he was having with his guest inside his body. Hyoudou. Now that I need that useless Issei, he decides to disappear. She said with concern and anger for the plan that was required. Greg. Ha 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 ha, you deserve this for being arrogant, now live the consequences of not recognizing your brother's work. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have the privileges you enjoy now. The victories of your mistress's clan are thanks to him, and the solution to your friend's problems are also thanks to him. Hyoudou. Shut up, I have to find the Cow's Brigade base and bring him back so he can plan a new strategy, or I'll come up with something. Akeno. So it was Issei-kun who helped me with the problem with my dad and not Hyoudou. She thought this, leaned against the wall and began to cry because she never valued Issei's friendship and she knew that he liked her, but he never paid attention to her because of his lack of power, and she was also enchanted with Hyoudou because she believed that he had helped her with her problem. Night fell at the Hyoudou residence, and all we can see are faces of concern for the location of their children. Well, with this we can see worse things will come, but well, let's go to the other dimension. Pokémon Dimension. After the talk about the new group, Arceus commented that their movements have been various and in different places. Ryu. From what I understand, this new criminal group is doing its thing all over the Pokémon world. Arceus. That's right, I need you to help me with that. You'll pose as Pokémon trainers and travel across the regions to search for clues about said group. You'll be able to participate in the Pokémon League to obtain as much information as possible. Rias. That plan is good so we can learn more about this world and help with your request. Issei. It's a good idea, but. Rias. But. At that Issei and Ryu look at each other and make a sign of approval. Ryu. To cover more information, it's best if we travel separately through different regions. Arceus. Are you sure about that? Issei. Of course, as they always say, divide and conquer. We also have a huge advantage because no one knows us, so we'll keep a low profile and look for that group of criminals. Rias. It's a very good plan, but I'm not going to leave you alone, Ice, so I'll travel with you. Issei was going to protest, but then Rias used the most deadly technique that any girl has as a resource in her armament, I mean the most lethal technique of all, that's right, Rias used the technique of dog eyes on Issei. Issei. Okay, you'll come with me, but I'll warn you of one thing. With a seductive voice he approached his girlfriend's ear. Issei. Let's get back to that topic we left pending the day you snuck into my room. Now there's no one to interrupt us. Ria's face was redder than her own hair because it reminded her of the day she ate an aphrodisiac fruit by mistake and went against a brown-haired boy where they almost gave in if it weren't for her older sister who stopped her. Ryu's mouth fell open at what he could hear, while the Pokémon couldn't understand what they were talking about. After leaving the trio I speak. Ryu. And how will we divide it? In that, Arceus told them about the structure of the regions, from Kanto to Galar, and the different Pokémon found there. They noticed the Kanto and Johto were separated by the Indigo Plateau. Issei. Well, let's travel first to the Kanto and Johto regions. Ryu. Sounds good to me, in that case I'll go to Johto. Rias. Then we will go to Kanto. Arceus. Perfect, but before you go, let me give you 2 gifts so you don't have to start your journey from scratch. Hoopa, could you go for that? Hoopa. Hehehe, aware father. At that Hoopa uses his 2 rings, and 3 gray suitcases come out of them. Arceus. Thanks Hoopa, Chosen, open those suitcases, what's inside is for you. At that, Issei goes directly to where the suitcases are, begins to open them, and goes back when he sees that inside 2 of them there were high denomination bills, in the other there were 2 video transmitters. Hoopa. These are objects that humans have created to have greater communication between themselves, and well, those strange little pieces of paper are what many people want, that's why I brought you this thing full of them. Ryu. It's true that money is important for traveling, but… Issei. It's a lot, don't you think? Both of them had their eyes open, and they opened even wider at what Rias said. Rias. Do you think so? I feel it's enough. Issei and Ryu, with a drop of sweat on their necks, remembered that she was a maiden of the supernatural world. Issei. Well, it's time to go. At that, Issei placed the video transmitter in his right hand as did Ryu, and carried a suitcase with money in his left hand. Issei with his free hand took Ria's hand. Arceus. Thank you very much for your help, young people, I hope you succeed in the mission. At that moment another Pokémon similar to Leisha's arrives, only this one is blue. Leisha's. Ready father, I'm back, I already went with all the Pokémon professors from the regions and the mother of the former Chosen One so that they could help us in case the Chosen One decides to go to their region. Arceus. Thank you very much son, Hoopa, please open your rings and take them to the professor of the Johto region, to young Ryu, and to Issei in front of the house of the former Chosen One. At that, Hoopa extends his transportation rings and 2 different houses appear. Issei. Okay guys, are you ready? Let's go. All the boys went through the rings and disappeared from Mount Corona. Johto region. We see young Ryu coming out of the ring, and in front of him was the laboratory of the professor in charge of the region. Nice to meet you, young man sent by Arceus, my name is Tracy and I welcome you to the Johto region. Ryu. Nice to meet you Professor Tracy, thank you for your welcome. Tracy. Well, please come in, I'll show you the starter Pokémon in this region and choose your Pokémon partner. Kanto region. On the other hand, the couple, the brunette and the redhead, were appearing in front of the house of the former Chosen One. At that moment the door opens and the lady appears who, despite her age, looked well preserved. Delia. Nice to meet you, my name is Delia Ketchup. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei. Rias. And mine is Rias. Delia. Wow, the Chosen One brought his wife, daughter, I hope you support him with what happened. When Rias heard the word wife she became embarrassed and began to imagine her married life with the brunette and began to wander in her mind. Instead Issei and Delia laughed at what happened. Delia. Well, let's go to Professor Oak's laboratory, he will give you his Pokémon. At that moment, the 3 of them walked to the Kanto professor's laboratory, knocked on the door, and waited for approval to enter. Oak. Welcome young people to my laboratory, please come in. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei, and this is my girlfriend Rias. Oak. Nice to meet you, I'm Gary Oak. Professor Tracy's laboratory. Tracy. Well, you already know about the Pokémon world and now. Growing 3 Pokeballs and 3 Pokémon appear. Tracy. Alright, meet the Carry-type Pokémon Chikorita, the Leaf Pokémon. At that, the little girl seemed a little shy. Tracy. Then there's Cyndaquil, the Fire Mouse Pokémon. The Cyndaquil appeared and was friendly to the boy. Tracy. And finally there is the Water Pokémon Totodile. The last one with a defiant look looks at Chikorita while the other one gets terrified and goes to hide behind Tracy's feet. Tracy. And tell me who you want as a partner. Ryu began to think about it, but then he and Cyndaquil looked into each other's eyes and as if they understood each other, the boy reacted. Ryu. I'll take Cyndaquil. Gary Oak Laboratory. We see Gary who brought out 3 Pokémon so that Issei and Rias could choose their partner. Gary. Well, I've already shown you the 3 Pokémon available to take, and who will you choose? Rias. Well, I'll take Charmander. When he was mentioned, he was happy and ran into the girl's arms. Issei. Well then I'll choose. He didn't finish saying who, but suddenly a silhouette jumped in front of him and looked at him with determination and climbed onto his shoulder, rubbing his cheek against the brunette's. Gary. Who would have thought this boy wants to travel with you, he is a baby of my friend's best Pokémon. Issei. Well, if that's the case, I choose Pichu. And with this, the boy's adventures will barely begin. Chapter 2. New Friends, First Captures and Union, 18K and J. Kanto region. We are in Professor Oak's laboratory where Issei and Rias have just chosen their first Pokémon. Issei. So you are one of the children of Ash's Pikachu. He said while observing the mouse Pokémon. Pichu? Pi Pichu Chupi. Said the little mouse while nodding with complete confidence. Berry Oak. This Pichu, like his father, is quite charismatic. Please take him with you. He must be worried about his father and Ash. Issei. Okay, Pichu, we'll travel together. Pichu was happy and rubbed a brown-haired boy's cheeks hard, causing him to create an electric attack, leaving both of them knocked out. Rias. Wow, that's a good electric attack, but why did it also take damage? Berry Oak. Good thing you mentioned that, let me go for something. He went to his desk and took out 2 Pokédex and 10 Pokeballs from a drawer. He gave a Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs to Rias, while Issei, who was recovering from the attack, gave him the same as the Redeed. Berry Oak. This is the Pokédex. It contains all the information on the Pokémon that are known so far. Thanks to Ash's travels through the different regions, we were able to complete the information in it. Try it for example with Pichu, and you will get the answer to what you asked me. At that, Rias activates the Pokédex and scans her boyfriend's Pichu. Pokédex. Pichu, the small mouse Pokémon. Despite its eyes, Pichu releases bolts of electricity that can knock down a human. However, its inability to control its electricity can cause it to accidentally release it on itself when surprised or when laughing. Both boys were surprised by the information about the Pokémon, while Pichu was saddened. Issei. Well, so he hurts himself like that. Well, no problem, we'll train together so that this defect becomes our secret weapon. Berry Oak. Well, with this I have nothing more to help you with, just one thing. As Pokémon trainers, you will only be allowed to travel with 6 Pokémon. If you manage to capture one more, the Pokédex will activate and will give you the option to send it directly to my laboratory or select it for your team and send another Pokémon that you currently have here. Issei. But if we ever need a Pokémon that we have already sent to you, how do we contact you? Berry Oak. So don't worry, go to the first city and look for the Pokémon Center. There they will give you more information on how to use the transfer machines. Rias. Understood, thank you very much for your help. They bowed and left the lab with Ash's mother, leaving the professor alone as they watched them walk off towards the mustard house. Berry Oak. Please, chosen one, find our former hero and help Arceus-sama. Region of Management. We see Ryu already walking away from Tracy's lab. Like Issei and Rias, he received a Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs to start his journey, and the professor also gave him a map of the region as a gift so he wouldn't get lost. Before leaving New Bark Ryu Town, he went to the bank to deposit the money that Arceus had given him to start his journey. He wouldn't go all over the region with a heavy suitcase in his hands, right? Upon arrival, he went through the process of opening an account, and when they showed him the different debit cards available in that world, he chose this one. He asked why Pikachu was the one on the cards, to which the bank owner replied. Owner? Because Pikachu is a children's favorite, as it is the main Pokémon of the hero Ash. Ryu is amazed at how much they value the lost hero. Once he deposited the money, he was leaving the bank when suddenly he heard a scream approaching him. Be careful. The silhouette said before colliding with the boy and leaving him lying on the floor. Excuse me, are you okay? Ryu. Don't worry, but. He didn't speak anymore when he saw that the girl who had tackled him was beautiful in his eyes. I'm sure you're okay. The girl told him that when she saw one of our heroes, she remained silent because she thought he was so handsome. They both stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds, and a slight blush appeared between them until a small Pidgey approached the boy and began to peck him on the head, bringing them both out of a trance. Ryu. This me I say if I'm not okay. At that, he stood up and shook his clothes to notice that his shirt was torn. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break your clothes. Ryu. Don't worry, besides I was about to buy a new outfit. By the way, my name is Ryu Kusanagi. Nice to meet you, my name is Crystal. Ryu. Nice to meet you, well I better go on my way. Crystal. But you can't just leave like that with that torn outfit. As an apology, let me pay for the damage. Ryu. Not like you think, I have enough money to buy new clothes. Crystal. Or at least accompany you to buy it. She said with a red face and a low voice. Ryu heard that, and with a red face he answered. Ryu. Why, if you want you can come with me, I'm new here and I don't know where to shop. Hearing this, the girl was happy and accepted the boy's invitation. They both went to buy Ryu's clothes, as well as the necessary things for camping, in case he didn't make it to a Pokémon Center, and then the black-haired man invited her to eat as a thank you for seeing him accompanied. During the meal, the girl asked him where he was going, and he replied that he was going to tour the entire Johto region to participate in the league. Ryu. If that's what I have planned, why the question? Crystal. Well, I'm planning to tour the region and visit the cities. In fact, when we collided, I was leaving. What do you think if we go together? They say that group travel is better. Ryu thought about it. She was a pretty girl, but he barely knew her. Something inside him convinced him to accept the proposal. Ryu. I think it's fine, let's go together. They shook hands and planned to meet the next morning at the entrance to the town to go out together first thing in the morning. Kanto region. We see Issei and company returning to Ash's house. They went to the living room and began to talk about how the region was made up. Then the mother of the former hero explained that in Pallet Town, there was a bank branch so he could deposit what Arceus had given him. They were still in the living room when suddenly they heard the door of the house open. I'm here, Grandma, is this home? At that, Pichu began to sniff and recognize the smell. He ran to the entrance and threw himself into the arms of the person who had just arrived. Hello Pichu, how are you? Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Uncle Gary's lab? At that, Issei, who was heading to the door, began to speak. Issei. Who comes back here? Seeing that his Pichu was in someone's arms, he began to scold him. Issei. Hey, you shouldn't jump into strangers' arms. Hey, I'm no stranger, and I know this Pichu because he's the son of my Pikachu. He didn't finish speaking because he saw his face. But what a handsome boy. Issei. Sorry. Hello handsome, my name is Leaf Ketchup. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei. At that point, the girl started flirtatiously approaching the brunette and he started getting nervous, not because the girl was approaching, but because he knew what his girlfriend was like. Leaf. And tell me, pretty boy, what are you doing in the house? She didn't finish speaking because she was interrupted by a voice that turned the chestnut blue. Rias. Issei, who was? At that moment he saw how close the girl was to her beloved and began to exude a fearsome aura. Rias. Issei, what does this mean? Who is that girl? Issei. Rias, this is Mrs. Delia's granddaughter. Rias. But because it's close to you. Leaf. That doesn't matter to you, girl with too much breast, tell me who you are. Rias got angry at this comment. Rias. My name is Rias and this Issei is my boyfriend, so stay away from him. Leaf. Look no, this guy is very handsome and deserves something better, I bet he only goes around with you for your cow body. The girl replied while Rias looked downcast at the floor where tears could be seen. She ran out of the house with her pokeballs on her waist in the direction of Route 21. Issei. Wait Rias. At that he ran after her, with Pichu on his shoulder and a pokeball in his pocket, leaving Leaf worried about the joke he told her. While this was happening in Pallet Town, the truth was beginning to come to light elsewhere. DxD Dimension. It was day and we see in the Hyoudou residence that things were not well, since most of the residents lamented the disappearance of the Gremory girl, and a few only the brown-haired one, but one person was greatly affected by the boy's absence, and this was Akeno Himejima, who after knowing the truth about who helped her overcome her problem, never thanked him. Unfortunately she is weak-minded so all night she dreamed how her hero just walked away from her on a dark path. Even though she ran she never caught him. Upon arriving, all the residents of the house noticed something peculiar. Breakfast wasn't served on the table like usual. This seemed strange to them, since, according to Hyoudou, he served breakfast to the others himself, which is why he got up late, because he went back to rest for a while instead of Issei, who was the lazy one in the place. So they decided to cook for themselves, leaving only 3 people at the table. Asia. How strange at this hour Hyoudou-san already has breakfast ready. Zenobia. Maybe he fell asleep thinking about the strategy for today's battle. Arena. That's right, darling must have planned the fight for you since. She was interrupted by a voice they heard in the hallway. They recognized that voice, and it was Hyoudou talking to the dragon that lives inside her. Hyoudou. I hope that poor bastard comes back, I'm starving and he usually makes breakfast. Greg. You're never going to change, right? I hope your theater falls today. You're not even a shadow of your brother when it comes to battle planning. Hyoudou. You'll see that with the plan I designed, we'll win and I'll prove that I don't need the idiot. Greg, seriously, with that plan of yours, even an elementary school kid could do something better than what you have in mind. I really feel sorry for the kind of carrier I got, I wish I had gotten your brother. Hyoudou. Shut up, fat dragon. Greg. I hope they find out that everything you said is a complete lie. Hyoudou. What are you saying? Those idiots believe what I say because I am the most powerful Sekiryuutei of all time. At that moment I arrived at the room where the 3 girls who heard the boys' entire conversation were. Hyoudou. Hello girls, good morning. They didn't respond, and with their eyes lowered, they just walked away from the place toward their rooms, tears streaming from their eyes. Irina was the most affected because she heard what he said, and even more so because she believed Hyoudou's lies and rejected her childhood love. Hyoudou. This won't go well. He just took a piece of bread and left the house in search of his brother to get his strategy for today. On the other hand, Akeno called Sona to see if they could meet before the game and talk to her about some things. It is clear that she accepted. Pokémon Dimension. Pallet Town near Route 21. In the forest that leads to Route 21, we see Aridid crying inconsolably behind a tree since she did not show it, but she was very sensitive when they talked about her body, and it is that most of the time she received this type of comments from the children of the other demon families, to the point that an old man from the council almost raped her, and he said that because she had that body that was what she was good for, to bring pure race children to the underworld. But thanks to the intervention of the Mao Leviathan this did not happen. At that moment, Issei, who was searching for where his beloved had gone, heard the crying, approached the girl from behind, and gave her a tender hug. Rias. Tell me Issei, do you really love me for who I am or just for my body? Issei. You know very well why I love you, you are smart, funny, sincere and even though you are jealous and possessive you are a kind and caring girl, all that is what I love about you. At that, the girl settles on her boyfriend's chest and begins to smile. Issei. You know that I leave the physical aspect in the background and more because I told you that I felt something for Kaneko, and I swear it wasn't because she looks like a loli. This made the girl laugh, and she grabbed her boyfriend's cheeks and stretched them in a funny way. Rias. I love you too, Issei. You're the only one who's ever understood me, and you always see the best in people even if they don't admit it. I don't think I should have acted like that. I'll apologize to that bitch. They were about to return when a sound was heard near the water from which a Horsia emerged to the surface. Both boys saw the Pokémon and Rias was very excited by its form, to which Issei knew that she wanted it, and that Rias activated her Pokédex that she kept in her body bag, waist bag. Pokédex. Horsia, a dragon Pokémon. This unique species of Pokémon lays thousands of eggs each spring, which are then raised by the male. Issei. You want to capture him, right? Rias. Yes, but Charmander is weak against water types. At that Pichu jumps to the front of the lake and looks at Horsia with defiance. Issei. But no Pichu, let's go Pichu, let's capture the Pokémon. Pichu? Pichu Pie. It only took 2 Thunderbolt attacks for the Pokémon to be weakened, although Pichu was also slightly injured. Then he came out and you see a weak horse behind him. The completely knocked out Magikarp came out, just passing by the path, and was hit by the mouse's attack, which was also knocked out by its own attacks. At that Issei asked Rias for her Pokédex and saw its information. Pokédex. Magikarp, the fish Pokémon. Because Magikarp seems to just splash around endlessly, some consider them weak, but they are actually tough Pokémon that can survive in water, no matter how dirty it is. Issei was surprised by the description of the Pokémon he knocked out because it reminded him of his weakness, but what surprised him most was its color, since the one in the Pokédex was red, so he took the only Pokeball he had with him and captured it. The two boys were happy about catching their first Pokémon, but whenever something good happens, something bad must happen and it began to rain uncontrollably, which caused the river near Route 21 to overflow. Both boys ran hand in hand, while Issei carried his Pichu with his other hand. In the distance they saw a cabin that looked a little neglected but habitable enough to spend the night, so they pampered themselves and decided to go to that cabin. They entered the house and it was empty, so they decided to go inside. Then Rias noticed there was a fireplace. She took out her Charmander and asked him to light it, while Issei closed the door of the house with a bolt, left his Pichu on an armchair that was in the entrance, and went up to the top. Charmander obeyed and then returned to his Pokeball, and then began to take off his clothes and let them dry near the fire. Issei, on the other hand, looked for something they could dry themselves with in the bathrooms of the house, but found nothing. In one room he found several blankets, took them and headed downstairs. Once under this she was surprised to see Rias totally naked while she was sitting near the fireplace to dry herself. She noticed that the brown-haired man returned, and seeing him with his face stunned by seeing her naked, she only turned red and covered her chest. Rias. Don't stand there watching and give me a blanket, I'm cold. Issei ran to her side and covered her. At that the boy spoke. Issei. I didn't believe I saw you naked. Rias. Shut up and take yours off too, it makes me feel sorry for being alone like this. Issei obeyed, took off his clothes, put them near the fire, and also covered himself with the other blanket he had. Rias. You know, seeing us like this reminds me of the time we accompanied Mio to the country house at Razor's and we stayed in the servant's cottage just the two of us. Issei. Yes, but that time we weren't naked, but it was the day I knew I would love you for the rest of my life. Rias began to approach the boy, resting her head on his shoulder, while the boy looked at her and managed to see her bare chest, which made him blush. Issei. But this is relaxing and more so because I'm by your side. Rias. You say that because I'm naked, right? Issei. Not as you think. He said embarrassed, deflecting, but Rias took the boy's chin and looked him in the eyes. Rias. But you know, you're the only man who will have the privilege of seeing me like this, because I love you. Lemon skipped. The exhausted boy fell on his beloved's chest while the girl began to touch her belly, which felt full. Rias. Issei's children, they are inside me. Issei. Rias, I love you. Rias. Me too, I love you. Issei lay down next to Rias and covered her with his blanket to sleep during the night. That night the cabin witnessed how two people who love each other very much had given themselves. Issei and Ryu's harem, initial. I'm just posting this so you can get to know our heroes' girls. They've already been decided as the beginning of their harem, but more can be added as the story progresses. Suggestions welcome. They will be poke girls from the game, but some will be Ash's daughters and gym leaders, but they will be the daughters of the real ones. I will change their names. Issei's harem, initial. Ria's Gremory. Leaf, Ash and Misty's daughter. Melina, Erica's daughter. Bakari, Ash and Dawn's daughter. Selena, daughter of Ash and Serena. Ryu's harem, starter. Crystal. White, Whitney's daughter. Garuka, Ash and May's daughter. Esmeralda, daughter of Ash and Iris. Luzmine, Ash and Lily's daughter. As the story progresses I'll see if I add more girls, so suggestions are welcome. Chapter 3. The journey begins and truths K and J. Route 21. It was already a new day after the sudden storm that occurred last night and we see our protagonists returning to Ash Ketchup's house holding hands and with an aura of happiness that covered them, although a certain Redeed could be seen feeling discomfort in her crotch as she walked. Once they arrived at Paletta Town, they went to get their things to begin their journey through the region and search for information on the whereabouts of the previously chosen one. They knocked on the door and the person who greeted them was none other than Leaf, a little worried, while Delia went to the door. Leaf. They finally appear. Issei. I'm sorry, but yesterday's storm left us stranded near Route 21. Delia Ketchup. The good thing is that they are good. Rias. We were glad to find that cabin empty. Then they entered the house, but Delia noticed a discomfort in Ria's gait, so she took advantage of it to annoy the couple. Delia. And tell me, did yesterday go well for you? Issei. Yesterday we captured 2 new Pokémon, right Rias? Rias. That's right, look. Both of them took out their new companions. Leaf was surprised by the new brown Pokémon, since a Magikarp of that color was rare. Delia. Oh that's nice, but I'm referring to something else, right Rias? She said it in a flirtatious way. This caused the Redeed to remember what happened yesterday and her face turned redder than her own hair. As for Issei, he was left with a flat face of Arceus she knows. Leaf. What do you mean, Grandma? She said curiously. Delia. Ho, I won't say anything, but I can already see 2 more adults in this room. Leaf was left wondering what her grandmother had meant. Issei. Well it's time to go Rias. Rias. It is true that today begins our journey through the region. Issei went to the room where he left his things and the money that Arceus gave him. Both boys bowed to Delia in gratitude for allowing them to stay in her home. They were about to leave until. Leaf. Wait. Rias. What do you need from us? She said with a voice of contempt because she didn't show it, but yesterday's words did affect her, of course, until Issei did his thing. At that Leaf bows to Rias. Leaf. I apologize for my attitude yesterday and even more so if I offended you with my comments. She said, regretting yesterday's actions. Rias had already thought about forgiving the girl. Rias. It's okay, nothing happens. She said with a sincere smile. Leaf. Thank you and now she said looking at the brown-haired man. Issei. Yes, tell me what's wrong. He said nervously. Leaf. I would like to ask you to allow me to accompany you through the Kanto region. Issei and Rias look at each other and smile at the girl's request. Rias. Okay, you can come with us. At that Leaf is happy, but in a bold move she kissed the boy on the cheek, which caused Issei to blush, while Rias had a fit of jealousy. Leaf. I'll just tell you one thing Rias. He said while looking at her directly. Leaf. I will not give up, thanks to my father harems are allowed, and my goal will be for Issei to fall in love with me, so Issei get ready because I will make you fall in love with me. Rias pouted at the challenge thrown at her, while Issei didn't think anyone would like it. Issei. Okay. Rias. We'll see who wins first place in Mi Ice's heart. Leaf. I assure you it will be me. At that Delia, who was still listening to that conversation, did something wicked. Delia. Well, you should hurry up since Rias-chan is already ahead right? This comment made him understand what his grandmother was referring to before, which she did when she saw the couple with a look of astonishment. Issei just smiled nervously, while Rias stuck out her chest in victory and took the brunette's hand. Issei. Well it's time to go. He grabbed his things and tried to keep Pichu in his pokeball, but what happened surprised Issei and Rias, while Delia and Leaf smiled. The event was that Pichu refused to enter his ball, dodging the capture laser. Issei. Come on, Pichu, what's happening? Leaf. It's just like my dad's Pikachu. She said while laughing. Rias. What do you mean? Delia. You see, my son's Pikachu hated being inside his pokeball, and from what I see, it's the same case, Fufufu. Issei. Well, let's do it, come climb onto my shoulder. Pichu was happy and ran to his shoulder. Everyone was already at the door and ready for the trip. Rias. Thank you very much Delia-san for the hospitality offered. Delia. Good luck on your adventure. Delia. And please if you find my son tell him I miss him. The three of them left the house and headed towards Green City to deposit the money in the bank and buy what they needed for their trip. Doto region. It was a new day and we could see a black-haired man in front of the exit of the town of New Bark who was waiting for his new friend to begin their journey with her when a silhouette appeared behind him. Crystal. Sorry I kept you waiting. Ryu. Don't worry, it just arrived. Crystal. Wow, the clothes look great on you. Ryu. Thanks, well after all you chose it, that means you have good taste. This makes Crystal blush on her cheeks and she covers her face because it was so red. Crystal. Ryu, you embarrass me. Ryu. Well you're ready. She nods, still with her face covered. Ryu. Well, let's go. Now both prepared, they set out to go to Route 29 to begin their Pokémon training. They were passing by the road, Crystal talking with Ryu about what to expect on their trip through the region, when suddenly, through the grass, a silhouette was seen that caught the boy's attention. He looked out and suddenly, in front of him, appeared. Play the music. This excited Ryu a lot and he took out his Pokédex to look up information about the Pokémon. Pokédex. Hyoudou, the owl Pokémon. Hyoudou stands on one leg but uses its two powerful eyes to see clearly even in the darkest night. He was surprised by the color which was different from the one shown in the dex until Crystal spoke. Crystal. Wow, but it's a shiny Pokémon. Ryu. Shiny, what does it mean? Crystal. These Pokémon are quite rare to find due to their color, if I were you I would catch it. Ryu. You're right. He took the Pokeball from his partner. Come on, Cyndaquil, I need your help. His Pokémon appeared in front of him and he was excited for his first fight. It only took 2 attacks from Ember for the wild Pokémon to weaken. He threw an empty Pokeball towards the Hyoudou. Stop the music. I waited for the capture to be completed and picked up my first Pokémon caught in the region. Crystal was so happy for him that she ran over and hugged him out of excitement, which made the boy blush. Crystal. Congratulations Ryu. Ryu thank you. Suddenly Crystal reacted and separated from the boy, blushing just like him. He took out his new companion and he looked around, then the black-haired man approached the Pokémon. Ryu. Hyoudou, I'm counting on you as my partner on this journey. Hyoudou nods and re-enters the Pokeball. They continued walking until they reached Cherry Blossom Town, where they went directly to the Pokémon Center, but the nurse in charge of the establishment wasn't there. They went to the Pokémon store to buy Pokeballs and Pokeballs to continue their journey. A short while later, they returned to the Pokémon Center and decided to spend the night there since their new companion, Cyndaquil, was being treated and it was too late to continue their journey. Kanto region. The group formed by Issei arrived at Green City at noon after they left Pallet Town. Just like Ryu, they went straight to the bank to deposit their money and gave him their bank card. Then they went to a department store to buy their new clothes. First they went to Rias who started trying on different outfits and modeling for her boyfriend, which made him fascinated by the different clothes that his girlfriend posed for him, while Leaf just looked on with envy as Rias took his attention. Rias. Tell me Ice, which of all the clothes did you like? Issei. What can I say to you, whatever you wear makes you look beautiful. He said, which the girl was happy while her cheeks blushed at her partner's comment, but on me the third one you put on looks perfect on you. Rias heeded the brunette's comment and put on the outfit he had selected, went back into the fitting room and then came out with the new clothes on. Rias. You're right, I look great in this one, I'm glad you liked it. Then he returned to the fitting room to put on his uniform from the Otherworld school. They finished choosing Ria's clothes and then went to look for the brunettes. They say that the experience of shopping for clothes with girls for him was something new and embarrassing, since they gave him different models of clothes and asked him to model for them. He just looked away out of embarrassment, while the girls got nosebleeds from seeing how great the guy looked. They finished buying clothes, then went to a store to buy the necessary things in case of camping. Once finished shopping they decided to go to the Pokémon Center to relax and plan the strategy for Issei's first battle. Issei. And tell me Leaf, do you know what Pokémon they use in the first gym? Leaf. Well, the first gym is here in Green City, but the new rule to face said gym is that you have at least 5 badges, so the first battle will be in Silver City. This comment impressed the boys. The fact that a gym leader requests at least a certain number of badges means he's one of the strongest and wants his challengers to have more experience in Pokémon battles. Leaf. But well, in Silver City the leader of said gym is the son of one of Dad's friends and they focus mostly on rock-type Pokémon. Issei. I see. I think I have a big disadvantage, since I only have Pichu and Magikarp. Unfortunately he only knows how to use Tackle, so that attack will not be effective against rock types. Rias. That's true, you'll need to capture a grass, steel, water, or fighting Pokémon, but where can we find more Pokémon? The three were thinking when suddenly Leaf goes to his backpack and takes out a fishing rod. Leaf. Issei, near the entrance on Route 1 there is a pond, maybe we can capture a Pokémon that will help you. Issei. You're right, let's go before it gets dark. He said determinedly. The three of them left the Pokémon Center and went to the pond that Leaf mentioned. The DxD world. We are in the underworld, more specifically in the floating city of Agares, where the raiding game will take place between Mio Gremory's entourage against Serraerd Bale's entourage. We are located in the waiting room where the Gremory entourage along with Ravel Phoenix were preparing for the fight. A depressive aura could be felt in the place, since most of the members were sad about the disappearance of Mio's sister, and while Akeno, Zenobia and Asia looked at them with a look of sadness and without brightness in their eyes, since they missed a certain brown-haired man that they previously despised. On the other hand, a worried and nervous Hyoudou was seen walking in circles, while the queen of the Gremory entourage received a message on her cell phone, saw who it was from, and spoke to her mistress. Akeno. My pardon, but I have to go out for a moment. Leo. Okay Akeno, but don't be late, the game is about to start. Akeno. Understood. She bowed and walked out of the room, at which point the brunette approached her. Hyoudou. Wait, Akeno-san, let me accompany you. She turned to look at him with dismay when he called her. Akeno. No thanks, this is something personal, and your presence will be very annoying. At that Hyoudou managed to grab his hand before leaving. Hyoudou. Don't be like that Akeno-san, allow me. She hadn't finished speaking as she slipped out of the boy's grasp with an anger that surprised all her classmates. Akeno. Don't touch me again. Hyoudou. Akeno-san. Said he was surprised by the reaction of the girl who until recently was the one who chased and pampered him. Akeno. To you I'm Himejima-san. Saying this he left the room leaving most people surprised, except for two girls who belonged to the church trio, since they thought he deserved this treatment. That's what the one who was once Hyoudu's enemy and later her rival when he recognized her power in the fight for Mio's hand was entering. He spoke of the no longer arrogant blonde and brother of that tsundere girl, Razor Phoenix, who began to talk to Mio. On the other hand, in a separate room we see the black-haired woman with a ponytail who was with the heiress of the Sitri house and her entire entourage since Akeno asked to speak with her. Akeno. Thank you for coming. She said with a look that showed that there was no light in her eyes. Sona. Well Akeno, we're here now. Tell me what you wanted to tell me. Akeno. Well Sona-san, what I'm going to tell you will change the way you see the entire Gremory entourage, but you must know the truth. Tsubaki. Well, what could it be that makes the situation change so much? She said with doubt. Akeno. You see. She began to explain what she heard in the conversation between Drake and Hyoudou about how all the strategies that he created to achieve victory were thanks to Issei, also that Issei was the one who helped end the emotional problems that the Gremory clan had, but Hyoudou kept the credit. In simple words, all the achievements and actions that were supposedly Hyoudu's were actually the younger chestnuts. Almost all of Sitri's entourage could not believe what they had heard and began to feel bad, although they had not done anything bad to the boy, they never shook his hand, since they only knew each other previously through his sister. Lucy cried bitterly for what she heard and realized that it was a big mistake to follow her twin, instead of listening to her younger brother. Sona on the other hand began to cry because she remembered the fallacies that Hyoudou said about Ryu, and she blindly believed her, thus rejecting the only person who truly loved her for who she was, and not for her social position. Saji, on the other hand, did not believe a word and was angry because they spoke ill of someone who considered him a brother. Saji. With all due respect, I don't believe anything you said Himejima-san. We dragons are intelligent beings and we never depend on a stupid human. You'll see that the strategy Hyoudou-kun prepared will give your clan victory. He said with arrogance. Akeno. If you don't believe me, that's your problem, Saji. Saji. You'll see that with his strategies and power Hyoudou-kun will lead them to victory. He said this and left the place to go to his place in the stadium stands. Akeno. I have to go, since the game is about to begin. He said this and left the place leaving Sona hugging Lucy while they cried over the recent discovery. While this was happening in the Gremory clan's waiting room, Mio and the Akatori were talking to cheer him up and give him support regarding his sister's disappearance. The others listened attentively to that conversation except one. Hyoudou was annoyed by Akeno's attitude. This was noticed by Ravel who immediately went to him to calm him down. Ravel. Hyoudou-sama, are you okay? She said worriedly. Hyoudou. Yes, I'm fine. I answer annoyed. Ravel. It's sure that she didn't finish speaking because she was interrupted. Hyoudou. I told you I'm fine. He shouted annoyed and left the room. Ravel ho ho Haderu-sama. This left Ravel surprised and saddened by how her hero had answered her, leaving the others surprised by the brown-haired boy's reaction, except for Zenobia and Asia, who looked with contempt at the boy who left. Razor got angry at the brown-haired boy's attitude, while Mio apologized to him for his pawn's behavior. Razor. Well, I'm leaving and excuse me, but I have to talk to your pawn. He spoke seriously with Mio. Mio. I understand, but don't overdo it. Remember who beat you last time. Razor just laughed at the comment and left the room. He noticed that the brunette was heading to a balcony. He was going to chat with him about his behavior recently and to entrust his younger sister. Almost reaching the balcony, he heard the conversation that Haderu was having with Dreg. Dreg. Today is the day of your public humiliation, right? Haderu. Shut up, damn lizard, you'll see that with my power and the plan I create, we'll defeat the Bale House. Dreg ha 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 ha, as you say, what they will see today is the fraud that you really are, and when they ask you for an explanation of how the great plans that Issei developed and gave them victory in the most important moments of the battles they have had since the rescue of Mio at her engagement party, turned into strategic garbage, that even a child would do better things than you. Haderu. I don't need that useless guy anymore, and when we win this game I'll force you to apologize to me in a humiliating way. Dreg. We'll see, kid. Razor couldn't believe what he'd heard. The achievements and the defeat he suffered were thanks to the younger Hyoudou. Naturally he was upset. He wanted to complain to him at that moment, but he heard that it was the start of the game, so he saw Haderu leaving the room. Razor. I want to see your humiliation, Sekiryuutei. He said this and went to his place in the stadium, thinking about the mistake he was going to make by entrusting his sister with a task. We can see in the center of the stadium that both entourages were ready for battle, while in the stands a sad arena was seen remembering how he humiliated her platonic love and childhood friend, while the photos of the contestants of each team were passed. When seeing Haderu's face, she saw it with eyes of hatred. Arena. We'll see who the idiot is. The game began and little by little Mio's pieces were falling in each battle as he followed Haderu's orders. People were surprised since everyone knew he was the team's strategist, leaving everyone present and even more so the faction leaders watching the game. The critical point came when it was his turn to fight. Not even 2 minutes were enough when Sirzechs' queen knocked him out with a single blow, while he had already activated his armor, leaving everyone silent due to the poor performance, while Mio could not believe what happened to her best man. With this result it was more than obvious that the victory would go to the Bale House. Everyone left the place. They arrived with the expectation that today the Gremory clan would prove to be the superior clan, but they left with the result that the Sekiryuutei and the Gremory clan were a farce. The leaders wanted an explanation of what had happened, but they would talk to Mio and Haderu the next day. Pokémon World. Kanto region. We can see Issei with his traveling companions in front of the Green City pond which he was fishing with the help of Leaf. Issei. Do you think we can find a good Pokémon? Leaf. Don't worry, I'm sure that. He didn't finish speaking as the rod moved towards the bottom of the pond, signaling that they had already caught something. Leaf. Issei, when I tell you, you will pull with all your strength to get the Pokémon out. Issei. Understood. He waited for Leaf's signal, hoping the mysterious Pokémon would give signs that it had trusted him by safely grabbing the hook. Suddenly. Leaf. Now. She gave the indication, to which the chestnut obeyed and took the Pokémon out of the bottom of the water. Play the music. The three were impressed by the Pokémon that had come out. Issei took his Pokédex and looked for information on said Pokémon. Pokédex. Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokémon. Its highly developed muscles allow it to move efficiently on land, but it is much more agile in the water. Issei. Woo, with this Pokémon I can win the first badge and it will help me strengthen Magikarp. Ready Pichu. He received the nod of the Pokémon and the fight began. Pichu attacked first, leaving the wild Pokémon a little stunned who countered with a water gun, leaving Pichu hurt. Issei. Come on Pichu, don't give up, I trust you. This battle was watched by Leaf and Rias who began to talk to each other. Leaf. Do you think I can capture it? That Pokémon looks strong. Rias. I believe in Issei and his strength, that's why I know he can capture it, since he trusts his friends. Pichu was excited by the brown-haired man's words and launched a powerful thunderclap that knocked out the Pokémon, while Pichu looked tired and resented the attack he himself launched. Issei threw a Pokeball to the knocked-out Pokémon and then captured it. Stop the music. The brown-haired man had become excited as he ran in the direction of Leaf and Rias. Issei. Thanks for your help Leaf. He said as he hugged the girl. She blushed at the action the brown-haired man did and reciprocated the hug. While Rias was seen with a fake smile, but she was jealous and gave off a dangerous aura. Rias. Congratulations Ice. She said with a grim voice. The brown-haired boy reacted to what he was doing and fearfully slowly released Leaf and turned to see where Rias was. Issei. Rias are you okay? He said fearfully as he looked at his girlfriend. Rias? Of course Ana ta. Seeing how his girlfriend reacted out of jealousy, he knew he had made a mistake. At that moment Issei felt true terror when he saw his girlfriend possessed by jealousy. I'll just say that during the return to the Pokémon Center, you can see a jealous Redeed pulling her boyfriend's hand possessively, while Leaf still hadn't come out of her world from the hug she received. The three of them went to rest at the Pokémon Center, while they left Pichu and his new Poliwhirl with Nurse Joy, so they could rest all night and recover from their wounds. The next morning, we see some smart kids at the exit of the Pokémon Center with their new outfits. Issei. Are you ready, girls? Rias. We're ready, right Leaf? Leaf. Of course. Rias. Ice, these clothes really look great on you. Said the girl with blush on her cheeks when she saw her boyfriend. Issei. Just like you Rias, you look beautiful in your new clothes. Rias. Thank you darling. She answered blushing at his comment, who gave him a kiss on the lips since she was happy with her boyfriend's comment. Leaf. And you have a good plan for the Silver City gym? Said the girl questioning the brown-haired boy. Issei. For the moment I will train inside the Green Forest for 2 days, so we will camp there. Rias. I understand, then we should buy supplies and download the map to the poker room to find the best location to camp. Issei. That's right, let's go quickly to the Pokémon store and buy everything. The three of them left the Pokémon Center with their companions ready for action. They went to the Pokémon store and bought what they needed for 3 days and headed to the exit that leads to Route 2, which would take them to the Green Forest. Issei. Are you ready girls? He said while looking at his travel companions. It's time to go. He shouted with joy and they began to walk. What new adventures await our heroes and how the Gremory family will fare after this painful raiding game, we will not know until the next chapter. Chapter 4. The First Metals and the Fraud Fell. Pokémon World. Verdant Forest. Within the Green Forest, there are a variety of Pokémon, most of them insect type. Inside the forest, the sounds of a Pokémon battle between two trainers could be heard while they were watched by two girls excited by the development of the fight. Trainer. Come on Rattata, use charge. Issei. Pichu dodges and uses quick attack. What we are witnessing is Issei's first unofficial battle. While he was training with his Pokémon inside the forest to face the leader of the Silver City, a trainer saw the way he trained his Pokémon and asked him to battle him. Coach. Don't give up, use lunge again. Issei. Dodge it, use Thunderbolt and bury your tail when the lightning reaches Rattata. This statement leaves those present in doubt about what was said, except for one. Rias already knew that her boyfriend was a great strategist since she met him. Issei always saw people's weaknesses and turned them into strengths or nullified them so that no harm would be done to them. Leaf. Why would he ask for that? Rias. You'll see, Issei always thinks of more than one move. The mouse Pokémon followed the instructions and when it released its direct electric attack on the opposing Pokémon, it ended up defeating it, but when the repercussion of its own attack came, it buried its tail directing the electricity from its body to the ground, leaving Pichu unharmed. Leaf. It can't be, the electric attack should have hurt Pichu, but he came out unharmed. Rias. I told you, Issei always thinks of a plan and prevents his companions from getting hurt. Returning to where it was, we see that the trainer had saved his Pokémon. Coach. Good win, said the boy as he handed a wad of bills to the brown-haired boy. Issei. Wait, why are you giving me this money? Trainer. You don't know. When you have a Pokémon battle, money is given to the winner. The two girls were arriving with a brunette at their side and then Leaf spoke. Leaf. Exactly Issei, this is how trainers make money in the world, I thought Uncle Gary told you. Issei. Well, he didn't tell me anything. He made a flat face as if he didn't know what was going on. After a while Issei and company were still inside the Green Forest since the brown-haired boy was training for his first battle. The girls watched the boy working hard with his newly captured Pokémon while Pichu was in Leaf's arms. Issei. Now Poliwhirl uses water gun on that rock. The Pokémon heeded the instruction and used its attack against the rock. What it didn't expect was for the rock to break into pieces, one of the fragments going in the direction of where the girls were. Issei. Be careful. The girls tried to protect themselves from the impact with their arms, then Pichu jumped in front of the rock, his tail began to shine to cover itself with metal, breaking the piece of rock. Rias. What happened? I was shocked to see what happened. Leaf. Wow, Pichu knows how to use Iron Tail, he must have inherited that attack from his father. The boys were impressed by the new attack that Pichu showed, at which point the brown-haired boy stared at his partner and smiled. Issei. Perfect, I already have the strategy for the battle in the gym. He said with an excited voice. Throughout the afternoon Issei practiced with his two Pokémon while the girls prepared everything for dinner. When the food was ready, the brown-haired boy decided to stop his training, knowing that he got good results, and proceeded to go to where the girls were. Once dinner was finished they proceeded to go to sleep. Leaf went to her camping tent while Rias and Issei slept inside hers because it was uncomfortable to sleep on the ground. They couldn't surrender in that place, and more because Leaf would hear them, but that didn't stop them from sleeping together and hugging each other. Of course, Rias is uncomfortable with sleep clothes, so she slept naked and hugging her boyfriend. He took the opportunity to play with his girlfriend's body, and she was happy. Johto region. We see Issei's friend who was traveling with his new partner Crystal on Route 31. They were heading towards Mauve City to go for the boys' first badge until they reached the entrance of a cave that caught both of their attention. Ryu. What do you think is inside? Crystal. I don't know, but it would be nice to go see, don't you think? The boy accepted and they entered the cave, but when they saw that there was nothing to be seen they decided to leave the cave. At that moment something appeared in front of them. Ryu. What is that? Then he took out the Pokédex to get answers. Pokédex. Hyoudou, the rock Pokémon. Hyoudou has an incredible defensive power that makes it practically resistant to any physical attack. Ryu. Wow, it will be very useful for my first battle. With the help of his two Pokémon, since Hyoudou was defeated by a rock launcher attack and with 5 ember attacks from his starter Pokémon, he managed to capture the rock-type Pokémon. Crystal. Wow, that's great that you caught him, but we have to go to the Pokémon Center so Hyoudou can recover. Ryu. It's true, and we can't go beyond this point because we can't see anything. Both boys left the cave and ran to the Pokémon Center in Mauve City so that the black-haired boy's companions could recover. Near the entrance, they could see the Bellsprout Tower, a place of interest when visiting the city. They arrived at the Pokémon Center and were immediately attended to by the local nurse Joy, which made Ryu freak out. Ryu. Wait, aren't you the nurse from Cherry City? Nurse Joy. No, you must be confusing me with my cousin who works at that center. Ryu. Sorry, but they look identical. Nurse Joy. Do you think so? She takes out a photo of the graduation of the Joy nurses from the region. Nurse Joy. Look, it's her, as you can see she's a little smaller than me, and her bun is different. She said with a smile, but when he saw the photo Ryu only got more confused, so as not to hurt the nurse's feelings he just smiled. Ryu. It's true, you idiot. He said with a drop of sweat running down his neck. Well, could you please take care of my Pokémon? Nurse Joy. Of course. She took the Pokeballs and went to the back to provide care. While they waited for their Pokémon to heal, Ryu went to register to participate in the Johto League. They took his information through the Pokédex, then gave him a case where he could store the badges he earned during his trip. Ryu. Alright, with it I'm ready for my first Pokémon battle in the region. Crystal. You'll see that everything will be fine, I'll be supporting you. She said in a cheerful tone. This made Ryu blush at what the girl had said, as he felt happy that someone supported him, and so he was determined to do something after winning his first battle. He gathered his courage, hoping that the question she would ask after the battle wouldn't ruin their friendship that they had had until today. Ryu. Hey Crystal, after I finish my gym fight would you like to join me for a walk around the tower we saw from the entrance of the city? This made the girl blush at the proposition. Crystal. Is there a serious Issei? Only Ryu bowed his head as he nodded. Crystal. Of course, I would love to. But that said, Ryu was happy, then he began to formulate a strategy upon learning that the first gym is a flying type. Once the strategy was finished, they proceeded to rest since they learned that the gym leader left due to an urgent league matter. Kanto region. It was daytime and we saw the boys already awake and ready to go to Silver City since it was close. Issei was walking alone as he was planning the appropriate movements for the battle, while Rias and Leaf were walking together in silence until Leaf spoke. Leaf. And tell me Rias, doesn't it bother you that I go after your boyfriend? That let Rias know it was time to talk to her about that topic. Rias. You see, Leaf, where we came from, had already given my Issei permission to have a harem, since several girls had been attracted to his personality like you have been, but because of a damn Issei, he was always despised after a few days, but seeing that you have real feelings towards him, I can only tell you to fight to win his love. This made Leaf decide, since she really fell in love with the brunette at first sight, but being a novice in this matter, she didn't know how to talk to the boy. As they continued talking, Issei noticed a person lying on the ground. He was wearing a robe but looked badly injured. The chestnut-haired boy ran to her aid, alerting the girls about her behavior. Issei. Hey, wake up. I tried to move him since he was face down. Leaf, seeing the person's face, immediately recognized him. Leaf. It can't be. Rias. Do you know him? Leaf. Of course, it's my Uncle Brock. Issei. There's no time, we have to take him to the Pokémon Center. Issei quickly gave his things to Rias, while Pichu climbed onto Leaf's shoulder and carried Brock on his shoulders to take him to the city. Upon arriving at Leaf City, Rias and I ran to the Pokémon Center counter. Nurse Joy. Hello Leaf, how have you been? Leaf. No time for greetings, and Uncle Brock is badly hurt. At that moment, Nurse Joy sees Issei come in with Brock on his back. A stretcher quickly came for him and they took him to the observation area. Leaf and Rias helped carry Brock to the observation area while they prepared serums in case of any discomfort. When Issei saw Nurse Joy, it seemed strange to see her in this Pokémon Center. At that moment, a boy of about 11 years old arrived at the Pokémon Center. Mom, I found out Dad is here. The boy said, looking at Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Yes dear, your father is currently in the observation area to check on his condition, this boy found him on the way home. He said pointing at the brown-haired boy, at which point the nurse left to check on her husband's condition, leaving the two boys. Thank you so much for helping my father. Issei. It was nothing, by the way my name is Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Jordan and I'm the gym leader of Silver City. Issei. What a coincidence, today I came to challenge you to a metal fight, but it seems I'll have to wait for the fight. Jordan. Thanks for understanding by the way. At that moment, Rias and Leaf were leaving the area to go where the chestnut tree was. Leaf. Hello Jordan, how are you? Jordan. Well thanks Leaf, but what are you doing here? You should be in. At that he was silenced by the girl with her hands, which threw the other two off guard by Leaf's reaction. Rias. Tell me Issei, aren't you tired? Issei. I'm fine, by the way, meet Jordan, he's Brock's son. Rias. It's a pleasure, my name is Rias. Jordan. The pleasure is all mine, thank you for bringing my dad. Issei. The good thing is that we brought Brock back in time, just wait for him to recover. Nurse Joy. Well, you won't have to wait too long. Said the woman who was arriving with the others. Nurse Joy. My husband is stable and will recover soon. This comment made those present relax even more. Issei. What a relief, but one thing, how did I get from Verde City so quickly without even seeing it on the way? This made the boys of the Pokémon universe laugh, while Issei and Rias didn't understand. Jordan. You see Issei, the Nurse Joy you saw in Green City is my aunt. Rias. Like your aunt, she looks the same. Nurse Joy then takes out a photo from her nursing graduation, but one stood out because her pregnant belly was visible. Nurse Joy. That's me, as you can see we don't look much alike, since I have darker hair and I'm married to a wonderful man. Seeing the photo of Joy pregnant, Ria's cheeks blushed as she imagined her expecting Issei's child. Jordan. That's true, by the way Issei I'll wait for you tomorrow at the gym for our battle, in the meantime it's better if you rest here. Issei. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow. At that the boy left the place. Nurse Joy. Well, for now, I have a room with 2 double beds. You can rest there, and Leaf, you should try harder. Remember that. She didn't finish speaking because the girl just silenced her with her hands. Leaf. I don't know what you're talking about and, hahaha, well I'll go ahead to the room, we'll see each other for a while. He took the keys from his aunt's hand and ran away. This left the former DxD members with a drop of sweat on their necks, while Nurse Joy laughed nervously, apparently realizing that her friends don't know who she is. Already at night they proceeded to go rest for tomorrow's battle. Leaf slept in a bed alone, while Issei and Rias slept together. DxD world. We settled into the Hyoudou residence the day before they had received one of the worst humiliations in terms of displays of power and strategy, since the plans and strength of the Sekiryuutei were supposed to be highlighted, but the sad reality was that it was seen that the group in general seemed weak. In the room were gathered all the members of Mio's entourage, along with the parents of the Hyoudou boys, the Gremory parents, the leaders of the 3 factions and Arena, along with Raven, who were part of the group of the alliance of the 3 factions. The place was silent until the Redeed spoke. Sirzechs. Well, could you tell me what was shown yesterday? He said as he took out a device that played images of the fights and the planning of strategies. Mio. Well, what else could it be Oni-sama, it's obvious that Hyoudou had a bad day and that's why she didn't concentrate on creating strategies, right girls? Waiting for the support of the others, Mio turned to look at them, but none of them wanted to say anything. Mio. Akeno, that's really it, only Hyoudou had a bad move. Mio waited for her queen to support her, but this never happened. Hyoudou. Well, it's like they say, I was busy looking for Rias and that useless guy, that's why. Akeno. Shut up Hyoudou, you have no right to call him that. This surprised the leaders to learn that Akeno supported the useless Hyoudou family. Sirzechs. Tell me Akeno, is there something we should know? Akeno. With the respect I have for my king, I must tell you the following. At that she began to talk about the conversation she heard between Hyoudou and Drake, about how he stole Issei's plans and made them his own, and how he solved the problems the clan had. This made the leaders angry because they were slandering the Sekiryuutei while the brown-haired boy was dying of nerves. Sirzechs, you know this is a serious accusation for the hero who imprisoned Loki, I hope you are. Asia. Excuse me Mao-sama, but Akeno-san is right, the three of us also heard Hyoudou talking to Drake-san. He said as Zenobia and Arena also supported Akeno. Hyoudou. Asia, why do you call me that? Asia. To you I am Argento, understood. He said it with a voice of contempt, which surprised everyone. That's where Michael stepped in. Michael. Arena, you as my ace can't lie to me, so please spread your wings and tell me what you know. Arena did as she showed off her wings, showing that she was still an angel. She then began to talk about what they heard, about how she called them all idiots for believing the lies she was telling him. He argued that just for being the Sekiryuutei he deserved all of this and more. Clearly she was telling the truth because at no point did her wings blink. The leaders began to look at the boy in a bad way. On Azazel's part, he had a look of regret since on one occasion, Issei went to him to ask for an artificial sacred gear and thus to help Rias, but only received mockery from him. Arena. And because of him, I despise the only man who truly loved me. She started to cry, then Hyoudou took her by the shoulder. Hyoudou. What are you saying, if I… At that the girl hits Hyoudu's hand. Arena. Don't touch me again, you bastard. He said this with hatred to the point that his wings began to flicker. Michael. Arena, calm your hatred towards him or you will fall. He said while taking her by the shoulder. Leo was incredulous at what she had heard, the man who protected her on more than one occasion was a fraud. His parents began to regret the treatment they gave their youngest son because they too believed everything Hyoudou said. For Ravel's part, he did not believe that his hero was all that they said about him. Ravel. It's a lie, right Mio-sama, I know that Hyoudou-sama is a fraud. Everyone turned to see whose voice it was. At the entrance door was Sona and her entire entourage and Razor Phoenix with a look of hatred at the boy. Razor. That low class you see there is just a fraud, the true strategist of Mio's clan is none other than Hyoudou Issei. Sirzechs. And tell me you have proof of it. Razor. Not me, but she does. Pointing to Sona who was carrying a sphere of memories. They went to the middle of the room and a recording of the raiding game between Mio and her began to be shown. In the recording Hyoudou was clearly seen sitting in a corner while taking out a paper. Hyoudou. With a useless strategy we can win this battle. Greg. You disappoint me, kid, threatening to take your brother's girlfriend away just to get him to give you strategies to win. Hyoudou. Shut up, you'll see that the fool Rias will fall before me just like Butchu, besides she's the jackpot, haven't you seen her breasts are better than her sister's, I'm going to enjoy making her mine, while she forgets about the idiot. Greg. It's official, you're the worst carrier I've ever had. Then they leave the recording box and that's it. Everyone in the room was disgusted by the boy's behavior, so Hyoudou tried to escape but was stopped by a light barrier created by Michael. Leo started to cry knowing that Hyoudou was only using her to get to her sister. Razor. Also if it weren't for Hyoudou Issei, Mio Gremory would be married to me right now. Leo. What do you mean, it was Hyoudou who rescued me. Razor. That's how it was, but thanks to the help of his brother or am I wrong Red Emperor Dragon. At that point Drake's glove materializes. Drake. You're right Phoenix, the true hero who saved Mio Gremory from the engagement is none other than Hyoudou Issei. This shocked everyone because of what was mentioned above, while Hyoudou was more than scared to death. Sirzechs. Drake-sama could explain that. Greg. With pleasure, on the day of the engagement party this useless guy hit his brother, demanding a strategy to rescue the girl, and the decided plan had as a requirement the sacrifice of something personal on the part of my bear, for which the increase in power was more than noticeable. This surprised the others at how Issei was treated just to have a plan to free Mio. She started to cry because the person she always humiliated was the one who saved her. Mio. And tell me sniff sniff, what was the payment? Greg. The coward offered his brother's blood to save you. Leo. So. Greg. That's right, the one responsible for saving you from the engagement, as well as the battle against Gabriel, the fight with Loki, the raiding game against Sona, were thanks to Issei Hyoudou. Lucy. But Drake lost the rain game to my entourage by very little. Greg. And who do you think paid the price? Your brother hit the kid for losing and told your parents a lie so they would hit him more. This broke the hearts of Issei's parents who wept bitterly. It was official, the hero of all the victories by the three factions was that boy they despised. Pokémon World. Johto region. It was a new day for the city of Malva and we see a black-haired man accompanied by the blue-haired girl who were heading to the city gym. Crystal. It's ready, right? Ryu. That's right, it's time to get into action. They arrived at the gym and entered until they reached the battlefield. Then they see a man standing at the other end with his gaze closed as if he were concentrating. Ryu. My name is Ryu and I'm here to challenge the gym for a badge for the Johto League. Nice to meet you, my name is Pegasus, I am the gym leader and I gladly accept your challenge. At that moment, one of the gym assistants arrives and stands on a pedestal next to the battlefield. Help her. This will be an official Pokémon League battle between the challenger Ryu and the gym leader Pegasus. The battle will be 2 versus 2 and will end when neither Pokémon can continue battling. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon during the battle. The challenger must bring out their first Pokémon. Ryu took a Pokeball from his waist. Ryu. Let's go Cyndaquil. Pegasus did the same action, he threw the Pokeball to show his partner. Pegasus. Pidgey, I need your help. Ryu, not knowing what Pokémon it was, took out his Pokédex for consultation. Pokédex. It is very docile and prefers to avoid conflict. However, if it is disturbed, it can counterattack ferociously. Help her. If you are ready, start. Each of them launched their best attacks. Ryu's Pokémon threw embers and tackled the Pokémon when it was in attack range. Pidgey's moved away and used tornado attacks to weaken the Pokémon. In a moment of carelessness, Pidgey was hit by Cyndaquil's embers, causing him to plummet. Ryu. Now Cyndaquil, use tackle. The mouse listened and sent the poor little bird with its spiral-shaped eyes away. Help her. Pidgey can't continue anymore, the winner is Cyndaquil. Pegasus returned to his Pokémon and spoke to the Pokeball. Pegasus. You did well. I put away my Pokeball and grab another one. Pegasus. It's time for you to take action. The Pokémon in question comes out and it is not recognized by the boy either, so he takes out his Pokédex. Pokédex. Pidgeotto, an evolved form of Pidgey. It is armed with sharp claws and launches itself from the sky to catch its prey. Unlike the docile Pidgey, Pidgeotto can be dangerous. Assistant. Okay, if you're ready, start. The fight between the Cyndaquil and Pidgeotto didn't last long as the Pokémon threw the mouse with a powerful tornado attack to the wall of the building, without first giving it a fire attack that injured the Pokémon. Help her. Cyndaquil can no longer continue, the winner is Pidgeotto. Ryu Tambi and Gordo's Su Pokémon. Ryu. Thanks a lot buddy, at least we tired him out. He puts away his Pokeball and takes out his new Pokémon. Ryu. Come on Geodude, it's time to finish this. The Pokémon being on the battlefield was happy to be chosen. Assistant. Okay, if you're ready, start. Pidgeotto's flying type attacks weren't enough to hurt the Pokémon. Ryu. Pegasus, thanks for accepting my fight, but it's time to end this. Geodude uses Rock Thrower. He obeyed and hit the target against the bird, which left it badly wounded and fell unconscious on the battlefield. Help her. Pidgeotto can no longer continue, the winner is Geodude, therefore the winner of the battle is the challenger Ryu. He said as he pointed to the winner. Ryu was happy to have won and went to Geodude to hug him, while Crystal was happy because her friend had won. At that Pegasus approaches where Ryu was and had something in his hand. Pegasus. Congratulations Ryu on your victory, now as my duty as leader I give you the Zephyr Medal. He said as he handed the medal to her, at which point Crystal ran to where Ryu was and knocked him down with a hug. Crystal. Congratulations Ryu on your victory. Ryu. Thank you and now what comes next is our date in the afternoon, I look forward to it. The girl turned red as a tomato at the comment. Pegasus. Before you left you also earned this. He said as he handed him a wad of bills. Ryu. Wait, and that's why. Crystal. The teacher didn't explain to you that this is how coaches make money. Ryu just accepted the money and left the place with Crystal. Silver City Gym. Issei was ready for the fight against Brock's son, he along with Rias and Leaf had arrived at the gym and Jordan was waiting for them at the entrance. Issei. Hey Jordan, I've come to challenge you to a battle for your medal. Jordan. I understand, the good thing is that I will be able to fight without worry, since they told me that my father is fine, my grandmother is with him right now. Issei. That's good, so let's go for it. They were entering when the Redeed grabbed her boyfriend's hand. Rias. Issei, give it your all, win or lose, you know I'll always be by your side, but. This one approached the boy's ear. Rias. If you win today, I'll give you a special prize tonight. Hearing that Issei turned red, ran to the battlefield and stood in his rightful place. Issei. Okay, I'm ready for action. Jordan. Wow, you're really motivated. At that moment, a man who looks like Brock but is older arrives and stands on a pedestal next to the battlefield. Jordan. Grandpa, we're ready. Grandpa. This will be an official Pokémon League battle between challenger Issei and gym leader Jordan. The battle will be 2 versus 2 and will end when both Pokémon can no longer battle. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon during the battle. The challenger must bring out their first Pokémon. Issei sees his Pichu who was on his shoulder and he understood. Issei. Come on Pichu, it's your turn. This freaked Jordan out, but I don't question his selection. Jordan. Alright Geodude, it's time. he said as he threw his Pokémon. Grandpa. Very well, if you are ready, begin. Issei. Now use agility. He made an effort to increase his speed and evasion. The rock Pokémon began to throw rocks with the purpose of hitting Pichu, but all this was in vain, since the mouse dodged them. Little by little he was getting tired until the brown one noticed it and took advantage of the opportunity. Issei. It's time, Pichu uses Iron Tail. The little mouse approached the Pokémon and without noticing it took the full blow, knocking out Jordan's Geodude. Grandpa. Geodude can't continue, the winner is Pichu. Jordan put away his Pokémon and looking at the Pokeball he said. Jordan. Good job buddy, you deserve a break. Putting the Pokeball on his waist he took his next Pokémon. Meanwhile, in the stands, Aridid was happy that her boyfriend had won, but Leaf looked serious because of how the fight was unfolding. Rias. Well done Issei, keep it up. Leaf. This is no time to rejoice, the real battle is yet to begin. This brought Rias out of her happiness and she looked at the fight seriously. Returning to the battlefield. Jordan. Alright buddy, it's your turn. He threw his Pokeball and out came Jordan's partner. This surprised a brown-haired boy and he took out his Pokédex. Pokédex. Onix, the rock snake Pokémon. Onix takes in huge amounts of earth with its mouth, creating long tunnels. Grandpa. Very if you are ready start. Issei. Very well Pichu once again use Iron Tail. Pichu listened and started to hit his opponent, who felt the damage when he received the hit, but as Pichu continued hitting the Pokémon Issei noticed something strange. Issei. Wait Pichu, something is not right. Jordan. It seems you noticed, I only let myself get hit for this, now Onix catch Pichu use Tai. The brown-haired boy saw that despite how exhausted Onix was, he acquired speed and was surprised to see that he surpassed Pichu's speed. At that moment, Pichu was caught by Onix's tail and squeezed him to the point where he was knocked out by the pressure, leaving the mouse on the floor. Grandpa. Pichu can't continue, the winner is Onix. Issei ran to where Pichu was and carried him. Issei. Good work, deserves a great rest. That's when Rias went to take care of her partner. Issei. Please entrust Pichu to you. Only the girl gave him a kiss on the lips, leaving Leaf jealous. Rias. It's for luck, you can do it. Issei returned to his seat and pulled out his Pokédex to look up more information about Onix. He noticed that Onix had 2 abilities and a hidden ability. He selected the hidden ability and read the information. What was shown was what was happening on the battlefield. Issei. Wow, having your Pokémon with that ability is a double-edged sword. Now you're faster but also more vulnerable. He takes his second Pokeball and throws it. Issei. Go ahead Poliwhirl, it's your turn. The Pokémon came out and saw the brown-haired boy and then greeted him. Grandpa. Okay, if everything is ready, let's start. Issei. Alright, let's turn the battlefield to our advantage, now use Rain Dance. The Pokémon obeyed the instruction and caused it to rain on the battlefield. Jordan. This won't help you at all, now Onix use Tether and get this over with. Listening to his trainer, Onix moved to go to his opponent, but when he tried to capture him, he acquired the same speed as his rival. Jordan. What happened? At that Issei looks at him directly. Issei. 2 can play the same speed game, now dodge and use Water Jet. The Poliwhirl used this attack, leaving the Onix even more injured, while the snake tried to catch it, but it was impossible. Issei. Okay, let's end this battle, Poliwhirl uses Double Slap. At that the Pokémon approached the opponent as quickly as possible and connected with the blows, knocking out the Pokémon due to its poor condition. Grandpa. Onix can no longer continue, the winner is Poliwhirl, therefore the winner of the fight is the challenger Issei. Issei was excited to have won the fight and went with Poliwhirl to celebrate the victory. Jordan, on the other hand, kept his Pokémon and thanked him for his efforts. He then went to the chestnut tree and already had the badge with him. Jordan. Congratulations Issei, you've earned this, the rock badge is now yours. Rias went with Pichu to celebrate the chestnut's victory, while Leaf stayed on the bench as if thinking about something. Rias. Congratulations my love, you won. Issei. Thank you Rias, it was because you supported me. At that Rias blushes and approaches the brunette's ear. Rias. Well, today I'll give you your reward. This made the boy blush and happy. What will happen to our heroes and why they found Brock that way, everything will be known in the next episode. Chapter 5. Let's continue on the adventure, 18, and humiliation. Johto region. Mauve City. We are in the Mauve City gym where a few minutes ago Issei's friend Ryu had won his battle for the Zephyr badge against Pegasus. The black-haired boy was happy about that victory and even more so because he will have a date with the girl he is interested in that same afternoon. Ryu. Thanks for the battle Pegasus. Pegasus. Thanks to you, boy. It's been a while since I had fun in a Pokémon battle. I hope for a rematch next time we see each other. Ryu. I'm also looking forward to that battle. They shook hands like good rivals who had promised to have a fight at some point during their journey. After that, they both left the gym heading to the Pokémon Center since the boys' teammates were tired from the recent battle. As they were entering, a man was talking to Nurse Joy because he had some problem. "Sorry, Nurse Joy, but would you be so kind as to take care of this egg for me, since I don't have enough space in my car to carry it and besides being delicate, it doesn't fit anywhere." Nurse Joy. "Excuse me, sir, unfortunately we cannot receive eggs at this Pokémon Center since it depends on the care you give them and as you know, we are busy taking care of the health of the injured Pokémon that arrive at this establishment. I understand, but the truth is, it would hurt me to leave this little egg adrift." But the sad face the person went to the entrance of the Pokémon Center resigned to leaving the egg in the forest. Ryu, seeing the situation, was moved by what he heard. Ryu. "Excuse me sir, I'm sorry for hearing your conversation a moment ago, but if you want, I can take care of that Pokémon egg." "You would really do that?" Ryu. "Yes, with pleasure, by the way my name is Ryu. Nice to meet you, they call me Beaver." At that, Beaver gives the egg he had in his hand to Ryu. "Pastor. Please, I ask you very much, little one, you will see that he can help you a lot on your trip." Ryu. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of him." The gentleman thanked Ryu for his enormous gesture and left the place. This scene moved Crystal a lot and she became more and more attracted to him with each passing day. After that, the boys left their things in the room that Nurse Joy had given them to stay in, got ready for the occasion, and left the Pokémon Center heading for Bellsprout Tower. Once they arrived at the place, they began their appointment by touring the interior of the tower. Ryu was fascinated by the structure and the sculptures that were there, especially because they were of Pokémon that he had never seen before. All of this began to remind him of the time he visited the city of Kyoto in his old world. He began to notice the similarities between both worlds. Both boys continued their journey inside the tower until they reached the top floor where they could see the entire city. Sunset was beginning to arrive, giving them a beautiful view that they both enjoyed. The boy turned to look at Crystal and the sunset light gave her a touch that made her look more beautiful than she already was. This made his heart start to race. To break the silence between them the boy spoke. "Ryu. It's not all beautiful, don't you think?" Crystal. "You're right, this sunset is beautiful." Ryu. "Crystal, I have to tell you something." At that, the girl turned to see the black-haired man. She began to blush because of the situation where she was, a beautiful sunset, the tourist place of the city, and above all the only and best company she could wish for. Ryu. "You know how much time we've been traveling together has been fun by your side. Whenever I feel doubts, I know you're there for me. I thought traveling alone without my friends would be sad, and especially since they're a couple, I'd be the odd one out. But with you by my side, I feel calm. That's why I want to tell you that I like you a lot." He said this while bowing. Crystal was surprised by the statement that had been proposed to her, but this made her stay in shock for a moment. Not receiving any response from Ryu's mind, the moment came when he confessed to Sona and how sad he was about being rejected. He thought that scenario would repeat itself this time, but it didn't. The girl took Ryu's hands. This made him look into her eyes directly, and what he saw was a smile of happiness and tears. "Crystal. I like you too Ryu, tell me, would you like to go out with me?" Ryu couldn't believe that his feelings reached Crystal's heart. Without thinking he hugged her to have her as close as possible. Ryu. Of course Crystal agreed to go out with you. They were still in each other's arms, they looked straight into each other's eyes, and as if their minds were asking them to, they sealed that answer with a kiss. The boys were in their own happy world until they were brought out by the applause of the monks and the visitors of the place, who were excited by what they saw. After that the boys went to dinner at a place near the entrance of the tower. To end the day, both boys returned to the room they shared at the Pokémon Center to rest, the only difference being that from today on they would share the same bed to rest. Kanto region. Silver City. The battle between Issei and Jordan had culminated with the victory of the Chestnut, who had received the rock medal. Rias had noticed the seriousness that Leaf had at that moment since the girl was staring into space. Rias. Hey Leaf, are you okay? Leaf was pulled out of her thoughts and answered the redeed. Leaf. If Rias don't worry I'm fine. The girl who was sitting in the stands went with the others to leave the gym together. After the battle, the boys ran to check on Brock's health as they were still worried about the doctor's current condition. They arrived at the Pokémon Center and saw Brock's wife who was with him in his room. She noticed they had arrived and allowed them to come in and see him. Nurse Joy. Hey guys, how was the battle? I asked with a forced smile as I was worried about my man. Jordan. Well mom, it was fun and the winner was Issei. At that moment a voice was heard in the room alerting everyone. Don't worry, son. A defeat is a learning experience so you can improve in the next battle. Everyone noticed that the voice was coming from was none other than Brock who had woken up. Nurse Joy and Jordan quickly went to him and hugged him tightly. Nurse Joy. Honey, I'm glad you woke up. You had me worried. Jordan. You're not too hurt, are you, father? Brock. Don't worry, I'm just a little tired. At that Brock noticed the presence of the others and more than one girl he knew well. Brock. Leaf, what are you doing here? Brock was surprised that the girl was in Silver City. Leaf. Nothing dude, here traveling with my friends. Brock. That's great, but you shouldn't neglect your responsibilities like. At that, his wife covered his mouth and leaned close to his ear. Nurse Joy. Apparently she hasn't told them and it's best to respect her decision. Brock understood the situation. Issei and Rias didn't know what he meant, but they'd better ask him that later. At that point the brunette and the retard approached where Brock was. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei, and this is my girlfriend Rias, we found him lying on the road. Brock. Thank you very much for the help young Issei, I see that you are a strong trainer to defeat my son's Pokémon. Jordan. Not only is he strong, but he's also smart, since in the middle of a battle, he quickly identified the abilities of each of my Pokémon and knew how to take advantage of them. Brock was surprised, this boy was very different from someone he knew. Issei. By the way, why was he lying in the middle of the road? Everyone was intrigued by what the brown-haired man had said, since that situation seemed strange to them. Brock was trying to remember what happened, but his mind wasn't helping him. Brock. I really don't remember what happened, the last thing I remember is that I was heading towards Saffron City, but I don't remember anything else from there. Everyone in the room was worried about the situation. Apparently, they were already keeping an eye on the doctor, but who could it be? That was the question everyone was asking. Nurse Joy. Well, that's not important, for now you should rest dear, so for the moment you will stay here where I can watch over you and pamper you. These words made the brunette and the retard remember that there would be a reward today, the bad thing was that they shared the room with Leaf. Leaf on the other hand was still in her own world thinking about something that was bothering her, and then she said something that made the other two happy. Leaf. Guys, if you don't mind, I'd like to sleep alone today. Issei. You're safe because. At that the brown-haired boy was silenced by Rias. Rias. Don't worry, if you have something that bothers you, we understand it, right Issei? She winked at him so that he would understand the situation and they could take advantage of the opportunity. Leaf. Thanks guys. Rias. Nurse Joy will happen to have another room where Issei and I can rest. I spoke to her with a blush, which the nurse noticed. Nurse Joy. Yes dear, don't worry, I have a slightly larger room that you can occupy. Brock knew about that room because it was where he and his wife had played a love game that resulted in their son during the times Brock and she traveled through the region when the girl was doing her field practices with her tutor. On the other hand, Jordan did not understand the gesture and decided to go to her house to take care of her. Issei along with Rias wanted to get to know the city a little before they left to continue their journey, so they decided to go on a date today. They visited the city museum, which charged them admission. The children were fascinated by the number of archaeological pieces the museum displayed. A room caught their attention and they went to see it. Employee. Welcome to the museum's regeneration center, here you can regenerate the fossils you find during your trip. Rias. What do you mean, fossils? Employee. Yes, miss, in the Kanto region there are 3 types of fossils which are lost throughout the region, like those displayed in our museum exhibition. If you find one, we can revive it here. I said it happily because of the new campaign they had. Rias liked the idea. Rias. I know Issei, if I find a fossil during the trip promise me we'll come back to revive it. Issei. Rias, don't worry, if we find one we will gladly come. The girl thanked her boyfriend for the gesture and kissed his cheek. They continued their date through the city until nightfall. Both boys returned to the Pokémon Center, but then Rias asked the brunette to stay a few minutes at the reception while she got ready. This was agreed, and Rias ran to the room that Nurse Joy gave them. The brown-haired man was alone at the reception until someone spoke to him. Leaf. Hello Issei, how did it go? Issei. Well Leaf, it was fun visiting the city, by the way, is there something worrying you? Leaf didn't know what to say. Leaf. The truth Issei, if there is something, but at this moment I'm not sure to tell you, just wait until we get to the next city and I promise I'll tell you what's wrong with me. Issei didn't insist any further and instead started talking with Leaf until the time Rias asked for was up. Before leaving, he asked the brunette if she would take care of his Pichu and she gladly accepted. The DxD world. We continue at the Hyoudou residence where the lie called Hyoudou had been discovered for having humiliated and above all threatened the boy who had not only rescued the Mayu's sister from an arranged marriage, but had also been a key piece in the victories of the other fights in the supernatural world. That boy who would be seen as the pillar of the factions was now looked upon with bad eyes. On the other hand, Mio was crying because of the mistreatment she gave to her sister's boyfriend, and she didn't want to admit it, but Issei was a good catch, too bad she was only interested in the power of the Red Emperor who let go of someone who was worth it. The other girls were the same, but Arena and Asia, since Issei was the first friend of both, and the two were captivated by the charisma that he gave off, but the lies that Hyoudou told about him were strong enough for both to listen to what the older brunette said. Since Akeno discovered she was colder when talking to everyone and more with Hyoudou, she despised him because for his birthday the boy who saw her as who she was and not for her body according to their words, was kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade. Azazel on the other hand was disappointed in himself for rejecting Issei's willingness to help the supernatural world. The chestnut's parents, well, they cried bitterly for the times they hit the boy for believing the lies that their favorite son told about him, then they left him without food, but thanks to Ryu's help he did not go hungry. His sister cried for the reason that she hurt the brother she always loved, to the point that hatred began to grow in her heart against herself and her family, for the way they treated Issei. The atmosphere was heavy for everyone, at that Sirzechs called Razor's parents, so that they would be present in the decision he would make against his sister Mio, since he knew that Issei's intervention was something illegal so to speak, and was against what was stipulated in the 1vs1 battle between Hyoudou and Razor. He also asked Grayfia to go to the Demon Council, since they must know about this situation. He also contacted the god Odin, since the recent alliance between Asgard and the biblical faction was thanks to the defeat that Issei orchestrated, and Hyoudou stole the credit for the plan. A few minutes later, the last guests arrived at the spontaneous meeting held at the Hyoudou house. Hyoudou was imprisoned in a crystal cube with sacred seals to prevent him from escaping his fate. This was seen by the council members who questioned the treatment they were giving to the future pillar of the factions. They came in the company of the 3 remaining mass, who had a meeting with them to see about the promotion test. Council leader. Sirzechs, could you tell me why Hyoudou is in that sacred prison? Sirzechs. Gladly, let's just wait for the Phoenix family to arrive and clarify what's going on. A few minutes later the heads of the Phoenix family arrived, bewildered by what the Mao had said. Sirzechs. Well, since we're all here, please take a seat. But that said, everyone who arrived sat down in the meeting room located in the basement of the house, and then the Redeed began to speak. Sirzechs. Gentleman Phoenix, thank you for coming to this meeting. Originally we were going to talk about the rank promotion test for the members of Mio's entourage, I mean Himejima Akeno, Hyoudou Kiba and Hyoudou. This made Razor's parents happy, since they were thinking of leaving Ravel in Hyoudou's hands, and they also believed that the boy was already worthy of being a middle-class devil, and they seemed happy about that. The boys were surprised to be mentioned to take the test, and even more so Hyoudou, since he thought that his path to becoming the king of the harem was closer. Sirzechs. But due to information we just received, I will have to cancel said test for those mentioned until the problem between the Gremory clan and the Phoenix clan is resolved. Everyone was shocked by this news. Council leader. What do you mean, Sirzechs? Sirzechs. Demonic Council, patriarchs of the Phoenix clan and patriarchs of the Gremory clan, we have learned that the fight that had been disputed 1vs1 between Hyoudou and Razor Phoenix is dismissed because Hyoudou cheated by using his brother in the creation and increase of power in Hyoudou, which this threatened the one involved. The demons couldn't believe it, the boy who had shown a quality of power and strategy at the Phoenix clan's engagement party was a scam. Sirzechs. Continued, the result of that battle must be annulled, and therefore, with pain in my heart, the engagement between Mio Gremory and Razor Phoenix must be active, of course, if the affected party wishes it. Hyoudou. But why are they coming only against me, if Mio Gremory along with Sona Sitri also hurt my idiot brother? Mio couldn't believe it, because of Hyoudou she would be engaged again to that person, in addition to the fact that she had accused her of the acts she committed in her childhood. On the other hand, Sona was trembling with fear since her sister found out what had happened, this made Seraphil look at her with bad eyes. Sirzechs. We also have proof that Hyoudou's achievements and strategies were actually his brother's, and he threatened him. Playing Sona's recording, everyone saw how he had obtained the plan, and under what threat. The council members did not believe what Sirzechs said and believed in the boy's innocence, and one of the councillors spoke up. Councillor 2. Mayu-sama, if I may, why don't we give the Sekiryuutei a chance to prove his innocence? I don't think the human boy was capable of creating the strategy we saw in the match. Councillor 3. I agree, let Hyoudou and Razor face each other once more in the pocket dimension, you'll see that the being that defeated Loki will be able to defeat his first adversary, the fight will be in King of the Hill mode. Hyoudou was scared to death, since that game was more about strategy to reach and stay on the hill long enough to win. On the other hand, Razor no longer cared what happened to Mio, but the fact of humiliating the person who humiliated the boy who really defeated him was his way of avenging him, and more so because he was not a supernatural being. The match between the two took place, the rules were simple. Reach the top of the mountain first and stay within the victory area for 10 minutes. The boys had been placed on opposite sides, and in the middle of the board was the mountain to climb, which was nothing more than a pile of rubble, which could be used as weapons and set traps for their opponent. Hyoudou appeared and summoned her armor and went straight to the other side where Razor was to end the fight. Instead, Razor appeared, flew straight to the rubble, used it to create a trap, and waited for Hyoudou to arrive. The moment the boy arrived, he launched himself directly into the blows. Razor dodged every blow Hyoudou threw at him by stepping back. Everyone in the room began to see how Hyoudou grew more desperate with each blow he missed, especially because the boy went directly to where Razor wanted him. As part of Razor's plan, he arrived at a mound of scrap metal. Hyoudou, fed up with the Phoenix continuing to dodge her blows, activated her propulsion system. Unfortunately, Razor dodged that and hit the mound, which was Razor's trap. At the moment of impact, several metal rods fell on the boy's body, piercing him in points that prevented the brown-haired boy from moving the rods. Razor went to where he was. Razor. You know something, Sekiryuutei. You had earned my respect because I believed you were an unparalleled strategist. I trusted that you would be the right person to take care of my sister. I changed to show you that I could be a better person, but I was wrong. You are just a despicable being who steals the credit of the most important person you had in your family, your brother. The boy who only sought the approval and affection of his family and that you denied it to him because of your stupidity. For my part, I am grateful that he is out of your reach now, and you will see that when we find him we will give him the support he truly deserves, starting with me. I hope to never see you again in my life. Saying this, Razor flew to the victory zone and stayed for the 10 minutes that were established to win the game, while Hyoudou cried in helplessness for having lost more than just the game, if not her credibility before the demonic council. The game had ended with the Phoenix winning. He appeared with a serious face and saw where Mio's entire entourage was, who looked at them all with contempt equally. All the council members as well as the mass did not believe what they had seen. The powerful and strategic Sekiryuutei never appeared. They only saw a child without any reasoning punching the air while falling into the enemy's trap. Counselor leader. Congratulations, Razor Phoenix, you have won the game against the Sekiryuutei. Now tell me, will you take the heiress of the Gremory clan as your fiancé? Mio was about to be eaten by the earth and spit into tartar before marrying that jerk Razor, according to her words, but what Razor said left everyone speechless. Razor. Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to decline. I don't want as a fiancé a spoiled brat who believes the lies of the first idiot who knocks on her door. Besides, if I accept it, I would see the faces of all the idiots who despised the best strategist that the underworld could currently find. This was true, since not even Fabium had come up with a better plan than the one Issei had developed in the fight to capture Loki. Counselor leader. I understand and accept your decision, but what do you want as a reward for winning this match? Razor. Easy, may the power of the Red Emperor Dragon be removed from the stalker and given to the boy who truly deserves it, I mean Hyoudou Issei, and may Hyoudou remain in prison for the acts committed against the human Hyoudou Issei. Everyone was more than happy with the boy's decision, but there was just one problem. Sirzechs. Very well, I accept this deal, but unfortunately we don't know where Hyoudou Issei is. The latest report is that he may be kidnapped by the Cows Brigade. This alarmed everyone in the room, especially the counselors. Counselor. Sirzechs, create a search party to find the boy and in the meantime remove the dragon from this piece of shit. Counselor 2. As for Mio Gremory's entourage, with the exception of Hyoudou and Akeno Himejima, who are already registered for the test, they will not be able to advance in rank for more than 2,000 years, or until they obtain forgiveness from Hyoudou Issei. Counselor 3. Finally, when Hyoudou Issei returns to our side, he will be given the credits he deserves, and we will ask you to engage him with a noble girl from our faction. Sirzechs. There's no problem with that, from what I understand Issei and Rias are a couple. Counselor 4. Yes, but the girl is not the heiress of House Gremory. Sirzechs. There is no problem with that, Mio Gremory, from today you will no longer be the heir of the clan, and your place will be taken by your sister Rias Gremory, this for the act of hurting innocent humans. This was the end of Mio as the heir of the clan, being deposed by her own father. Sirzechs. Well, let's finish the meeting today. Tomorrow, with the exception of Kiba and Akeno, we will go look for Issei in the underworld. Ajuka. Well, in the meantime, Azazel, let's take the Sekiryuutei from here for extraction. Greg. Thank you very much for this gesture, you see idiot, I told you that you would regret all this. But this agreement, the end of Hyoudou the Sekiryuutei was marked. Pokémon World. Pokémon Center of Pewter City. We returned with our favorite brunette who had returned from his date with his girlfriend, who had asked him to wait in the living room while she got ready for her prize. He returned to the room where he would sleep that night with his girlfriend, but when he opened the door, he was surprised by what he saw. Lemon skipped. Mellow City. It was a new day and the new couple were ready to go out and get the boy's next medal. As a new act between both Ryu and Crystal, they walked together while holding hands, and Ryu carried the egg that they had given him. Silver City. The Kanto boys were ready to leave. They went to where Brock was resting and said goodbye to her without first giving her their phone number, through which she would contact them if she remembered anything about what happened to her. They left the city heading towards Mount Moon, since beyond there was Issei's second battle in Celestial City. Somewhere in the Pokémon world. There was a room large enough inside a secret facility. In it there were 8 figures that could not be distinguished. What happened to the doctor? Were they able to capture him? Negative, he escaped, but my Tajicus knocked him out. I don't think he'll wake up since he left him in the Green Forest. Excellent, he didn't join us, but he won't interfere either. Well, let's get everything ready to attack Kanto. Who is that mysterious group and why did they attack Brock? We will know more later. Chapter 6. A new criminal group appears. Sorrow has arrived. Mount Luna. We find ourselves inside Mount Moon where Issei and his companions were on their way to the boys' next battle, although they were a little lost. Leaf. I told you it was a bad idea to cross the interior of Mount Moon to get to Celestial City. She said it in a slightly annoyed manner, but the truth is she felt a little relieved since she really didn't want to return to the city for the moment. Rias. It was the fastest way to get to Celesta City. If we had gone around it would have taken us longer to get there. Well, besides there is someone fascinated by us having come this way. He said this last thing with a drop of sweat falling down his head when he saw a happy brown-haired man. Issei was fascinated to see how the Pokémon that lived inside the mountain. He was enchanted to see the Clefairy jumping from one side to the other, the Zubits that flew in small groups, the Geodudes that built their nests and helped the Paras move the stones that were in their way. Issei. Wow, the Pokémon world is fantastic, don't you believe it, Pichu? Pichu? Hi Pichu. The boy didn't care, he was lost inside Mount Luna. Seeing his reaction, Rias and Leaf looked at each other and laughed as they were happy to see him happy like this. Especially for Rias, for her boyfriend, the days of being the shadow and hindrance of the Hyoudou family had disappeared upon arriving at that place. During the journey inside the mountain, they encountered several trainers who challenged the boy to different Pokémon battles to improve his skills, which he gladly accepted. It would have been bad for the boy to tire out his Pokémon, but he was already cautious in that regard and had bought several positions to heal them, and Brock had given Rias a book of Pokémon berries that would be very useful for her journey. They were about to leave the mountain when they suddenly heard several screams from the Pokémon. This worried the boys when they saw that a bunch of Zubits were flying desperately in the opposite direction of where the noises were heard. Issei. Let's see what happens. At that the 3 boys ran to see what was happening. Upon arriving at the place, they saw some guys wearing the same uniform and capturing Pokémon in cages. A characteristic of them was that their uniform had a KB on their chest. Well, with this the leaders will be pleased to take these Pokémon for the experiment. Now let's go before. At that the chestnut tree came out of its hiding place. Issei. Pichu uses Impact Reno now. The chestnut ordered the attack, and that the suspects were paralyzed by said attack. Well, Pichu had already gotten used to being damaged by his own attack, thanks to the training he did with the chestnut. At that Rias and Leaf arrive at his side, and each one takes out a Pokeball. Rias. Come on Charmander, it's your turn. Charmander. Char. Leaf also took out a Pokeball. Leaf. Come on buddy, it's your turn. In that Pokeball thing a Pokémon came out that was strange to Issei. At that the chestnut takes out his Pokédex to know the information of the new Pokémon. Pokédex. The core of this aquatic Pokémon shines in a rainbow of 7 colors, a core that is valued by some as a jewel. At that, the 2 suspects who had recovered from the paralysis of the rodent attack each took out their Pokémon. You miserable child, you will pay for this. At that Issei approaches along with Rias and Leaf. Issei. Please distract him for a moment. Rias. You already have a plan, right? At that the boy nodded to the question. Leaf. Okay Issei, we'll do our best. At that the girls took the lead to begin the battle. Both suspects ordered their Pokémon to fight against the girls' Pokémon. They were so focused on the battle that they didn't notice that the brown-haired boy had moved behind them where the cages with the Pokémon were locked up until they heard the following. Issei. Now Pichu, use Iron Tail. At that moment, with the attack of the little mouse, the cages broke, allowing the Pokémon to escape. Miserable child, at least we'll take a Pokémon, now Rattata use Quick Attack and knock down that Zubid. The Pokémon listened and ran to attack its prey, but at that moment. Rias. I won't allow it, Charmander uses Ember now. Charmander attacked the suspect's Pokémon, knocking it out. Damn, we must retreat, partner. You're right, you'll see, next time you won't have the same luck. Saying this, both suspects left the place. The boys gathered to see how each of them was doing while they kept their Pokémon, except for Pichu who went to Issei's shoulder. Issei. You're fine, right girls? Rias. That's right, and you're Leaf. Leaf. Sure, everything's fine. Issei. It's good that we helped these Pokémon. Well, it's time to go to Cerulean City and notify the police to be attentive to this case. Leaf was silent for a moment as she remembered where she didn't want to go. The boys were about to reach the exit when suddenly a silhouette appeared in front of the Redeed. Rias. Wow, you're the Zubat that my Charmander rescued, right? The Zubat as a way of saying that if it began to fly around her and then fly in front of her, the chestnut quickly understood this. Rias. What's up? Leaf. Well, it looks like he wants to join your team. Rias turned to look at the Zubat. Rias. Seriously? Zubat circled again to nod at what the girl said. At that the Redeed took out a Pokeball and threw it at the bat. The Pokeball tingled twice, but something happened that she didn't expect. Zubat came out of the Pokeball and flew in front of the girl. Rias. What happened? That's where the chestnut tree noticed it. Issei. Well, Rias, it seems he wants to fight you, he wants to know how strong you are. The girl was surprised by this, but accepted what her boyfriend said. Rias. Well, if that's the case. At that the Redeed took a Pokeball again. Rias. Come on Charmander, help me with this battle. Charmander nodded and the battle between the two began. Charmander began dodging Zubat's sonic attacks while launching the attacks the girl instructed. 3 Ember attacks from the fire Pokémon were enough to tire out the Zubat. Rias then took an empty Pokeball from her bag. Rias. Well, it's my chance. Pokeball go. The girl said as she threw the Pokeball, which this time captured the Redeed's new partner. Then he took out the Pokédex to find out the information about his new partner. Pokédex. Zubat avoids daylight because it is harmful to its health. During the day, it remains in caves or under the eaves of old houses, sleeping upside down by its legs. She happily ran for her first catch made by her since Horsia was helped by the chestnut. The boys were happy with the Redeed and congratulated her for her action. Issei. Well, let's get out of here and go to Celestial City. The boy said animatedly, followed by the women, but Leaf was not in a good mood. Route 32. We now meet Ryu and Crystal, who were heading to Azalea Town for the black-haired man's next medal. On their way out of Mauve City they passed by the Alpha Ruins, an archaeological site believed to be the site of an ancient civilization that is said to have inhabited some rather peculiar Pokémon. The girl in question was fascinated to see the ruins, especially because some of them still had their structure somewhat intact. Her astonishment was noticeable, and this made Ryu happy, since he could see another side of her. For him it was a privilege to see her expression that smiled with happiness. The girl noticed this since she realized that he was looking at her and blushed. As an act for the boy to stop looking at her, Crystal took Ryu by his cheeks and kissed him unaware, surprising the boy who was knocked out by such an attack. The boys were leaving the ruins but were intercepted by a somewhat small silhouette. Ryu. What is that? I take out his Pokédex to have more information. Pokédex. Smeargle, the painter Pokémon. Colorful fluids drip from its tails, which it uses to mark its territory and express itself. Crystal stared at the Pokémon for a few seconds before grabbing a Pokeball and throwing it. Crystal. Come on, partner, it's your turn. From the Pokeball came out a Pokémon that Ryu recognized immediately. It was a Chikorita. Crydal. Come on friend, help me with this. The Chikorita accepted and a battle began between both Pokémon, with 2 vine whips, and a quick attack was enough to weaken the Smeargle and be captured by the girl. When he left the ruins, Ryu found a notebook lying around, which he didn't understand very well because it was in a rather strange language, so he decided to keep it. While they were walking along Route 32, Ryu noticed that there were some train tracks flying over the same route. He asked Crystal. Crystal. Well, that is the Magnetotrain track. This is the railroad that connects the Johto region with Kanto. It is used so that trips avoid crossing the Silver Mountain alone on foot. Ryu. I see, so this way it's easier to visit Kanto. Crystal. That's right, by the way you told me you had a friend in Kanto, right? With this train, it will be easier for you to visit him. Ryu. Perfect, first I become regional champion and we will go visit him. You will like him, he is a good friend and his girlfriend is also a nice girl. Crystal. That would be wonderful, can you tell me more about them? They continued walking along the road, holding hands and talking about what the boy was like, how they met, and the challenges they faced. Once they reached the end of Route 32 where several trainers challenged the boy to Pokémon battles, with the excuse of facing the next leader he accepted, which resulted in a third of Pokémon, more than tired, arriving at the Pokémon Center in the Union Cave to rest for a moment. After a short break they continued their way upon entering the Union Cave. This cave was somewhat simple, they only encountered several trainers who asked to fight with Ryu, and he accepted without problems. They left the cave to reach their next destination, the Azalea village, the site of the boys' next battle. Upon arriving at the village, they noticed 2 people arguing in front of the entrance to a well. Get out of here, sir. Don't you see that this place already belongs to us? What nonsense are you talking about? This well belongs to the Slowpoke. Thugs like you shouldn't take advantage of this. Shut up, this place belongs to the Chaos Brigade, this is ordered by our leaders, so leave. Ryu didn't understand what was happening, but seeing their attitude it was clear that this was the group Arceus had mentioned to them. Ryu and Crystal continued on their way to the town's Pokémon gym to request a battle, but when they arrived they got a strange surprise, the same thing that happened at the Slowpoke well was happening in the town. Ryu. What the hell is going on here, I must tell Issei. DxD world. We see in the Gremory house mansion a Mio who was crying in helplessness when her registration as the heir to her house was officially made official, but what she regretted most was the treatment she gave Issei since he was little. Despite receiving blows from her and her friend Sona, he loved her like his sister. This did not bother Rias, but on the contrary, she was happy because she thought they would love the same man, but it was not like that. She was also terrified by the decision made by the Demonic Council as an incentive to raise her for having won the previous game and as an apology for the time that Hyoudou humiliated him. She would be Razor's personal servant endorsed by her father and brother. This is punishment for humiliating the two said. As for her entourage, this would be under the orders of Venelana her mother until the new heiress of the Gremory house arrived. She will know what to do with them, whether to keep them or exchange them with other nobles. It was clear that the disappearance of the boys at the hands of the Chaos Brigade, well they thought it was because of that, was affecting them in a special way, and more so the girls in Mio's entourage, who regretted how they behaved with the boy, who in addition to already knowing that he had helped them with their problems, he gave them gifts, but the credit as always was stolen by his brother. Lucy on the other hand fell into a depression for having humiliated her brother and grew to hate her parents, so she asked her king to allow her to live in his territory in Kuoh. Sona was not in the best moment to make decisions, so her queen accepted this. Another of those affected was Sona. She believed the lie that Hyoudou had told about the only person who loved her for who she was, not for her last name or for being the student council president, but for how she was once described to him, a simple but fun girl, kind, strict and above all beautiful in his eyes. A day passed and an emergency meeting had been requested by the Alliance to discuss the issue of Hyoudou Issei and his brother, the disgrace of the underworld as Hyoudou was now called. In the meeting room we see Sirzechs and Ajuka on the demon side, Azazel and Baraquiel on Grigory's side, Michael and Gabriel were representing heaven, Yasaka came with her daughter Kuoh, who wanted to see the boy who saved her, and finally we see Auden who was next to his bodyguard, a Valkyrie who showed security in her gaze, she was Roswis, next to her was another Valkyrie who was Ross's apprentice. Upon arriving at the room, the meeting began with the first topic. The search for the heiress of the Gremory house, Rias and the #1 strategist Hyoudou Issei. Auden. Let me see if I understand, the boy my bodyguard told you to pay attention to has been kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade, am I right? I say this in an angry tone. Sirzechs. Unfortunately yes, from what we know a group took Hyoudou Issei along with my dear sister Rias. Auden. I knew I had to take him with me when Ross asked me, but I knew about the relationship he had with your sister, and that's why I respected that. Behind her was the albino girl, who did not move from her place, but tears of sadness came out of her eyes, since she remembered the conversation she had with the boy. Flashback. We are in the meeting to plan the arrest of Loki, after he had been locked up by the Mayujuka. The leaders were discussing ways to deal with the situation. Ross left the room to get some air, and then heard a knock near the tent. She saw how Hyoudou threatened her brother after the blow she gave him in the stomach, and he was lying on the ground. Hyoudou. This is what you get for not telling me the plan when I asked you, now that I have it, get out of here, trash. Issei. See Hyoudou-sama. Hyoudou went in the direction of the meeting, leaving Issei lying on the floor. At that moment the albino approached where he was. Roswis. Are you okay? Issei. Yes, don't worry, he always does the same thing. The girl didn't believe what she heard, apparently her brother's abuse was present. Roswis. But tell me why you let him do this to you. Issei. It's simple, if I give him the plans he won't touch my girlfriend Rias. Roswis. So he does it for love, you are very brave, I wish I were as brave as you. Issei. But what are you saying, participating in the battle to capture a god, that's bravery. Roswis. I don't think so, I'm just there to be Auden's bodyguard, if it weren't for that I'd just be a spinster Valkyrie with no aspirations. Issei. How can you say that if you are Auden's bodyguard, it means that you are important and you are also a very beautiful girl. He said the last thing without thinking, making the girl blush. Roswis. You think I'm beautiful. Issei. The truth is yes, and you should have more confidence in yourself, don't let anyone look down on you. That's when Rias was arriving. Rias. Let's go Issei, my sister removed us from this place, you know according to her we are just a hindrance, but Oni-sama will wait for us in the living room to watch the fight. Issei. Well, I'm leaving, by the way, my name is Hyoudou Issei, a pleasure. Issei. The pleasure was mine, my name is Issei, will I see you later? Issei. Anything can happen. At that the boys left, Issei told Rias that he liked the girl, this made her pull his ear, Ross only managed to hear. Rias. If she's worthy, I'll decide. But then leave the place. And so Mio's group was able to defeat the Norse god, thanks to Issei's plan, for which Hyoudou took credit. Everyone believed this except for the Valkyrie, who spoke to her boss and asked for the boy's protection. Odin would like to do so, but for the moment he had to attend to the matter of Loki. Odin. I see I stole your heart, right Ross? Ross would say. I don't know what you're talking about. Odin. Don't worry, if you want to go with him there's no problem. Ross would say. Thank you Odin-sama, but for now I'll stay with you. I want to show Issei that what he said about me is true. Odin. I understand the boy gave you the security you were lacking. I like him. For now, I'll tell the leaders to look after him for you and then ask the boy to marry you. Ross would say. What does Odin-sama say? He's Miss Ria's boyfriend and I don't think so. Odin. It is better if he marries her so he can have a harem. Well, Ross has decided. I order you that after you find and train your successor you will marry the boy. Issei was red-faced by what he said, but deep down it was what she wanted, so she accepted the deal and returned with Odin to Asgard. End of flashback. The girl cried silently without interrupting the meeting for her love who had been kidnapped. This was noticed by her apprentice. Valkyrie. Ra-sensei is fine. Issei. If you don't mind, remember that we must interrupt Odin-sama's meetings unless necessary. Valkyrie. Understood. Back to the board. Odin. And tell me, why this sudden change in seeing the boy? Don't tell me they already discovered the fraud that his brother was. Michael. You already knew that, right Odin Dono? The god just nodded. Azazel. And why didn't he say anything before? Odin. What good would it do if I only saw how they praised the Sekiryuutei? Well, the poor boy had been marginalized and you Azazel, don't play innocent. Azazel remembered the time of Issei's visit and how he looked down on him. This made the fallen man just look at the floor, lamenting what had happened. Odin. But we didn't come to say what they would have done with the boy, but to find him and give him the necessary protection. Sirzechs. That's correct, tomorrow the trials for promotion to middle-class devils will be held. 2 of my entourage members will participate, so they will not be able to accompany us tomorrow in the search for the boy in Lilith City. Michael. Sounds good to me, we should form the groups right away. Odin. And what will they do with the boy? Ajuka. After the meeting, Azazel and I will go to take the Red Emperor dragon away and save it for when the boy returns. Odin. So, where is it? Sirzechs. At the moment he is in the dungeons of the Phoenix clan. Razor requested to take the boy as an incentive for having insulted his sister on the day of the game against the Bale house. We just hope that he is in the best conditions for when he is removed from Drag, since the Gremory house will require him as a slave for having deceived the patriarch and threatened to grape his youngest daughter. Odin. Well then let's start with the distribution of the teams. While the meeting between the leaders was taking place, in the Phoenix family mansion we see a chestnut tree with signs of abuse. These were burns on his arms, legs and back. He wondered what he did to deserve this treatment and knew that it was only the beginning of it. Then one of the family soldiers came in with a concoction and behind him came Razor along with his sister. Razor. Look at him Ravel, I was about to make the foolish mistake of giving myself to a piece of trash like him. Ravel. I never would have imagined a life with him. But I'm grateful that the day we get Issei-sama back, I'll be able to join him and his team. Razor. Don't worry about that, you'll see that when he returns he'll have the protection of the Phoenix and our support like the hero he should be. At that Razor addresses the person accompanying them. Razor. Soldier, make him drink the water, I bet he must be thirsty and wanted to rest the plague. At that the soldier approached the boy with the water, who, seeing it was a different color, turned to Razor. Hyoudou. What kind of water is it? Razor. Don't worry, it's just water that will remind you of what a pest you are. The good thing is that you're tied up or else. At that point the soldier gave him water and forced him to swallow it, after which he left. Razor. Well, I'm leaving because I have to wait for my new maid Mio. Hearing that name Hyoudou got upset. Hyoudou. Don't you even think about touching her, damn you. At that Razor turns around in disgust. Razor. Me touching that woman, you're crazy, if I do my fiancé would kill me, well see you. At that the 2 brothers left leaving Hyoudou alone. At that moment the brown-haired man began to sweat and lose his temper and his mind played a trick on him. He saw his brother and his girlfriends having Hex in front of him in his cell, his dead mother and father next to him, and his sister being abused by Razor. At that Issei approaches him. Issei. This is what happens when you're not nice to me. You only looked for the love of those useless people while you hit me, tortured me and threatened to take my girl away from me. Tell me how it feels to lose everything because of your ego and stupidity. Your parents dead by my hand, your girls being my personal bores, and your stupid sister condemned to be Razor's bore for not treating me like a brother, and this is just the beginning. At that the scene changed. He was seen in front of everyone in the city square, being whipped, beaten and spat on, while everyone cheered Issei's name. Hyoudou. Drake, help me, give me your power. At that moment, in front of him and in Issei's hand, the glove appeared. Drake, I told you you'd be sorry, kid. Hyoudou. Issei, brother, please forgive me for everything, Issei. In the cell where the boy was, he just watched Hyoudou scream like crazy while trying to run, but was held by his chains. Pokémon World. Azure City. We see the boys arrive at the Celestial City and then they notice Leaf is quite nervous. Issei. Well, let's go to the city gym to win the next badge. But as soon as he mentioned this the girl began to tremble. Issei couldn't stand this anymore and faced her. Issei. Tell me, Leaf, what's going on? I mentioned the Celestial City and you've been like this, did you not want to come here, and if so, tell me why. Leaf. Well, Issei, Rias, I really didn't want to come here because. She was interrupted by a girl's voice. So you'd finally return to take on your responsibility as the gym leader that you are, Leaf-chan. The boys turned to see who spoke. In front of her was a blonde lady, a little older but still beautiful. Leaf. And Lily, what are you doing here? Lily. Well, I was going to buy some things to eat for your cousins, but I saw you standing here. Are you ready to take on your responsibility as the leader of the light blue gym, right girl? Rias and Issei were surprised to learn that the girl was the leader. Leaf. No, aunt, you know that I don't want to be the gym leader, it's not my thing, I'm not like my mother. He said it with sadness. Issei. Sorry, Leaf, you told me you were Ash's daughter, right? The girl nodded. Issei. So your mother is? Leaf. My mom is the water-type Pokémon expert and former gym leader, Misty the mermaid. They were surprised by what was said and the girl began to cry. Leaf. That's why I'm not like my mother, she is someone respected and I would only be her shame if I took that place. Lily was about to scold the girl but stopped when she saw the boy's movement. Issei took her hand and hugged her, putting her on his chest. Issei. Leaf, you are an exceptional girl, you will never be like your mother, it is true, because you can always be better than her, do not worry about what they will say for being the daughter of two legends, but rather that everyone sees the great girl you can be. Leaf and Lily were moved by what was said. Rias felt happy to see her boyfriend supporting people, that was one of the things she loved about him, but that happiness turned into jealousy for the following. Leaf was more than delighted by what the brown-haired boy said. She turned to look at the brown-haired boy who was still on her chest. They both looked into each other's eyes, and Issei gave her a smile. Without thinking twice she kissed the brown-haired boy on the lips, she hugged the boy's neck, and he unconsciously took her by the waist. Her aunt was impressed by what her niece had done, while Rias. Looks like the talk is over. After finishing the kiss the boys separated. Leaf. Now I understand why Rias loves you, Issei, you just stole the heart of this water maiden, you must take responsibility. The boy just laughed out of nerves, then the aunt came closer. Lily. So you will also have a harem like my brother-in-law, well, on behalf of his mother, I entrust my niece to you. The girl's face was red, but before anything else could happen, Issei spoke. Issei. Well, let's go to the gym, our battle awaits us, right Leaf? The girl was surprised by what was said. Leaf. Of course, Issei, as gym leader I must face you with everything. The boys started walking when suddenly they received a call from their friend. Issei. Hello Ryu, how are you? Ryu. Okay Issei, but I'm calling you because something just happened, Rias is with you. Issei. If you're here, what step? Ryu. It seems that the mission that was given to us has begun. Issei. I think you're right, here before leaving Mount Luna, I found a group of criminals capturing Pokémon with cages, they were wearing a black and grey uniform, and on their chest, they had the letters KB. Ryu was surprised by that, because the guys who were in Azalea town were the same ones his friend described. Ryu. They are the same ones who are here in Azalea town, they call themselves the Chaos Brigade. Saying this, the boys were surprised, even more so by the coincidences. Rias. You said Chaos Brigade. Ryu. That's right, why? At that the girl turned to look at her boyfriend. Rias. They will be the same. Issei. I don't know, there's a lot of coincidence with the name, but that group is from our world. Saying this, Leaf and Lily were surprised, hearing their world, it was noticed by Issei. Issei. I'll explain later. Ryu. Something's wrong. Issei. For now, stay alert and if you find out anything else, tell me. Ryu. Well friend, see you. Issei cut the call and brought his fingers to his forehead to think. Issei. I don't think they're the same ones looking for there, right? Somewhere in the Pokémon world. In the secret headquarters room were the 8 figures and in front of them a screen, it was as if they were waiting for someone to call from the other side of the screen, which happened a few minutes later. And well, how are you doing with your part? At the moment the tests for the portal are carried out, we are using this connection between our worlds as a base to create the portal. Sounds perfect to me, my commanders and I are testing wild Pokémon to increase their strength and make them useful for our plans. Perfect, for the moment it is to remain anonymous, recruit people on my part until everything is ready, and they have carried out their plan to conquer the Pokémon you mentioned as it should be. Be careful, remember that if this works I will have the power of the legendary Pokémon, and they are more powerful than the beast you mentioned. We won't do anything that will harm our alliance, so until next time, Akromo. Akromo. If something bad happens let me know, Risevim. Risevim. Of course, it's all for the ambition of the Chaos Brigade. Akromo. Anything for the Chaos Brigade. What the heck had happened? Apparently Issei and his friends were not the only ones who knew about the existence of Pokémon. The organization Arceus mentioned was the Chaos Brigade, but it was apparently bigger than I imagined. How will our heroes face this threat that would come to the Pokémon world? Chapter 7. Determination, things get complicated. Celestial City. We are in the gym of the Celestial City where the boys along with Leaf's aunt had arrived, but Issei's gaze showed concern and seriousness at what his friend Rias said. With that, he went to sit on an armchair, the Redeed sat next to him, and Leaf and her Aunt Lily sat in front of them. Leaf. Well Issei, could you explain to me what that is about your world? Issei and Rias looked at each other because they had already said that that group could be from their world, they both nodded and looked at the girl. Issei. Well Leaf, what I'm about to tell you I want to keep between us, only very few people know, and we want to keep it that way. Rias. If we're going to tell you this, it's because we trust you. Leaf was surprised since they trusted her, so she promised not to say anything. At that Issei began to talk about who he really was, his full name, and where they both came from, also what his life was like before coming to this world, and the main reason why they were here. Leaf was more than surprised because she didn't believe what she was hearing, how was it possible that another world existed, but what caught her attention the most was one of the reasons why the brown-haired man was in this world. Leaf. So they're looking for my parents. Rias. That's right. Arceus asked us that during the search for that criminal group if we find the first chosen one, we should take him with us or, if he were a prisoner, rescue him. Leaf. What I don't understand, you said that group was from your world, how is that possible? Rias. The truth is I don't know, the name matches that group of terrorists that comes from where we come from, maybe the name is just a coincidence, don't you think Issei? Issei. It could be that or at worst. Rias. Which one would it be? Issei. Well there are 2 possibilities, the first is that they arrived here or the other is that both worlds united to create it. Leaf. But that would be impossible, no. Issei. I don't think so, with the power of Dialga and Palkia when they worked together we arrived, but there is a possibility that they have created another portal without noticing, well let's assume that. I say this as a guess, but Leaf stopped dead in his tracks as he remembered something. Leaf. Or maybe it's true, I remember that on one of my father's trips with one of my mothers, they were in the middle of the fight between Dialga and Palkia, maybe at that moment the clash of both energies created a similar portal. Upon hearing this, the chestnut tree began to think about this possibility. Issei. Let's put this topic aside for now, Leaf I'll be back in an hour I hope you're ready for our battle, let's go Rias. At that he stood up but saw that the Redeed remained seated. Issei. What's up? Rias. Go Issei, you must think about how to defeat Leaf, I will stay here to be impartial in this battle, besides I have not felt well these days, and I want to rest for a while. That left the brunette in doubt, but he accepted what his girlfriend had said. The girl said goodbye to the boy at the gym door and watched as he left. At that point, the brunette turned to look at the Redeed. Leaf. Are you sure you're okay? Rias. If you don't worry, it's nothing, go prepare for battle. At that the girl left leaving Rias alone at the door. Rias. I don't think so, but if it's what I'm thinking, Issei will be in for a big surprise. She thought this while touching her belly, it hadn't been 2 weeks since they had given themselves to each other for the first time, but she knew that something wonderful was going to happen, she returned to the gym happy. On the other hand, the brown-haired boy had gone straight to the Pokémon Center to get checked out and ready for the battle against the girl who had declared her love to him today. During the waiting time he was thinking about that possibility that he himself raised. Would they be able to be in this world? Issei. If they are here and if they are as described in the talks I overheard that day of the meeting, we are facing a great threat. Then he slapped his cheeks to get out of those thoughts. Issei. For now I must think about how to defeat Leaf and win my second badge. At that moment a sound was heard in the center. Nurse Joy. Hyoudou Issei, your Pokémon team is ready. The chestnut tree went with a nurse to welcome his team. Issei. There's no problem, right? Nurse Joy. Don't worry Issei, your Pokémon are in good health, good luck in your Pokémon battle. Issei. Thank you. Saying this, the brown-haired boy left towards the light blue gym. Azalea Village. We are at the Pokémon Center in Azalea Town, where the second chosen one and his girlfriend were resting since they had arrived in the town, but a stranger who claimed to be part of the Chaos Brigade was not letting anyone into the town gym. Crystal. How strange the situation is, right Ryu? Ryu. Now that you mention it, it's true, in the time we've been here and on the short walk from the gym to the Pokémon Center, I haven't seen anyone outside their homes. Crystal. It would be best to go to the next town and come back later, don't you think, Ryu? When he said this he could only see the boy's serious expression. Crystal. Ryu is fine. Ryu realized that he worried his girl and returned to his thoughts. Ryu. I'm sorry Crystal, but leaving these people at their mercy is not the right thing to do. We must help them get the brigade out of the chaos. Crystal was surprised by this, it was as if the boy wanted to dress up as a hero and it made the girl a little upset. Crystal. Come on Ryu, I know what I'm about to say will sound selfish, but it's not our problem. The police will arrive soon, or our chosen one will be informed, and He fell silent when he saw that the boy stood up a little annoyed by the girl's attitude. Crystal. Ryu, what's wrong? Ryu. You know, it's true that what you said sounded a little selfish, but unfortunately it's my duty to help the people, if you don't agree we can leave our trip here and each go our own way. At that the boy began to walk towards the exit, leaving Crystal in shock. She angrily stood up and faced him. Crystal. So, if that's what you want, then we'll leave everything here, don't play the hero we only had one, and he disappeared if that's what you want, run and become a hero, if you want me to not be with you anymore, then leave. The girl said hurt, because it is true the whole world was in shock and concern over the disappearance of the great Pokémon master and protector of the region's Ash Ketchup, thinking that the same thing could happen to the boy she loves only made her upset. Crystal ran out of the Pokémon Center and passed by Ryu with a serious expression, she only managed to hear sorry. The girl ran towards the center of the town, saw a cabin and hid behind it, there she cried inconsolably for fighting and asking the boy she loved to leave her alone. Ryu on the other hand just picked up his Pokémon and left the Pokémon Center with a serious look, but deep down he was sad. He was walking through the streets of the town to see if anyone was outside or wanted to look out and ask what happened when he saw a mackerel and inside it was a man leaning out of his window asking the boy to go there. He listened and walked towards her, before arriving he heard a sob, but he ignored it because he had to know what was happening in that town. He arrived at the door and an older man appeared from the house. Tell me Ryu, what are you doing outside, don't you know that team of strangers is lurking around? The boy was in shock, this person he didn't know knew his name. On the other hand, the sobbing stopped when she heard Ryu's name. It was obvious that Crystal was hiding there so the boy wouldn't see her. Ryu. How do you know my name? It would be better to talk inside, this conversation must be private. Ryu. Understood. Seriously, the boy entered the cabin to begin the conversation between the two, while a somewhat depressed Crystal wanted to know more, so she stayed near the window to listen to everything. They both arrived at the living room and took their seats. Ryu. Well, tell me how you know my name. Of course, first of all let me introduce myself, my name is Caesar, because I know your name is simple. A few days ago Professor Tracy called me asking me to give you all the support possible with my work, and he also explained who you really were. This left a girl who was listening from outside the cabin thinking. Ryu. So you know it right. Caesar. That's right, Arceus's chosen one, you and your friends are here to defend us from a new criminal group, aren't you? Ryu. You're right, and it seems I've already found your first soldiers. Caesar. You don't think you'll go alone, do you? Ryu. I have to, it is my duty as one of Arceus's chosen ones to go and help the people of this organization. Caesar. But it's dangerous, we don't know how many are inside the well. Ryu. That doesn't matter. I must see that group more, warn my partner, and help the village. Caesar was impressed by the boy's determination, while Crystal was in shock and remembered Ryu's words, it's my duty. She continued to cry, leaning against the cabin wall. At that, the older man stood up and grabbed his pokeballs. Caesar. Well, we're waiting, let's get the ruffians out of the Slopa cave. Ryu. It's best if I go alone since. Caesar. Nonsense kid, come on both of us, I remember a long time ago when I met Ash, he always said that the best support and strength he had was having his friends by his side, he should get friends and have them help him with this. Ryu. Don't worry, my best friend along with his girlfriend are also in this, but they are in Kanto. Caesar. Wow, that guy was quicker to not be alone. You should get yourself a nice companion to trust, but let's leave that talk for later. We have to get the Chaos Brigade out of this town. Ryu only became sad because he remembered the girl who had been with him until recently, who began to cry. Caesar saw this and understood this. Caesar left the room leaving Ryu behind, serious and wiping away his tears. Ryu. I had it and I ruined it because of my duty, forgive me Crystal, I love you. He said this to himself and left the house, catching up with Caesar in the direction of the Slowpoke well. Outside the cabin the girl was still crying because of what she heard. Crystal. Forgive me Ryu, but I won't leave you alone. She said this, wiping away her tears, and after calming down, she went to the well to reach him. The XD world. We find ourselves in Grigory's facilities where we see a fallen angel and a demon preparing the necessary equipment for what they would do in a few minutes. At that moment a Redeed entered and was arriving at the room. Sirzechs. Azazel, Ajuka, everything is ready right? Ajuka. Of course, the machine to extract Hyoudu's sacred gear is ready. Azazel. We're just waiting for him to get back from his torture at the Phoenix Mansion. Sirzechs. Don't worry, Razor notified me that they are coming here. By the way, how are you doing with that experiment of yours, Azazel? Azazel. You mean the dimensional projection machine? Well, I put that on hold. It would be interesting if other realities existed, but it's complex to think about. At that moment, a fallen angel arrived along with one of the servants of the Gremory house. AC. Azazel Sama, Razor Phoenix has arrived along with the scum of the underworld. Azazel. Perfect, bring them here. Sirzechs. Please go get the former heiress of the House of Gremory, she is currently in the castle lobby. SG. Entendido Sirzechs Sama. 10 minutes passed and we see the newcomers in the room where Azazel and the others were waiting for Hyoudou. When the brunette arrived at the room, a deplorable physical state could be seen. He had marks of shackles on his hands and feet, signs of torture, but above all a look of emptiness. On the other hand, we see a red-haired girl in a maid outfit, whose eyes were swollen and red. It was noticeable that she had been crying all this time. One of the blonde servants left Hyoudou face up on a table, slamming him against it on the way to it. Razor. Sirzechs Sama, as promised, I brought this scum to pay for his crime, and I will take the new slave of the Phoenix house. Leo was crying knowing her new life. Leo. Please Oni-sama, don't leave me at his mercy, this wanted man will abuse your sister, Oni-sama help. Razor. Believe me Gremory, the last thing I would do is touch you inappropriately, if I did that I would be pleasing you with pleasure which my queen and girlfriend would not like. Everyone was surprised by what was said, except Hyoudou, who was mentally broken. Sirzechs. Razor, perhaps you and your queen. Razor. That's right Mau-sama, she's my fiancé. Azazel. By the way, what happened to this one? His gaze seems as if he has seen the worst in the world. Razor. Well, that's due to a concoction that simulates the mental torture of Tartarus with illusions. Ajuka. Wow, that's something sinister, don't you think? Razor. I don't think so. This is the least she deserves. Okay, Mass, I'm leaving with the new slave. Leo. No wait, I want to help in the search for Issei and my Wani-chan. Saying this, Razor got angry and faced her. Razor. You are the least suitable person to ask for that. Take her, but don't do anything to her. She doesn't deserve to feel any pleasure. At that the servants who brought Hyoudou took the girl from her hands. Razor. With your permission, I will be attentive to what you ask for the search for Issei. At that moment the blonde man left the place. Azazel. Well, let's start with the extraction of Drake's power. Saying this, Hyoudou reacted. Hyoudou. Don't wait, don't do this, I want to help find my brother and I need this power, help me Drake, I must look for my brother. At that point Drake's glove materialized. Drake. I told you that you would regret it for the rest of your life when this happens, Azazel please get me out of this body. Azazel. With pleasure. At that point the boy's extraction began. 15 minutes passed where Hyoudu's screams of pain were heard throughout the castle, until a green sphere came out from his hand. Drake. Thanks for getting me out of here. Sirzechs. Don't worry, but now we must protect you until we find Issei, since he will be the new Sekiryuutei. Grayfia, please come. At that moment the maid appeared next to her king. Grayfia. Tell me Sirzechs Sama what you need. Sirzechs. Take this one and put him in the Gremory mansion dungeon, we'll let him recover and then you can inform him about his new duties as a servant. Grayfia. Understood. He left the room while two pieces of Sirzechs took the boy and took him to the underworld of demons. Azazel. Okay, I'm leaving. The boys are about to leave the middle class exam physical test and I promise. At that a magic circle formed in the ears of the three. Azazel. What did you say? Braswase. As I hear, the hero faction is attacking the underworld. At that point the Redeed called his wife through a communication circle. Sirzechs. Grayfia, change of plans, go to Lilith's capital, the Chaos Brigade is attacking. Grayfia. And what do we do with Hyoudou? Sirzechs. Take him with you and put him in a safe place, he must not die as that would end his suffering too quickly. Grayfia. Understood. I ended the call and saw the fallen angel. Sirzechs. You know very well that we can't go with you, please I'll entrust you with the boys who will be from my younger sister's nobility. Azazel. Don't worry, I won't make the mistake of underestimating someone again, I'll take care of the boys I ordered with Odin's bodyguard. Saying that he disappeared from the place, while Sirzechs and Ajuka returned to their respective castle with a drag in the Redeed's hand. Capital of Lilith. We are in the middle of the capital of the underworld, where the hero faction was attacking the Volley team along with the Gremory entourage, apparently they were looking for someone. Volley. What are you looking for here, Cow Cow? Cow Cow. It's easy, we're looking for Office, we know he's in the care of the Sekiryuutei, so we need him to come with. He did not finish speaking because he had received the blow from the fallen man. Azazel. You finally show your faces, now tell us where Rias Gremory and Hyoudou Issei are. This seemed strange to both him and Volley, because they would worry about someone as weak as the Sekiryuutei's brother. Cow Cow. I don't know what you're talking about, why would we need someone as weak as them? This left Mio and Azazel's team in shock, it seemed the boys were not with them, but it was a great advantage, since it seemed the Chaos Brigade did not know about the great intellect. Kiba. So you don't know anything, right? What do you mean, we just want the Sekiryuutei to tell us where Office is. The one who said that was a person with long hair. Bekeno. Shalba, but how is that possible, you're supposed to be dead. Shalba. I'll admit that the fight against that dragon left me hurt, by the way where is he and his mistress, did they abandon them? Kaneko. That doesn't bother you. At that moment, behind Azazel and the others, Grayfia and the others appeared with a somewhat weak Hyoudou. When she saw Shalba, she was furious. Grayfia. Damn it, give Rias and Iskun back to me, we know that you. But she was silenced by Azazel. Grayfia. What's wrong Azazel? Azazel. Apparently she doesn't know anything. At that moment, Cow Cow saw Hyoudou very tired, he flew towards the boy with great speed and grabbed him by the neck. Cow Cow. But look at you, you're more than finished and it wasn't because of us. Hyoudou. Evil damned, come back to Issei so that I can have my life back. This made Cow Cow miss him for that. Cow Cow. What are you trying to say, Sekiryuutei? Tell us where Office is. At that, Azazel became alarmed. Azazel. Don't tell him anything Hyoudou. Hyoudou with a lost look and signs of madness after having gone through that suffering ignored the cry of the fallen. Hyoudou. It's easy if he comes back I'll have my glory as the strategist of the underworld. Azazel flew at full speed towards Hyoudou but was sent to the ground by a hammer blow from Shalba. The others went towards them, but the other heroes blocked their way. Shalba. What do you mean, the best strategist? Hyoudou. Thanks to him and his plans we defeated them. This left Shalba and Cow Cow surprised, they threw Hyoudou to where their team was. Shalba. Well, change of plans, Cow Cow, we will look for that boy and recruit him into our ranks. Cow Cow. Sounds good to me. Having the best strategist on our side will guarantee victory. The boy with the spear turns to look at Hyoudou. Cow Cow. Thanks for the information kid and don't worry, we'll take care of your brother. Saying that, the Chaos Brigade disappeared from the scene. Everyone looked angrily at the older brown-haired boy. Bekeno. You're an idiot, because of you someone innocent will die. She said this while creating lightning bolts in her hand to throw jealousy, but was stopped by Azazel. Azazel. It's not worth getting your hands dirty, just get him out of here. At that, he turns to see Lucifer's servant and Odin's Valkyrie. Azazel. Notify your leaders and people, the search for Issei Hyoudou is the priority right now, the Chaos Brigade is after him. At that time it was the worst for the supernatural world, not only did they not have their number one strategist, but their enemy was also looking for his services. Pokémon World. Azure City Gym. We return to our chestnut who had just returned from the Pokémon Center after planning his strategy against Leaf, of course, if he wasn't asked to use more than 2 Pokémon. On the battlefield, Leaf is waiting for the boy to show up. At that moment, Issei, upon entering, looks at Rias in the stands, who gives him a smile and sends a kiss from afar, this of course made Leaf jealous. Leaf. Well Issei, today I will show you my determination as the leader of the Celeste City Gym, and more so because this will be my last battle as leader. This surprised both of them by saying that. Issei. What do you mean by that? Leaf. I've decided, I want to continue traveling with you and Rias, I already spoke with my aunt and she will take care of the gym for a while, I want to gain new fighting experiences and I can only have them if I travel with you. They were both surprised, but the determination in how she said it made it more than clear that she would not leave the group. Leaf. That's why today I will give the best battle to show you that I am serious and that you see how strong I am, not only as a trainer, but as a potential partner. Go ahead, Steryu. But that she threw her Pokeball, and from it she took out her Pokémon that helped her on Mount Moon. Issei. Okay, Leaf, let's add more spice to this battle. The winner will decide what to do with the loser and obey their orders. Leaf was surprised by this bet, but if she wanted to prove how strong she could be, she would accept the challenge. Leaf. Okay, I accept the bet. At that moment, his aunt approached the referee's podium in the center of the field as it began to open, revealing a pool with floating floors. Aunt. This will be an official Pokémon League battle between Challenger Issei and Gym Leader Leaf. The battle will be 3 versus 3 and will end when neither Pokémon can continue battling. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon during the battle. The challenger must bring out their first Pokémon. This worried the boy. It was clear that he could fight with Pichu and Poliwhirl, but if they were to defeat those two Magikarp, he would not be up to the task. Issei. This will be complicated. I take a Pokeball and throw it. Issei. Come on buddy, it's time to fight. At that point his Poliwhirl came out ready for battle. Aunt. Okay, let's get started. Issei. Alright Poliwhirl, swim and use double slap. Leaf. Don't let him get close, use water jet. The attacks began between the two, a Poliwhirl trying to contact a Steryu that was moving fast, in that Issei's Pokémon made contact with the star taking it out of the water. Issei. This is our chance, now use Body Slam. The Pokémon obeyed and launched itself at its rival, but that was something Leaf had expected. Leaf. Steryu uses Psycho Wave on him when he gets close. This alarmed the boy as he launched the wave when it was about to contact him, which made the blow not as strong when it hit him. Issei. Are you okay, Poliwhirl? The boy asked as he saw his Pokémon get up after the impact. Issei. Alright, use Water Jet. Leaf. You use Water Jet too. Both launched the attack and it was nullified. Issei. Let's finish the rain dance and then double slap. Poliwhirl summoned a rain and suddenly at great speed arrived where Steryu was. This impacted the double slap, throwing him into a wall. Leaf. Steryu, quickly use Psycho Wave on him. Before hitting the wall, he launched a wave, which impacted the Pokémon once again. Both had fallen at the same time. Aunt. Both Pokémon cannot continue, a tie is declared. Both boys returned to their Pokémon congratulating them on the battle. Aunt. Both of you throw your next Pokémon. Issei. Come on Pichu, it's your turn. Pichu came out onto the battlefield excited and ready for his fight. Leaf. Now help me my friend, come on Starmie. At that Leaf launches a second Pokémon, which was the evolution of the first one he battled. Aunt. Well if you're ready, start. Leaf. Come on Starmie, use Water Jet. Issei. Pichu dodge it and use Fast Attack. Starmie launched its attack which was dodged by the little mouse and it launched itself hitting the starfish, but this did not cause much damage. Leaf. Okay now use Psybeam. Obeying the order, the Pokémon threw the beam at Pichu which hit him and crashed him into the wall. Issei. Pichu, are you okay? He spoke to his Pokémon, which was getting up, but his gaze seemed confused. At that moment he began to bite himself. Rias. Hey no, Pichu esta confusado, Issei regresalo a su Pokébola. Issei, listening, took out Pichu's Pokeball, but he dodged a raise and went straight to where the brown-haired boy was. Issei. Pichu reacts. Pichu looked at Issei angrily at the confusion. Leaf. Let's get that over with, use Water Jet. Starmie's water attack hit its target and impacted Pichu, sending him crashing into the wall again. Issei. Come on friend, get up. Pichu, already very weak, begins to sit up. He looks at the brown-haired man and goes with him to his shoulder. Issei. I trust you friend, let's defeat Leaf. Pichu looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes and understood one thing, he couldn't distrust him at all. Pichu. Pichu Pie. I jump onto the platform but suddenly. Issei. What is that? Rias. What's wrong with him? Leaf saw that light and became worried. Leaf. Damn, he's evolving. At that the light that covered Pichu intensified, seeing how the Pokémon was changing form. And that the light ended up showing something new for the DxD boys. Issei. Pichu evolved. Leaf. It looks just like my dad's. Rias. Wow, what an advantage Issei has. On the battlefield, Issei's new Pokémon was seen, so he took out his Pokédex to learn more about it. Pokédex. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon and the evolved form of Pichu. Pikachu's tail can be struck by lightning as it raises its tail to check out its surroundings. Issei seeing this was very happy for his partner. Issei. Okay Pikachu, you still have energy to continue. At that Pikachu turns to look at his trainer and raises his paw in response. Issei. Great, now Pikachu uses Impact Trueno. The mouse listened and launched his attack on Starmie who quickly hid in the water. Leaf. Okay Starmie, stay there and attack him from the bottom with water jet. Starmie being in the water launched the attack at Pikachu. Leaf thought she had this solved, but then everything took a turn on Issei's part. Issei. Big mistake, Pikachu jumps and uses Thunder Shock on the pool. Upon giving this order, Pikachu jumped to avoid being hit by his own attack, turned around in the air, and hit the pool with his electric attack. Leaf. There is no. He could only say that as he saw his Pokémon being struck by the lightning. Pikachu returned to the platform somewhat tired while Starmie surfaced already defeated. And Starmie can't continue anymore, the winner is Pikachu. Issei. Well done friend. And leader, please end your last Pokémon. At that Leaf looks at the brown-haired man with a smile. Leaf. I think it's time for a surprise, go Squirtle. I threw a Pokeball and out of it came one of the starters that you are given to choose from to begin a journey. Issei was surprised that the girl had a starter as a partner. Issei. Wow, you have a Squirtle. Did Professor Gary give it to you? Leaf. No, this Pokémon is the offspring of my father's Squirtle and he gave it to me when I was 10 years old, which is why it is my strongest Pokémon. And if you are ready, start. Issei. Come on Pikachu, use Impact Reno. The electric attack hit Squirtle, but the brown-haired boy was surprised to see that the Pokémon wasn't as hurt as he expected. Leaf. Surprised, I told you he's one of the strongest Pokémon I have, now he uses Headbutt. Issei. Block it with Iron Tail. Squirtle launched himself to hit Pikachu, who managed to protect himself with his tail. Leaf. Uses Water Jet. Issei. Come on Pikachu, use Thunder Shock once more. The attacks collided, causing each of them to hit the opponent, but the difference was that Pikachu looked more tired, while Squirtle still had energy. Leaf. Okay, use Headbutt one more time. The Squirtle launched itself at Pikachu, who, even though tired, did not give up. Issei. We can both play the same game. Pikachu waits for Squirtle to get close and dodges it. Pikachu, still tired, waited for the turtle. The moment he was about to hit Pikachu, he threw himself to the floor, which made Squirtle hit the wall, hurting him. Issei. This is our chance, use Iron Tail and send him into the pool. Pikachu sent his rival back into the pool with an Iron Tail attack. Leaf. No, Squirtle, get out of there quickly. Issei. I won't allow it, use Thundershock now. Squirtle tried to get out of the place, but he couldn't since Pikachu's lightning covered the pool again and left the little turtle unconscious. Pikachu also fell from exhaustion after that battle. And both Pokémon can no longer continue, this battle is declared a tie. The gym leader has no Pokémon left and the challenger has one left, therefore the winner of this battle is challenger Issei. At that Issei ran to a Pikachu that was more than exhausted from the battle he had, he picked him up and looked at him. Issei. Alright Pikachu, we won this duel. Pikachu was more than tired, so he just raised his paw in triumph and fell asleep. Rias went to where the brown-haired boy was and congratulated him by giving him a kiss. At that Leaf and her aunt approached the boy, Leaf was holding a medal in his hand. Leaf. Congratulations Issei, I'm glad you won this battle. Issei. Thanks Leaf, but the truth is it was close, you showed me your determination. Leaf was pleased with what was said. Leaf. Well as leader, I give you your medal and regarding the bet, tell me what you have decided, whatever you ask I will fulfill, that includes if you ask me to stay here as the leader. He said this last bit with a bit of sadness. Issei and Rias looked into each other's eyes, both gave a signal, and more Rias winked at him. Issei approached Leaf and took her hands. Issei. Leaf, I've decided to have you continue with us, as I want to get to know you better. The girl's eyes lit up at what he said, and she looked at Rias who gave her a sincere smile, then she blushed when she felt the boy's hands take her waist. Issei. Which is why I ask you to be my girlfriend. The boy approached and kissed her tenderly, to which she reacted to this by kissing him back and hugging him by the neck. Rias went to them and told Leaf that they would talk about how they were going to divide Issei and above all take care of him so that no lizard would get close to him. The brown-haired man heard this and only a drop came out of his neck. Lily went to the brown-haired boy asking him to take good care of her niece since she loved her very much. He accepted his aunt's proposal without any fuss, which made Leaf blush. The boys were happy with the results of the battle, but were suddenly interrupted as a person ran into the gym. Sir. Miss Lily, we have problems. Lily. What happened? Sir. Sorry to barge in like this, but the city is being attacked by members of the public wearing identical outfits. This alarmed the boys. Okay, let's get to what's going on. Everyone ran out of the gym on their way to the Celestial City. The XD world, place. We returned to a base somewhere in the underworld. Two people were bowing to another who was sitting on a throne and had a glass of wine in his hand. So the famous Sekiryuutei was just a farce. How cow. That's right, Risevim-sama, the brother was the one who planned all the battles so that our plans wouldn't go perfectly. Risevim. And tell me, where is he now? Shalba. Apparently this one ran away from home. Risevim. Excellent, so he doesn't have the protection of the factions. Cow. So what's the plan? Risevim. For the moment the attacks on the factions will be stopped, we will give priority to locating and uniting the boy with us. Most likely he hates everyone, that would be an advantage. Also as a strategist, the best thing will be to keep him and pamper him as he wants. With him at our side our plans will never fail. Shalba. This is a stupid and bad idea since he is just a simple human, we should kill him so that no one depends on him and… He didn't finish speaking because Shalba's stupidity angered him and killed him on the spot. Risevim. And you Cow, do you have anything to say? Cow. We'll start by searching for the boy. Luckily, our spies will have a photo of him from the day we attacked the first faction meeting. Risevim. Excellent, I'll leave the boy's issue to you and also give priority to building the portal. Cow, right away sir. He left the hall, leaving Risevim with Shalba's corpse beside him. Risevim. Soon the factions will fall before our power. What awaits the factions now that the Chaos Brigade knows of Issei's intellect? On the other hand, Issei and Ryu will be able to stop this new enemy in the Pokémon world. Chapter 8. Rescue of the Azalea People, Love 18, and Azure City. Azalea Town. We see Ryu along with Mr. Caesar running towards the Slopa pit where the new team, the Chaos Brigade, has taken control of this place and the Azalea Town. Both managed to bypass the weak security left by the Chaos Brigade at the entrance of the well, allowing them to easily go down to see what was happening. Once they went down the well they noticed that there were about 8 recruits with the same uniform and one more person who stood out from the rest. They managed to sneak as close as possible. There they heard something that made them angry. Sir, we have gathered enough Slowpoke that were in the well. Excellent, with them we can cut their tails and sell them at a good price. But what was the money used for? That's none of your business, recruit. The leaders asked us to raise funds for the Chaos Brigade, so less questions and more actions. Sir, we also found other Pokémon, what do we do with them? Capture them, we'll need them for the tests the leaders require. Ryu and Caesar were more than angry, how is it possible that they want the Pokémon for that, just to enrich their selfish plans? Ryu. Those bastards, how dare they hurt the children of Arceus? Caesar. Calm down and we should think like. He didn't finish speaking because he was interrupted by a voice. Sir, we have intruders in the well. They were discovered by one of the Chaos Brigade recruits, at which point they were surrounded by Chaos Brigade recruits, including those at the entrance to the well. Look what we have here, a silly boy and a decrepit old man who got lost in the least expected place. Ryu. You bastard, we won't let you hurt the Slowpoke in this place. Recruit 1. Sir, please allow us to get rid of these obstacles. That's how it should be, don't delay, we have to cut the lines. Recruits. Yes sir. At that moment everyone launched their Pokémon, most of them were Rattata and Zubat that surrounded them. Ryu. This is going to get interesting, on to the Geodude battle. I grab a Pokeball and throw it at his partner Pokémon. While this was happening inside the well, outside of it we see a shadow running towards the well, but what I don't notice is that it was being followed by a transparent silhouette. Crystal. I must hurry to get to Ryu. The girl said, noticing that the entrance to the well was unguarded and took the opportunity to enter. Behind her, the silhouette followed her. I must observe what father asked me and see if they can do it alone or need as much help as possible. Once they both entered, they heard noises at the bottom of the well. When they arrived and hid, they noticed that the battle had already begun. There you can see how several Rattata and Zubat were knocked out. In front of them were Ryu and Caesar fighting against the last 2 recruits of the Chaos Brigade. They had a wide advantage, but this would disappear with the following. Go on, go coughing uses charge against the boy. He threw a Pokeball and out of it came the Pokémon. The moment he heard the order he proceeded with his attack. Ryu. Kuh. That's what he stammered as he received the Pokémon's attack and sent it to the ground. Caesar. Boy, it's fine. The man shouted as he tried to go with him, but he was stopped by the recruits. Geodude, for his part, wanted to go see how his trainer was, but a Zubat and Rattata stopped him. This is what happens to you, boy, for wanting to interfere in what doesn't concern you. He said as he watched Ryu lying on the floor. Alright, let's get this over with, coughing uses charge on him again. The Pokémon went straight to the boy, but suddenly something grabbed it and threw it against the wall of the well. Crystal. Well done, Chikorita. At that moment the girl ran to where her boyfriend was to hug him. Crystal. Ryu, are you fine? Ryu. Cry Crystal what are you doing here? The boy began to speak, somewhat hurt, and then the police sirens were heard. Recruit 6. Sub-Commander Proton, the police are arriving. Proton. TSK, let's get out of here, Coughing uses mist. Coughing obeyed by launching the attack, which caused them to escape from the place without being seen. When the fog cleared, the boys and the man were left alone inside the well. Ryu. Damn, those bastards escaped. While on the floor, he was still in the girl's arms, but he noticed that she was crying, which alarmed the boy. Ryu. Crystal, estás by. He didn't finish speaking because the girl silenced him with a kiss while she continued crying, a kiss that showed all the love and concern that the girl had for him. After a few minutes they both separated and Crystal hid in the black-haired boy's chest. Crystal. Ryu, please forgive me, I don't want you to leave my side, I'm sorry for what I said, but I'm really worried that. She fell silent as Ryu kissed her again to calm the girl down. Ryu. Don't forgive me, I knew you were worried about me, but I didn't want to listen, I just ask you to forgive me and promise me that you will never leave my side. Crystal looked into those eyes that made her fall in love. Crystal. I promise you. Crystal. I promise to make it up to you today. This moving scene was seen by the old man who accompanied Ryu, who just smiled to himself. See sir. Looks like you already have that special someone, boy, I'm happy for you. On the other hand, the transparent silhouette that also observed this left the place in the direction of the sky. I must tell my father, from what I see things are going to get more complicated. Celestial City. The boys of the brown team ran out of the city gym as they received reports that the city was being attacked. Upon arriving at the scene, they observed that there were only remains of the battle, where some trainers were holding their Pokémon in their arms because they had been poisoned. Issei. Damn, we're late. Leaf. We'll leave that aside, first we must take them with the N. At that I stopped talking as Rias ran with a wounded Pokémon. From her backpack she took out a book, from there she took some berries from her backpack along with a mortar. She began to read the book and followed the instructions that the book said. This fact left both Issei and Leaf impressed, since when did Rias know how to do this kind of things? Was the question on their minds. Rias. Here, give this to your Pokémon to drink and the poison will disappear. The trainer of that poor Pidgey listened to what the Redeed said, took that drink and gave it to her, and after a few seconds the poison disappeared. Coach X. Thanks for your help. Rias. You're welcome, but please take your Pokémon to Nurse Joy for a thorough checkup. Coach X. Okay. Saying this, the trainer took his Pokémon in his arms towards the Pokémon Center. After that Rias went with the other trainers to see if their Pokémon were poisoned and gave them juice from it. Issei was impressed by what Rias had done until he heard a Pokémon scream near an alley, which alerted the others. Issei. Leaf, stay with Rias, I'll go see what's going on. Leaf. Please be very careful, we don't know what Pokémon could have caused all this and who its trainer was. Issei. Don't worry, I won't be long. Saying this, Leaf kissed her on the cheek, then approached the Redeed, who already had looks of lust and love all over her, coming from the trainers she was helping. Issei. Rias won't be long, wait for me here. Rias, who was still providing that drink, gave the boy a quick kiss on the lips. Rias. Yes Anada, Leaf and I will wait for you here, don't be long. Issei. Understood Carino, let's go Pikachu. Pikachu. Pika. Saying this the boy ran out of the place, without first giving a small look of triumph to the other trainers who were receiving Ria's treatment. This made the trainers cry with jealousy. Trainers. Damn, he has the love of both girls. Once I arrived at the place I noticed that there was no one there anymore, but there were traces of a Pokémon fight, and on the floor, there was a pamphlet lying on the floor, which said, "Long live the Chaos Brigade." When Issei read it, he was more than furious, since the insignia was the same as that of that world. Issei. Damn if they're here. Out of frustration and anger he kicked a can that was in that alley, but the moment he did that a screech was heard inside the can. Upon noticing this, the brown-haired boy checked the boat and inside it was a very badly injured Pokémon. He took out the Pokémon, which looked very bad in his eyes. He quickly took out his Pokédex to find out who it was. Pokédex. Male Nidoran, the poison-type Pokémon. Its horn is larger than the female's, and its horn is very powerful. The Pokémon caught a glimpse of the boy and then fainted in his arms. Issei. You are very badly hurt, I must take you to the Pokémon Center immediately. Saying this, he ran to the Pokémon Center, where he left the Pokémon along with his other equipment in the care of Nurse Joy and then called the girls and told them where he was. Once the girls arrived at the place they went to the brown-haired boy who was resting on a sofa waiting for the Pokémon reports. When they arrived the girl sat next to him, at that Issei remembered what he saw of Rias and turned to look at her with a doubtful look. Issei. By the way Rias, where did you learn to cure Pokémon status? This caught the attention of the chestnut who also wanted to know this. Rias. Well, do you remember the day we took Brock to the Pokémon Center with his wife? The brown-haired boy nodded. Rias. Well, I couldn't sleep well that night, so I went to get some water from the reception area. There, I ran into Nurse Joy, who was feeling sad. I talked to her for a while. Leaf. I see, that's why when I got up to go to the bathroom I didn't see you in the room. Rias. Yes, I stayed with her and she told me how she met Brock. Issei. I imagine when I was studying to be a doctor, right? Rias. No, she met him when he was a Pokémon breeder in Snowpoint City. In fact, she is from Sinnoh, but well, she told me that she met him when he was traveling with Leaf's father, but she fell in love when he went back to the city, but as a field doctor. Leaf. I never thought this is how my uncles would meet. Rias. After that, I was interested in being a Pokémon breeder, and she told me that it was a good thing to be a breeder, because that way you can make the Pokémon grow fully, just like her son grew. That's why it caught my attention. The boys were impressed by what was said, but Issei blushed at the word son, but then became a little sad when he remembered his parents. Issei. So, those books. Rias. That's right, Nurse Joy gave them to me. I decided to become a Pokémon breeder. The boys were impressed by what she said and were happy about the path the Redeet chose. At that moment they were taken out of their thoughts when the chestnut tree was called to pick up his team. Upon arriving with Nurse Joy, she gave them her Pokémon while Pikachu jumped onto her shoulder. Issei. Tell me, how is Nidoran? Nurse Joy. Thanks to your intervention, he's fine. It's strange to see a Pokémon like that here in the city. Issei. I can go see him. Nurse Joy. Sure, but be careful, he seems nervous about what happened to him. With that, they went to where the Nidoran was resting. Nidoran was staring at the window with a calm gaze when he suddenly became alert upon hearing someone coming. The sick Joy entered the room first, followed by the girls. Nidoran, upon seeing them, went into defensive mode in case they wanted to do something, but everything changed when a certain brunette entered and they both looked at each other. Issei. Nidoran, I'm glad you're okay. Saying this, the Nidoran ran to where the boy was and threw himself into his arms, causing the brown-haired boy to fall to the floor. In an act of reflex, Pikachu jumped into Ria's arms to avoid falling with the boy, landing on the Redeet's breasts. Nurse Joy. Wow, it seems she likes you. Issei. You should, I'm grateful that you're okay. At the moment Issei was about to get up, a Pokeball fell to the ground. Nidoran, seeing this, jumped directly into it so suddenly. Nurse Joy. Who would have thought you already have a new Pokémon partner? Issei was speechless when it seemed that a new Pokémon had joined his team. At that moment he took Nidoran out of his Pokeball. Issei. Well Nidoran, welcome to the team, girls better go rest because tomorrow we will leave for the next city, okay? Rias and Leaf pampered each other and smiled before looking at the brunette. Rias. Okay, but on the condition that we all sleep together in the same bed. This surprised the boy, since that was the same way Hyoudou slept with Mio's entourage when she lived in that place, remembering that there was no room to sleep later, but Hyoudu's gaze was lustful upon receiving that treatment. Issei. Okay, but I'll tell you that I'll see you with eyes of love, not like the other jerk did, because I love you. Leaf didn't understand what he was saying, but Rias was more than happy with what her boyfriend said. With that, the boys went to the room in the Pokémon Center that they lent them and rested for the next day. Rias to the boy's right, Leaf to his left, and in the middle of them Issei, who kissed both girls to sleep. Azalea Town. After that event, Ryu, with the help of Crystal, went to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy checked the boy in case he had something broken caused by Coughing's attack. Fortunately nothing serious happened, so she recommended him to rest in one of the rooms of the place. Crystal helped Ryu carry him to the place. When she arrived she settled him in bed. Ryu. Gracious Crystal. The girl said nothing and went straight to the bedroom door, which she closed and locked. Ryu. Crystal. At that moment the girl approached in a flirtatious manner and with a face that showed love and lust. Crystal. Forgive me Ryu, I've been a very bad girl and it's my duty to make up for the little neglect I gave you a while ago. Ryu. Don't worry about th. He was silenced by a kiss full of love and lust given to him by the girl, who began to take off both of their hats. Crystal. Don't say anything, just enjoy my apology Ana ta. Lemon skipped. Azure City. It's been 3 weeks since Issei won his second badge. During this time the relationship between him, Rias and Leaf has grown and strengthened in a great way since the girls agreed to love the brown-haired boy equally, and if another girl were to show up due to the boy's charisma, they would be in charge of evaluating her if she is worthy of being loved by her boyfriend. They had arrived at Azure City and upon seeing the city they were impressed. Rias. It's impressive, don't you think Ice? He turned to look at her and gave her a beautiful smile as he remembered something that happened on his way here. Flashback. During the trip they arrived at Vermilion City, where Issei with the help of the new Pokémon Nidoran, along with Pikachu who had learned the Dig attack, managed to defeat the electric leader of that city, which during the battle Nidoran evolved into a Nidorino. After that battle something peculiar happened in the port of Carmine City. Rias and the others watched a large ships arriving at the port when the girl began to feel dizzy and nauseous, causing both boys to become alarmed and take Rias to the doctor for a checkup. Once they arrived, both Leaf and Issei were in the waiting room while Rias was checked by a doctor. 5 minutes passed. "Doctor? Young Issei, could you please accompany me?" Hearing this, Issei became scared, thinking that something bad had happened to his beloved girlfriend. Upon entering, he saw Rias with tear marks, but she had a beautiful smile that she tried to hide from Issei. "Doctor? Please sit down." Issei listened and sat next to Rias, who took the boy's hand. "Doctor? Well, Miss Rias, I would like to tell your boyfriend what happened." The doctor looked at the young couple with a smile. Rias nodded and looked the brown-haired man in the eyes, taking his hands. "Rias? Ice, my beloved Ice, these past few weeks I really haven't felt well due to something that happened at the beginning of our trip." Hearing this, Issei's heart broke, thinking that Rias' illness could be his fault. He began to put on a sad look that disappeared in an instant. "Rias? That's right, my beloved Ice, what I have is the result of our beautiful union in that cabin. Ice, my beloved Ice, I'm expecting a child from you. Ice, I'm pregnant." Issei, upon hearing this, the boy remained silent but gave her a beautiful smile while tears began to flow from his honey-colored eyes. He simply took Rias by the shoulders, hugged her protectively, and in her ear, he dedicated some beautiful words that the Redeed will never forget. Issei. "Rias, my sweet Rias, thank you for giving me a family, I promise to take care of them forever." Immediately afterwards, they both kissed while still shedding tears of happiness, with the doctor as a witness. After a few minutes, the boys calmed down and listened to what the doctor would tell them. How many weeks the girl was and the care she should follow to have a successful and healthy pregnancy. After this, Issei and Rias went to Leaf to give her the wonderful news, who jumped for joy and went with the couple, hugged the Redeed and began to talk to the belly. Leaf. "Hello little one, I know you're there, I'm your Aunt Leaf, I want you to be with us and don't worry, I'll make sure you have a little brother, your father will help me with that." Saying this, Rias smiled at what was said while Issei just laughed nervously, knowing that sooner or later he would be raped by Leaf. End of flashback. Issei. "But not as impressive as you, my beautiful Rias." He said it while caressing Rias' belly. Leaf pouted, which Issei saw. Issei. "Don't worry Leaf, you'll see that when you're ready I'll accept all your love and we'll be happy together." Leaf blushed at what he said and just kissed the boy, got on his chest and just said the words, "Thank you for loving me Ice." Issei. "Well, where are we going?" Rias. "Well, I would like to." I had barely finished speaking when I noticed one of the Chaos Brigade members enter a building as if nothing had happened. Rias. "Issei, the Chaos Brigade is here." Issei. "Where?" She pointed at that building, and as they got closer they noticed it was a casino, so they entered to find out where that Chaos Brigade guy was, but they noticed he was no longer there. Issei. "This is weird, but it would be best to wait for another one to show up. If my perception is correct we may be in their main hideout, so prepare for combat, okay?" The girls nodded at what the guy said and stayed in the casino to play the slots while they waited for another guy from the Chaos Brigade to arrive. 20 minutes passed when they noticed that another guy, a type of Chaos Brigade, had arrived, but what caught her attention the most was that they were carrying a girl like a sack of potatoes. Issei approached to see where they were going and noticed that near the oldest and least used machines, there was a secret door. Issei. "Come on girls, I have a bad feeling." The three activated the door and entered the place. They noticed that there were stairs leading to a basement. Upon arriving, they noticed that there were several Chaos Brigade recruits, so they quietly passed by until one of them noticed them. Recruit. "Stop intruders." This alerted the others. Issei. "Demons discovered us." When they were surrounded, they all took out their Pokémon ready for combat, at which point Rias turned to look at her boyfriend. Rias. "Issei, leave us here, we can take them on, go get that girl, I have a feeling something bad." Issei. "Safe." Rias nodded. Issei. "Okay, but I'll leave Poliwhirl and Nidorino to support you, let's go Pikachu." Issei gave each of them a short kiss and ran to the back of the basement, noticing there were more stairs. As he went down he found more recruits, but thanks to Pikachu's help he paralyzed them, reaching the top floor. Upon entering, he noticed that girl who was tied to a chair and in front of him was a man who was interrogating her, so he hid to see what was happening. "Tell me where your mother is." "I won't tell you." "Come on, my boss is looking for your mother for his own purposes and he gave me permission to do whatever it takes to get the information out of you." Saying this, the brown-haired man was surprised. He thought that person was the head of the organization, but it seems that he was just another employee. "I won't tell you anything, I already know why he's looking for her, so forget it." "Oh really?" At that point the man began to approach the girl inappropriately. "Nuevos, Hyoudou." Issei. "Stop there." This scream as he comes out of hiding. "Miserable brat, what do you want?" Issei. I won't let you hurt him, I'll stop you. This made the girl blush when she saw the brown-haired boy, for her hero had arrived. If that's what you want, go Onyx. The mysterious character took out his Pokémon, at that Issei's Pikachu stood in front of him. Issei. Let's go Pikachu. The battle between them was decided quickly as Pikachu defeated that Pokémon with 3 iron tails. Not bad kid, you remind me of someone, but this won't stay like this, come on Rhyhorn. He brought out his next Pokémon. Issei began to lose a little advantage because a surprise attack by Rhyhorn left Pikachu KO. That's all, don't make me laugh. Issei. Of course not, let's go Magikarp. The moment Issei launched his Pokémon, both the mysterious guy and the girl thought it was a bad joke. Ahahaha, you are a total loser, that will never let me do it. He didn't finish his sentence because he didn't notice that Magikarp was shining. It just can't be. Before him, Magikarp had evolved. With a serious look, he saw that person. Issei. Where is your ego now? How is this possible? Issei. Let's not waste time, give up or you'll see what my great friend can do. It will never happen. Unfortunately the Rhyhorn didn't last long as it was defeated by a waterfall attack. When it was defeated, Issei noticed how his Gyarados was covered by a glow for a few moments. I won't make it easy for you, go. The mysterious character was interrupted by a voice. Recruit. Captain Giovanni, the base has been taken over by some girls and our recruits have fled the place, what do we do? Giovanni. TSK, retirimonos de Aquai. At that the captain turned to look at Issei. Giovanni. Consider yourself lucky, it's not every day you beat a Chaos Brigade captain. He started walking towards a wall where an electric lock could be seen. Issei. Wait, where's your boss? Giovanni. That's none of your business. He said as he left the place through another passageway that he activated with a card. Issei tried to go for it, but it was too late. Issei. Damn, the Chaos Brigade escapes me again. At that the girls along with the chestnut Pokémon arrived where Issei was. Everyone was surprised that Magikarp had evolved. Rias. Issei, are you okay? Issei. If you don't worry, we should free the girl first and then get out of here. Saying this Issei went with the girl to free her from the chair where she was. Issei. I'm not passing anything to you Ver. This was silenced because the girl threw herself directly at the brunette to kiss him. This obviously made Issei's girlfriends jealous, while the brunette was in shock at being kissed by that girl. After finishing the kiss, she leaned against his chest. Thank you, my hero. Rias Leaf. Hey, let go of our boyfriend. But this event it was official, the meeting between Issei and the Chaos Brigade. Chapter 9. What has happened in 3 weeks? Blue City. We are inside the city casino where Issei along with Rias and Leaf had defeated several Chaos Brigade recruits, but right now our favorite brunette was in trouble. And after rescuing the young woman who had been kidnapped by the members of that organization, she had rewarded Issei in a way that her girls did not like. Rias Leaf. Hey, release our new guy. That's what both of them shouted because the girl had kissed Issei and was leaning on his chest while hugging him. I don't think so, this guy is too cute to be with you guys, so get lost. Saying this, both girls unleashed their jealousy to the fullest extent, especially Rias, who, being in her situation, took the opportunity to leave her in her place. She grabbed the brown-haired boy by the arm, pulled him towards her, and placed his hand on her stomach. Rias. Let it be clear to you, girl, Ice is the father of my future child, so don't get near him. Leaf on the other hand took Issei's other hand and placed it between her breasts, something that the brown-haired boy enjoyed but hid, he didn't want to look like the idiot Hyoudou. Leaf. That's right, he's my beloved boyfriend and I won't allow you to get close to him. The mysterious girl, hearing this, instead of being depressed was she happy. Perfect, if you have a harem there will be no problem, in my family they allow it. By the way, I have not introduced myself, my name is Melina, I am the gym leader of Celadon City and your new harem sister. The 3 of them, upon hearing this, just stood with a flat face, they didn't believe that she had presented herself in that way. On Issei's part, it was that she was his next rival for the 4th medal. On the other hand, the girls went for the way she named herself a harem sister. Rias. Wait a minute, why do you say you're a harem sister? We haven't given you permission. Leaf nodded at what was said. Melina. Well, that's due to my family's tradition. Leaf. Explain yourself. Melina. Well, in my family we are dedicated to creating the most beautiful perfumes made in Kanto, and we sell them to other regions. Kalos is our biggest buyer. Rias. Aha, and then. Melina. Don't interrupt. Rias just pouted upon hearing that while Issei only had a drop of water coming out of his neck. Melina. Well, as I was saying, our family, and especially the women, receive marriage proposals from all over the region, but the tradition is that the boy we think is suitable to share our life with will receive the kiss that seals this commitment. The kids didn't believe that those kinds of traditions existed, especially those who came from DxD. Issei. Soth that me. Melina. Yes, I chose you as my future husband, so take responsibility for this damsel of sense. We must go with my family to break the news. Everything was silent since the girl took Issei's hand and dragged him to the Azalona city gym, followed by Rias and Leaf, who did not believe that something like this was happening. But while this was happening here, what happened to Ryu and the factions? Well, first let's go with Issei's friend. Ira City. We find ourselves in Ira City where Ryu along with Crystal had arrived at the emergency Pokémon Center because the girl was feeling ill. Crystal, who was being examined by the doctor, was in a consultation room while the black-haired man was in the waiting room, seeing his teammates whom he had obtained on his journey to the city. Currently he had in his Pokémon team Kulava, Noctil, Mareep, Machop, Graveler and EV. He remembered what happened in the 3 weeks. Flashback. After Crystal and Ryu had reconciled and went away, their next destination was Trigel City. Before leaving, Mr. Caesar had given them Pokeballs made of Boguris. He explained to them that he is a Pokémon artisan and that he is dedicated to making unique Pokeballs with said materials. As a thank you, he gave them 5 sets of Pokeballs, 1 for each of them, and the remaining 3 for the Kanto boys, to which Ryu told him that they are both on that mission to save the Pokémon world. After that they continued their way to the city Trigel where 2 things happened. The first is that on the way to the next destination, the Pokémon egg that was in the bag began to shine, implying that his new partner was going to be born, so they rested on Route 34, and in front of them appeared a Drowzee, which was captured by Ryu, with the help of his Hyoudou who evolved during the battle. The reason for capturing Drowzee was that it tried to steal food from his Pokémon. After the capture was completed, the egg opened and its new companion was born, which was a small Mareep. Upon seeing him, both trainers looked at him with tenderness and then continued on their way to the Trigel gym. Upon arriving at the city, the boys went to the Pokémon Center since they had to heal their companions who had helped them on the trip. Nurse Joy from the city asked the boy what he was doing here. Ryu. Well, I've come to challenge the city's gym leader. Nurse Joy. Well, I wish you the best of luck and I hope you don't give up on continuing with the league. This left the boy in doubt about what was said. Ryu, what do you mean by that, Nurse Joy? Nurse Joy. Well, I'll tell you, the leader of this gym rarely loses. She, along with the leader of Blackthorn City, are responsible for our league having the lowest participation. Ryu. What do you mean by that? Nurse Joy. Well, look, each region has its 8 gym leaders, and each leader is unique in their fighting style, but every region has its filter leader or wall leader. Ryu. Does that mean? Nurse Joy. That means he's the leader to beat. For example, Kanto has a mysterious leader who is unknown, but I know she's the oldest in that region, and very few are those who manage to defeat her. In Hone there's the water leader, in Sinnoh the electric type leader, in Unova it's the dragon leader, and in Kalos it's the ice type leader. Ryu. And what about Alola and Galar? Nurse Joy. Well, Galar is the dragon type leader, but his battles can be easier, and in Alola, to challenge the league, you must complete the island course, so the filter would be to finish it. But here in Johto, we have 2 filter leaders. The Wheatgrass leader and the Blackthorn leader. So, I encourage you. I hope you can defeat them and see your fight against the Johto champion. Ryu. Wow, I never thought there was something like this in the Pokémon League, and by any chance you don't know what kind of Pokémon the gym leader uses? Nurse Joy. Well, she uses normal type, but watch out for the second Pokémon. Ryu. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Heeding this warning, he and Crystal headed straight to the city gym to confront gym leader White. On the way they stopped to buy some positions and berries for the battle at the city's shopping center, where a young man was reading about the Drowzee in a book and was so fascinated that he wanted one. This reached Ryu's ears, since unfortunately the Drowzee he captured did not get along with the others including him, so he decided to switch his Pokémon with that young man's, and it turned out to be something beneficial because it was a Machop. Now with this Pokémon he was more than ready to go for the badge. When he arrived at the gym, the leader was already waiting for him, who was bored since less than an hour ago she had defeated another trainer. They both introduced themselves and took their places to start the battle, but something that caught her attention was that she heard White say that he hoped she would beat him on the first try. The confrontation between both was between 2 Pokémon. On the part of Ryu he sent his Cyndaquil, and his new Pokémon Machop. On the other hand, White sent his Sentret and Meltink. Note. I know that her first Pokémon is a Clefairy, but since she is already a fairy type she doesn't fit in the gym so I changed it for Sentret. The fight with his first Pokémon was somewhat simple for Cyndaquil. Unfortunately Meltink was something impossible for the mouse who, even though he evolved, had lost that battle. Everything would be decided between Machop and Meltink, which between uncoiling and beating attacks by Meltink and karate blows and kicks by Ryu's Machop, the result was the victory of the black-haired man with a Machop almost at his reserve and a Meltink that despite recovering was defeated. When she was about to give the medal to the boy, she pulled him towards her and gave him a rather deep kiss, throwing the boy off guard and making his girlfriend jealous. He asked why the kiss, to which she replied. "White. You see, my mother was worried that I wouldn't get a boyfriend or that I would fall in love with someone because I was the gym leader, so I told her that the first person to defeat me in the first battle would be my husband, since she would know how strong and determined he is, and that's something I look for in a man, plus I liked you since I saw you enter the gym." The boy couldn't believe what he had heard, but like the brown-haired boy, he wanted to have a harem, of course, if Sona had allowed it at the time when he had declared his love to her, but it didn't happen because he was rejected for it, but could that dream happen in this world? At that moment, Crystal arrives at his side. "Crystal. And tell me why I should let her be with my boyfriend." "White. I'll tell you the truth, I liked it when I entered, and if you are his girlfriend, it means that I must ask your permission to enter his harem." The boy just stood with his face flat upon hearing that. He knew that Crystal wouldn't allow that, and at this point she would reject the offer. "Crystal. Okay, I'll let you into my Ryu's harem if he allows it." Ryu was worse than before when he learned that he would be given the opportunity to have a harem. Ryu and White agreed to go on a date to get to know each other better, and if they both felt they had good chemistry, they would become boyfriend and girlfriend. The date between the two was to go to the city center, talk, see everything it had to offer, and relax for a while on the terrace. They talked, laughed, and without realizing it, they gave each other another little kiss, confirming that they did have good chemistry like he did with Crystal, thus sealing their relationship. The next day he had to continue his journey, so White told him that she would catch up with him when he challenged the Johto High Command, but as a seal of their relationship and their upcoming commitment, White gave him an EV to remember her during his journey, and if he wanted to evolve it, there would be no problem. Something strange that Ryu noticed was that the EV was white, knowing that it was a rare Pokémon, and that she gave it to him made him love her more, so he said goodbye with a rather long kiss while they hugged. End of flashback. Ryu petted the little EV, and he was happy to have a good trainer, but he was taken out of his thoughts when Crystal arrived crying and went to hug him. "Ryu. Crystal, why are you crying?" "Crystal. I need you to sit down because what I'm going to say is a bit delicate." He listened and sat down with concern because something bad had happened to the girl. "Crystal. Ryu, I must tell you that our love has been consummated and borne fruit." Ryu. "Wait, what does this mean?" Crystal. "Ryu, I'm pregnant, we're going to be parents." Upon hearing this, the boy fainted from the shock and fell to the floor while mumbling that he was going to be a father. This was great news for him, but now what has happened to the factions in these 3 weeks? On the other hand, what has happened in these 3 weeks in the DxD world? Underworld. In the Sitri clan mansion we can see a girl with glasses who was crying in what is or was her room. She was wearing a maid uniform, since 3 weeks ago she had been removed from the position of heir to the clan due to the mistreatment she gave to the one who is now known in the supernatural world as the #1 strategist, Hyoudou Issei. Lucy was in her room lamenting the treatment she gave her brother. This was not malicious because she stopped seeing him as her family a long time ago and saw him as a man, that's why she hated the relationship between her brother and the Redeed. The rest of the Sitri clan were worried about their ex-mistress, but Saji grew to hate Issei since he said that it was his fault that Sona suffered what she was going through and claimed that his ex-king did not deserve this treatment from a despicable human. But among all the girls of the Sitri clan, there was one who was sad about a certain person in particular and who returned to the mansion every night after her search. This was Momo Hanakai, who in addition to being part of Issei's search team, she was also looking for her secret love Ryu Kusanagi. Every night she regretted not having declared her love for him because of her king, and she was one of the few people who knew the boy in high school. This was before being part of the Sitri entourage. Ryu and Momo were talking about how to help with Issei's family problems and also laughing at each other's jokes. Unfortunately, the day she was going to declare her love to the boy was the moment Ryu called Sona. The pain in her heart was great when she saw the boy of her dreams declare his love to someone other than her, so she couldn't stand it and left the place. If she had stayed a few seconds longer, the story between them would be different. After that event, Sona would reincarnate her in her nobility, and out of respect for her king, she no longer spoke to the boy as before, since she thought he was her boyfriend, until that day he disappeared along with Issei and Rias. That day she knew they were nothing because she did not cry for the boy, and she confirmed it on the day of Mio's rating game, knowing that everything that was said about Ryu by Hyoudou was a lie. That night Sona cried bitterly and regretted not having reciprocated Ryu's feelings. She regretted letting go of the only man who saw her as Sona and not as the Sitri heiress. The most peculiar thing that happened in these 3 weeks was that the underworld was at peace. The Chaos Brigade for some strange reason had stopped attacking. It was as if they were waiting for something or someone. But to understand what has happened here, let's summarize what has happened in these 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago. After Kuoh had attacked the capital of the underworld, Lilith, Azazel along with Ross and Grayfia, had taken Hyoudou to the Gremory mansion. The idiot had revealed Issei's secret, and this was worse, since the Chaos Brigade did not have the boy on their side. In the meeting room of the mansion were Sirzechs, Azazel along with Vali, Michael, Yusaka, Auden along with Ross and his apprentice, the patriarchs of the Gremory clan, Razor, next to his new slave Mio, Sona Sitri with her entourage, the Hyoudou lords, and finally Hyoudou, who was chained by the hands with shackles that prevent him from using his demonic power, since he no longer had Drake's power. Sirzechs. Okay, you can tell me what happened now. At that Azazel stands up and pointing at Hyoudou with disgust began to speak. Azazel. Because of this useless one, the Chaos Brigade will begin searching for Issei and recruiting him for their purposes. Those present did not understand what he meant by this. Auden. Tell me Brad, what do you mean? I thought they already had the boy. Azazel. No, in that aspect we were wrong, they didn't know about the boy's disappearance and abilities, and it could have been for the best, but this idiot talked too much, and the Chaos Brigade knew the weight that Issei had in every battle. Everyone in the room was surprised by what was said. They thought that the Chaos Brigade already had Issei in their hands, but it was a mistake on their part. Yusaka. So you're telling me the Chaos Brigade now wants Issei? She glared at Hyoudou. Yusaka. Because of you, an innocent and pure person will be a slave to the dogs of the Chaos Brigade. You know how much I hate having met you, and I already suspected you would win this way the day I was kidnapped. The whole plan was Issei's. When we find him, I'll reward him properly. Hyoudou was incredulous at what he heard, such was his madness to hear those words that he began to scream. Hyoudou. What, you and that bunch of bitches were supposed to be my personal bores and even more of all that bitch Ria's Gremory, she was going to be my personal trophy that I would show off to my stupid Sisterug. While screaming Hyoudou received a blow from Ross. Ross. I'm going to ask you garbage not to talk like that about Issei and Rias, you're nothing to talk about. This surprised everyone except Auden, who was left with the shy, insecure girl they met in the battle against Loki. Zeoticus. We apologize to the entire alliance, our new slave has not yet learned manners, for which he will be reprimanded. At that Razor gives a bottle to Mio. Razor. Give it to Lord Gremory, now. Mio with a sad face because he knew that this would be his life now obeyed Razor, to which he was going to deliver the bottle into his father's hands, but he looked at his servant, implying that he should touch it. That was a more than obvious sign of Zeoticus's repudiation of Mio. Zeoticus. Excuse me Razor don't know, but what's in this jar? Razor. Lord Gremory, that jar contains water that copies the same enchantment that is experienced in Tartarus, you can use it as punishment for your slave. The boy's parents were going to protest, but received a look of hatred from the leaders. Azazel. Now we must hurry things up, we must find Issei our new Sekiryuutei and have him on our side. Michael. I treated the boy, but I hope he wants to join us. Sirzechs. Before you leave, Sona Sitri, the council reviewed the testimonies given by both the Trash and Lucy Hyoudou, and it was determined that you would be left as heir to the Sitri house, and your entire entourage would be in the hands of Lady Sitri, and you would be confined in the Sitri mansion, until the patriarchs decide otherwise. The girl knew this would happen, so she accepted her fate with great sadness. After that meeting things were calm in the factions, except for the shame of the Gremory clan, Mio, the Sitri clan, Sona, and the underworld, Hyoudou. On Hyoudu's part, being a slave of the Gremory family, he had to do humiliating jobs towards his person, he was whipped cruelly if he made any mistake, he was strictly prohibited from approaching the entourage waiting for Rias, and was only fed bread with water from the phoenix at night. For him that was the worst part of the day, since he had to relive over and over again the humiliation by him to his brother, changing the scene to be him and see the worst atrocities. One day he thought he was raped by orcs, which would cause terrifying screams in the dungeons of the Gremory clan. The only way to silence him was to sedate him with golden apple alcohol. It gets dragons drunk, but another being knocks him out instantly. Mio's former entourage went out every day to look for the brunette to apologize, especially one Fall, who wanted to make up for the indifferent way she treated him and help her with her father problem. Asia cried for how she treated her first friend. During the nights all the girls cried buckets while they imagined that they had a nice relationship with Issei, and as leaders of the harem were Mio and Rias. Lucy cried bitterly for his treatment of her brother, and her hatred grew towards Hyoudou and her parents. She hated them for always mistreating Issei. Although she was not far behind, she promised that the day she found him she would pamper him, fill him with the love she never gave him, and give him her first time that she has saved for him. For Irina's part, she had a sad and cold expression when she remembered the humiliation she gave Issei when he declared his love to her. Every day she regretted having believed in Hyoudu's lies, and at night she cried for more than 3 hours until she fell asleep, where she dreamed that she was with Rias who had given Issei permission to have a harem. They had a beautiful relationship together. The boy's parents were worse off. The mother cried every day, hugged her legs in a corner while holding the photo of when they were a happy and complete family, and always repeated to herself, "Why did I do it?" Every night while remembering the boy's screams from the blows she gave him, his father on the other hand fell into alcoholism when trying to forget his son's screams when he was whipped by Mio and Sona. He regretted laughing every night the punishment was carried out. There was an occasion when they made a contract with the Phoenix, requesting to see their son, even in the illusion of Tartarus. The Phoenix servant checked with her master and he agreed. Every day they were chained and drank from that concoction that made them see Issei's punishment, and at the end of said punishment go to comfort him even for a few seconds. This, although it sounds ridiculous, calmed the hearts of the parents. At the Gremory mansion, Lord and Lady Gremory desperately searched for their daughter during the day, and at night they cried together for never giving her the attention she deserved. Venelana remembered Rias once coming to her, accusing one of the council members of trying to make a pass at her, and her response was, "Venelana, that's what you came into the world for, just to be the wife of someone important, so get used to it." Remembering those words made Venelana cry more for that action towards her daughter. On the other hand, Mio was Razor's personal servant who forced her to do humiliating tasks for him and the Phoenix family, and if she made a mistake, she was reprimanded by Eubelina, Razor's fiancée. Since she hated that things were not done as they should, like Hyoudou, she was chained at night and given the Phoenix concoction to drink, in which she watched as Rias was the queen of the raiding game, along with her husband Hyoudou Issei, and in the company of their children. The dream of being a mother and queen of the raiding game that she had been stolen by her little sister, who scoffed at her. Moving on to the next vision where Rias and Issei gave themselves in an uncontrolled manner, overflowing with passion and love between them, while Mio just looked on in despair as she wanted to be her instead of Rias. Finally, the stupidity that Sona committed made Seraphil resign from her position as Mago of the Underworld, this because the Sitri house needed an heir, and since there was no one else she had to sacrifice herself by giving up her dream. Seraphil had Sona as her personal servant, forcing her to wear the most humiliating clothing, according to Sona, which was magical girl clothing, to do her cleaning work in the office that once belonged to Sona as heir to the clan. Her entourage was forbidden to speak to her, especially Saji, who was the one who had the most affection for her. For 3 weeks, the search teams were led by the leaders and Ross. Each day involved a detailed search of every corner of the underworld. In the afternoons, there was a daily review and report of the search. At night, they rested and patrolled with the demon's familiars or the blood contracts, each being held with magical creatures. Unlike everyone else who lamented their behavior towards Issei and Rias, Issei always came up with another search route. She knew it wasn't the time to cry until they found them. The last meeting before we caught up with the current weather, Ross came up with a plan that, although it sounds risky, would work. Issei, Alliance leaders, I've come up with something risky, but I know it can work. Azazel. Tell us, what is it? Ross. As you can see, the members of the Chaos Brigade are also looking for Issei-sama. I know this because one day during my search I saw a rogue demon and he was carrying Issei's photo with him. Everyone was surprised that they had a picture of the chestnut tree. Sirzechs. But how is it possible? Issei didn't have much contact with the meetings or fights. What we know is that the scum took away his plans before going into battle. Michael. The only time I saw him was at the first meeting, that's the attack on the peace conference. That's where they must have gotten the photo, since after that we didn't allow him or Rias to be on the front lines. Azazel. Damn, now what will we do? Sorry for the interruption, please continue, young Valkyrie. Ross. As I was saying, what occurred to me is to send our relatives and spy on the Chaos Brigade meetings. Right now, I have the renegade demon imprisoned. Everyone was analyzing that possibility. Azazel. I have a better idea. Instead of familiars I created some direct transmission cameras. Artificial angers are hidden. We place it on the renegade demon. We erase her memory since Issei captured her and return her to her lair, so if there is news of the boy, we will know what will happen. Everyone agreed with the plan and carried it out. But this event we put ourselves in the present time of the 3 situations. Mount Corona. At this moment Arceus had summoned the legendary Pokémon because he had a bad feeling. Arceus. My children, thank you for coming. I will be brief with that meeting. Dark times are coming to our world and I feel that our new chosen one will be in bigger trouble. This was warned to me by your sister Miloetta as she witnessed how one of our chosen ones was injured by what we now know as the Chaos Brigade. Hearing the name brought back a vague memory to Lacius. Lacius. Father, I'm sorry for interrupting, I have to tell you something. Arceus, tell me what's going on. Lacius. The name you just mentioned I heard in the world where our chosen ones come from. What Lacius said made Arceus suspicious of something. Arceus. I need more information. Lacius, you will return to the world where our heroes come from along with Dialga and Palkia if you see something that has to do with our world and you come back to give a report. But that said, the three Pokémon went back to the DxD dimension to investigate what had happened. Azure City. Returning with our chestnut tree. He was walking next to a girl who was holding his arm in a romantic way, while a redhead and a brunette were following them with an aura of wanting to kill the girl. They arrived at the Azalona City gym. Inside there was a beautiful garden with several flowers and a small coffee table. Melina invited Issei to sit down so he could rest. Melina. Excuse me for a moment, I'll go get my uncle so he can meet you and make our engagement official. The girl said with a blush and a smile that would melt anyone. Issei just stood there with a flat face and didn't know what was going on here. Rias, on the other hand, saw that this was going to end the same as with Leaf, so they both got together and would give her a chance if she got older. After a few minutes Melina returned with another person, who the boys found strange that this person was here. Melina. Issei, I want you to meet the gym leader of Vermilion City, and my uncle Lieutenant Serge. Uncle, I want you to meet the person I chose as my future partner, Issei. The girls were impressed that the leader they met 2 weeks ago was the girl's uncle. On the other hand, Issei had a white face from the look Serge was giving him. Lieutenant Serge. So you're the brat who's trying to steal the most delicate flower of our family. She looked at him with fake hatred. This made Issei sweat a little. At that, the look of hatred turned into a corn-like smile. Lieutenant Serge. Welcome to the family, nephew. Then she hugged him in such a way that it knocked the wind out of the boy. At that Serge turns to see the girls. Lieutenant Serge. I imagine you two must be friends, right? The girls put on an angry look. Rias Leaf. We are his girlfriends. This froze the lieutenant and looked at Issei. Lieutenant Serge. So you'll have a harem, you remind me a lot of Ash, if so I expect great results, will I accept the relationship between you two? Issei didn't know what was happening, but at that moment everything became clear as he received a kiss from Melina, a kiss that expressed her love just like Rias and Leaf did. They ended the kiss and looked into each other's eyes. Issei. I would like to get to know you better. What do you say if after our battle you come with me so we can get to know each other better? Melina was more than delighted, but she couldn't leave her responsibilities as a gym leader. She was going to decline, but someone appeared. Go on, daughter, go with him. If he is the man you chose you should get to know him better. I will take care of the gym again for a while. The one who had appeared was none other than Erica, Melina's mother. Erica looked like her daughter, but she looked more mature. Melina. Seriously, Mom, thank you. I turned to look at the brunette and wink at his girlfriends. Melina. I won't lose to anyone, so let's go for that fight. Issei. Okay, let's go for that medal. Pokémon World, unknown place. In the facilities where the Chaos Brigade was gathered, Giovanni was kneeling in front of his leaders. His face could not be seen, but they were seen sitting in the place. Tell me what happened. Giovanni. I'm sorry sir, but a young man opposed our plan to capture Erica's daughter and have her give us the mind control scent. DSK, never mind, we'll see another method. For now you'll go to Saffron City and go after the owner of the Sylph SA company. He has several electronic elements that will allow us to advance with the portal. Our leader is more than angry because there's no progress. Giovanni. Understood sir, I'm leaving. He stood up and started walking towards the exit, but a voice from those present stopped him. Giovanni, we will not accept another mistake, comply or suffer the consequences. He just felt his blood run cold at what was said. What will happen to our heroes, how will they face the challenges ahead, and will the faction's plan succeed? Chapter 10. The attack on the Chaos Brigade, the discovery. We are in the Celadon City gym, where the battle between Issei and Melina had already begun. On one hand, Issei had used his newly evolved Gyarados and ended up in a double KO against Melina's Victreebel, and his second Pokémon was Nidorino, who defeated Tangela, but he was very tired, so it could be said that each of them has one Pokémon left. Melina. Very well, it's your turn my beautiful companion, go ahead Vileplume. She threw her Pokeball, where her third and strongest Pokémon came out. Melina. Well dear, let's see who you'll use, I just hope it's someone worthy of you. Issei looked at her with a challenging smile, taking his Pokeball since he had left Pikachu in the stands. While Rias and Leaf were left wondering who their third Pokémon was since sending Poliwrath was a clear disadvantage. Issei. Well friend it's your turn, show what you're made of, let's go Growlithe. He threw the Pokeball from which a reddish dog came out. He turned to see Issei and went with him. He sat in front of Issei waiting for a caress, which the brown-haired boy did, and showed that he trusted his Pokémon. The girls who accompanied him did not imagine that the boy had this Pokémon, and more so because they did not know when he captured it. Rias. Ice, I hope you win. Leaf. Don't worry, you'll see that he will win, right Pikachu? Pikachu turned to look at both of them and just raised his paw energetically. Pikachu. Pipe a copy. Returning to battle. Assistant. If everyone is ready, let's begin. Issei. Let's get this over with, Growlithe uses Fire Wheel. Listening to Growlithe, he engulfed himself in flames and ran while a wheel covered him and spun around him before colliding with the Vileplume. Melina. Don't give up, use acid. He obeyed, but Growlithe managed to dodge the attack. Issei. Alright, that's it, Growlithe uses Fire Fang. Saying that, Growlithe went against Vileplume, biting it and engulfing it in flames, weakening the Pokémon on the spot. Assistant. Vileplume can no longer continue, the winner is Growlithe, therefore the winner in this gym challenge is trainer Issei. Everyone went to congratulate the brunette, including his fiancée's mother and his uncle. After that, Melina arrived with a rainbow medal in her hand and gave it to him, then gave the brunette a kiss on the cheek. Issei. Perfect, I have my 4th badge. Rias. Congratulations Issei, your son and I are proud of your victory. At that, Issei approached Rias' belly. Issei. We won, little one, with the help of Growlithe. This made Rias smile motherly and stroke Issei's hair while still attached to her partner's belly. On the other hand, Leaf seeing this made her a little sad, which Issei noticed along with Rias. They both looked at each other and just smiled when Rias gave the sign of approval. Meanwhile, Melina wasn't ready for that step yet, as she wanted to get to know the brunette better, so she just smiled at this act. While this was happening on the other side of the Pokémon world. Iris City. The battle between Ryu and the gym leader Morty had come to an end, where the winner was Ryu, thanks to the help of Quilava and Noctil. Ryu had already received the fog medal and was about to leave, but suddenly he was hit by a person and fell to the ground. He only felt a couple of soft things on his face. I finally caught up with you. Ryu. White, what are you doing here? White. Well, I spoke with my mother and when I told her that I had already found a boyfriend, she asked me about you. I told her that you were making the trip to participate in the Johto League, to which she gave me permission to travel with you. By the way, hello Crystal. Crystal only had a twitch in her eye at what she saw, and it was White who had her breasts on her boyfriend's face. Crystal. Glad to see you, but could you get off Ryu, he won't be able to breathe if you. White. I'm sorry, but I wanted to see you so badly that I couldn't help myself, but tell me how the battle against my cousin went. Ryu. You cousin. At that moment, Morty arrived with a group upon seeing his relative at the door. Morty. Wow, you finally have a boyfriend, cousin. I thought you would be alone. White. Moo, shut up Morty, well I introduce you to the boy who beat me and therefore is my fiancé. Morty. Well, you chose a good boy, really. Ryu, please take care of my cousin during your trip. Ryu. Don't worry, you can count on it. The XD dimension. Glacias had arrived at the place along with Dialga and Palkia, who were waiting for the Pokémon that transformed into the girl who contacted Issei before disappearing. The girl began to review each of the places that the brown-haired boy visited in his world, Kuoh's academy, the Hyoudou residence, and Kuoh's temple. Glacias. This will take some time, but I'll stay here for a while to see what happens. Then he took his normal form and then disappeared. Time lapse. Kanto. In the Kanto region, Issei, along with Rias, Leaf, and their new travel partner, Melina, first traveled to the Lavender Tower, at Melina's request to visit the grave of her Pokémon's mother, but what they didn't expect was that in the tower of that city was the Chaos Brigade, causing a lot of destruction in the place. So they decided to intervene and rescued the caretaker of the volunteer house, the son of the founder of that place, Saito Fuji, since he always said that Mr. Fuji was his father and he didn't like being called that out of respect for him. As a gift, he gave them a Pokéflute to wake up the Pokémon they see sleeping along the way, and Issei also got his 6th Pokémon, a Haunter, with which he had already completed his Pokémon team. In the Pokédex that Gary gave him, he looked for a way to evolve it to its final stage and discovered that it was through exchange, so he asked Rias that when the time came, she would help him evolve it. After that they arrived at Fuchsia City, where they faced the leader of the place, a woman named Sachiko, who claimed to be the daughter of some of the Johto High Command, but she was defeated by Pikachu, Nidorino and Haunter, who thanks to the ground and psychic attacks they used, it was not difficult to defeat them. Since he got his 5th badge and before going to the next city he went to the safari zone of the city to see what wild Pokémon he could catch. He was greatly surprised when he not only caught a Tauros, a Pinsir and a Scyther, but also during his fishing with a super rod that Lysant gave him, he caught a Dratini. The Chestnut's decision was difficult since having Dratini on his team was a great advantage, so he sent his Poliwhirl with Gary to make room for the small dragon. The entire journey to Saffron City was uneventful until we arrived. Time lapse. Johto. Ryu along with Crystal and White had arrived at Olive City, which is characterized by its enormous lighthouse, but what surprised them was that it was not on. They went directly to the city's gym, but were surprised that the leader was not there. Not finding her, they decided to go to the lighthouse and see its enormous panoramic view that it offers. To everyone's surprise, upon arriving there, the gym leader Yasmina was there. She had a problem. Her friend wasn't entirely well and she stayed to take care of him, which is why he wasn't taking on battle challenges and why not many were coming to him. Ryu, seeing this, offered to help him, to which Yasmina accepted his help and told him that in Orchid City, they sold medicine for the Pokemon's illness. Ryu asked Crystal to wait since the trip would be by boat and he didn't want her to feel any more nausea than she already had due to her pregnancy, to which the girl obeyed and stayed with Yasmina at the lighthouse taking White and taking the opportunity to get to know each other better. Upon arriving at the city and buying the medicine for the lighthouse Pokémon, he took advantage and went to the city gym that specializes in fighting type Pokémon to obtain his 5th badge. But on the way to the gym he overheard a conversation that caught his attention. Boy 1. You heard about the problem at Fury Lake. Boy 2. Yes, things there are getting worse. Boy 3. I heard that mysterious group is doing something with the Pokémon there. Boy 1. I hope Master Ash goes for them. Boy 3. Yeah, me too, although we haven't heard from him in a while. Ryu knew about the situation, which is why he hurried to face the 2 challenges in front of him. The first one in Orchid City was simple, with the help of Noctil he defeated the gym leader's Pokémon. Once this was done, she returned to Olive City to give the medicine to the lighthouse Pokémon. This act made the girl feel eternal gratitude to the boy for helping her when no one else offered this to her. The battle itself was simple, as Kulava and Matchup managed to defeat Yasmina's steel Pokémon. Upon obtaining both the mineral medal and the girl's number, of course she gave it to her next one to be the Fury Lake. Ryu. Okay girls, I must tell you that our next stop could be dangerous, maybe we will meet the Chaos Brigade there, I hope you support me in everything. Crystal. Don't worry, your son and I won't leave you. White. I won't abandon you either. Ryu. Good going. Time lapse. DxD world. During this time that Laisha's was in the world that the new Chosen One once lived in, she could see the desperation in both the family and friends of these when they could not find them. She saw how the day was the search by the fallen ex-queen of Mio and her nobility, along with the girl who broke Issei's heart when he found him, she saw that his heart was literally broken for not finding the boy who once loved him. In her house there were no longer any of her children, this because Lucy denied her parents for mistreatment of her brother and went to live with her new teacher, Serafel Sitri. On the other hand, Hyoudou was a slave of the Gremory family. Of course Laisha's did not know this and only looked out the window at the mother crying in the room that once belonged to Issei, while her father was surrounded by bottles of alcohol and with an open album of his family photos, he cried with all his pain. This information was irrelevant to her, but there was something that caught her attention. 2 albino girls were also looking for the boys. Unlike the others, who spent their time crying and searching aimlessly, they arrived at one of the girls' houses in the city and planned their next search. It was clear that the girls' courage was more than notable, which is why I pay attention to them, especially when I learn that one of the girls had as an involuntary spy a person who claimed to be part of the Chaos Brigade. Laisha's. I'll keep an eye on these girls, maybe they'll know something. Laisha's transformed into Latina and spoke to the girls to offer her help, with the excuse that she knew Issei and was worried about his whereabouts. These events have been going on for 2 weeks. Current time. Saffron City. Upon arriving at the city, Issei noticed something strange. It was empty. This gave him a bad feeling, so they went to the Pokémon Center to get information about the situation. When they got there, they saw Nurse Joy with a sad look, so they went to talk to her. Issei. Good morning Nurse Joy. What's going on in town? Edge. Hello, nothing's happening here, everything is calm. She said with a fake smile, but suddenly she heard a car arrive at the door. X. Quick guys, hide on the other side of that door and don't make any noise. The boys saw the nurse's anguished face and listened to her. Through a small opening they saw Chaos Brigade recruits arriving with many Pokeballs, and behind them was the idiot who wanted to make a pass at his now fiancée Melina. Edge. Bu buenos die. Giovanni. Skip the formalities and heal the Pokémon from the tests we did quickly, I don't have all day. The nurse took all the Pokémon and took them to the Pokémon in the back where Issei and the others were hiding. When the nurse took the Pokémon out to see their condition, she saw that they were in a sorry state, but the strangest thing was that they were giving off a black mist. Edge. Poor things, they don't deserve this kind of treatment. Issei was going to leave his hiding place, but noticed Giovanni enter the place. Giovanni. Hurry up, we have to go back and continue with our work. Nurse Joy, with all the pain in her heart, healed the Pokémon, but the mist didn't go away, which surprised them as much as the children who were hiding. I finished healing the Pokémon and gave them to Giovanni, who simply left the place. Seeing that the Chaos Brigade had left the place, the nurse burst into tears on the treatment table. Issei and the others left the place and went with her to ask what was going on here. Edge. As you could see, that team that calls itself the Chaos Brigade has taken control of the city, our gym leader is locked inside it, and the Issei company is where they are hiding. Unfortunately, the police are also involved in the same situation. We are just waiting for the international police to arrive and provide us with support in this case. The chestnut tree was more than angry about what happened there. Issei. Don't worry, we'll take care of this while the international police arrive. Nurse Joy. Are you sure they are? Rias. We have already defeated them several times. Leaf. Plus we have 2 gym leaders here, this will be easy. Edge. Please, I leave it to you. Since Ash disappeared, we haven't had anyone to turn to for support with these types of problems. Issei. Don't worry, but you could heal our Pokémon, it seems we will have a pretty long battle. Edge. Don't worry, I'll do it. While Nurse Joy was healing the Chestnut and Company's Pokémon, they discussed how to confront the Chaos Brigade. Rias. Well, we should. Issei. I'm sorry, but honey, I won't let you participate this time. Your pregnancy is already obvious, and if they find out, they would be the main target to stop our intervention. Leaf. That's true, I don't want anything bad to happen to my nephew. Melina. I support both, it's best if you stay at the Pokémon Center. Rias. Guys, She was about to speak but was silenced by a kiss from Issei, a kiss that conveyed concern for the couple. Issei. Rias understands, I'm not doing this because I think you're a hindrance or anything like that, but because if an incident were to happen to you or our son and I lose them, there would be no point in living in this world or any other. I ask you as your partner, boyfriend and fiancé, please stay here and wait for us to return. Rias. Issei, you are the person who has always supported me with everything I have done, okay, I will stay here with Nurse Joy and prepare everything for her return. Issei. Thank you for understanding, we will return as soon as possible. Nurse Joy returned with the boys' Pokémon, while Rias gave them stances and healing items that she herself made during the trip. Issei. Well, we should go. Now it was Rias' turn to silence Issei with a kiss, which lasted a few minutes. When she ended the kiss, she hugged him protectively. Rias. Please come back safely. Issei. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. At that, the brown-haired man went down to Rias' belly. Issei. I'll be right back, little one. Mom will take care of you while I put an end to the group of bad people. Rias just laughed at the way the boy spoke to her son. She stroked his hair. Rias. Issei, Aishiteru. Upon hearing this word, the brown-haired boy simply hugged his belly and kissed it, then kissed Rias again. Issei. And I'm more dear. Leaf. Well, let's go after those damn things that damage Pokémon. Issei. You're right, we should go after them. Once everything was ready, the boys ran towards Sylph Incorporated. They noticed it was being guarded by recruits at the entrance, and any warning would alert the rest of the recruits, so they decided to go to the company's basement and begin their attack from there. Both Issei and Leaf and Melina were careful not to alert the recruits, and in case they noticed them, there was only one way to prevent them from alerting the others: defeat them and tie them up so they couldn't escape. From the basement to the 10th floor, the boys were defeating one by one the Chaos Brigade recruits that stood in their way and freeing the Pokémon from it once they defeated them. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they noticed 2 scientists in a room injecting a type of black mist or liquid into a rat. They watched as the liquid caused a kind of dark power to come out of the Pokémon's mouth, but this made it lose control and hit itself. Scientist 1. Damn, these samples the leaders sent us aren't working properly. Scientist 2. But we must do something, I want that bonus that the leaders will give to those who manage to complete the union of a Pokémon and the demonic power of the other side. Issei, upon hearing the word demonic, his questions about the group vanished. It was clear that the Chaos Brigade was in that place without a doubt. Scientist 1. I know, I want that bonus too, I just hope they haven't completed that experiment in Johto. Scientist. Shut up and send the results back to base so we can continue the experiment. At that point, the girls entered the place to defeat the scientists who were sending the information. The brown-haired girl was also going to intervene, but was stopped by Leaf. Leaf. No, Issei, you must go after Giovanni and save the company president. Issei. Okay girls, I'll leave it to you. Melina. Don't worry, Ana. Issei just blushed at what was said and went to the company president's office. He was going to enter, but heard the conversation between the two. Giovanni. Don't be like your father and cooperate with us. President. I won't help you at all. Giovanni. Look, what we need is a device that your company was testing. I mean, it's a device that allows us to use Palkia's power and visit other spaces. President. And what do you want them for? Giovanni. That's none of your business, but leaders need them for domination in this world. President. Well, if that's the case, I won't tell you anything. Giovanni. If not by good means, then by bad means. Go ahead, Nidorino. At that moment Issei entered with his haunter at his side. Issei. I won't allow it. Play the song for the atmosphere. The battle between their Pokémon began. Nidorino launched a poison-type attack at the ghost which was not very effective, while Haunter with psychic-type attacks easily weakened the Pokémon. Giovanni. Damn brat, you already interrupted my plans once, but now I will defeat you, go Kangaskhan. Issei. Well done friend rest, now it's your turn go Nidorino. Giovanni. So you have one of those, but it won't be enough, Kangaskhan uses Mega Punch. Issei. Quick use double kick. The battle between both Pokémon was close. On one hand, the blows of the normal-type Pokémon were powerful, but not enough to knock out Nidorino. On the other hand, Nidorino felt Issei's trust towards him and responded by putting his maximum effort into his kicks and gorings that he gave to the rival. The result of this battle was Nidorino's victory. Giovanni. Miserable, Venelana. Issei. Nidorino come back, Haunter I need your help again. The fight between the two, when they launched their attacks, was too much for the poor Haunter who, although he managed to knock out his opponent, was also knocked out. Giovanni. You've got me fed up, but you won't be able to stop this Pokémon, go Rhyperior. Giovanni's last Pokémon came out of an Ultra Ball. Issei hadn't seen this Pokémon, so he took out the Pokédex for consultation. Pokédex. Rhyperior, the drill Pokémon and the evolved form of. Rhyperior can throw rocks at its enemies by stretching its arm muscles and launching them from the pits in its palms. Issei determinedly checked and brought out his partner who has supported him since he captured him. Issei. I trust you my friend, let's go Gyarados. It was the final confrontation between the two, so both Rhyperior and Gyarados gave their all in the battle. On one hand, the rocks thrown by the ground Pokémon were effective against Gyarados, while Issei's Pokémon responded with powerful water attacks. Somehow the fight was still going on, but at that moment many police sirens could be heard throughout the city. Giovanni. Damn those obstacles are here, I must go before they capture me. He was going to save his Pokémon, but suddenly he received an attack from a little yellow mouse, which made his other Pokeballs fall. Issei. I won't allow you to continue hurting other Pokémon because of your ambitions, you don't deserve to have your friends with you. At that moment Giovanni saw that all the police officers had entered the place, suddenly he heard something in his ear, and without thinking he jumped out the window. This left Issei shocked to see such an act, but he was surprised to find that a helicopter with floating stairs had gone to rescue Giovanni. Giovanni. I swear you'll pay for this, you damn brat. Issei just watched as the helicopter moved away while he untied the company president. Issei. Curse escaped again. On the other hand, the girls had arrived with the other police officers while bringing a jar of samples that they recovered from one of the scientists. Leaf. Here Issei, it's better that you and Rias watch it. Issei. Okay, let's go to the Poke Center. At that a voice spoke to Issei who was behind him. Thank you very much, young man, for helping in this case and rescuing the president of this company. Issei. You're welcome, this one. Excuse me, my name is Handsome, I'm a detective with the International Police. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei. Handsome. Thank you very much young Issei for helping the city, but please if something bad were to happen somewhere else I will ask you not to. Issei. I'm sorry, but I'll decline your favor, if I'm here, it's because Arceus asked me to check on these events. Melina was surprised as was Handsome upon hearing this, the last person she knew was contacted by Arceus was none other than the chosen one Ash. Handsome. So you must be the new warrior that Arceus sent, right? Issei. Not just me, there are 2 other people, but I'll leave this here for safety. Handsome. I understand, well then I will ask you to continue supporting us in these types of cases while I'm leaving, since we must process and interrogate all the recruits that were captured by us. Issei. Okay, girls, it's time to go before someone kills me for being late. Lake of Fury. On the other hand, we see Ryu, who along with his traveling companions and girlfriends, had arrived at Lake Fury, where they met a person who observed the behavior of the Pokémon in the area. This is very strange, it's as if they were being manipulated with some kind of waves. At that Ryu approaches the person who spoke to himself. Ryu. Excuse me, but could you tell me what's going on? Oh wow, you're the young man who helped Yasmina with her Pokémon's illness and stopped that group that invaded Azalea Town, right? Ryu. If so, my name is Ryu, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, my name is Lance, and I'm the Johto regional champion. At that, he turned to look at his traveling companions and noticed one girl in particular. Lance. Daughter, what are you doing here? I thought you were the gym leader instead of your mother. Crystal. Is it? White. Hi dad. Ryu. Dad. Lance. Well tell me what you're doing here. White. Well what happens is that I am Lance. You. Ryu. Please don't say it. White. I'm on a trip with my boyfriend. Lance. Your boyfriend? White. That's right, Dad, I want to pre-introduce you to my non-boyfriend Ryu. At that moment he gave the black-haired man a look of unfriendliness and suffering. Lance. Yow, you stolen my baby. Ryu. Espera yo. White. And not only that, I am part of his harem, and he has sworn eternal love to me and his fiancée, with whom he will already have a child. Hearing this, Ryu went blank while Lance grabbed him by the neck. Lance. I'll just tell you to take care of my daughter, you'll be sorry, understood? Ryu. Si, senor. Lance. I'll leave you, I have to investigate that criminal group that is in town. Hearing this, Ryu's fear went away. Ryu. Wait, let me go with you, it is my duty as chosen of Arceus to help against that criminal group. Lance heard this and was surprised that one of Arceus's chosen ones was in front of him, and even more so that he was his daughter's boyfriend. Lance. Okay, follow me, but if my daughter goes, you will take care of her like your wife, you understand? Ryu. Yes, sir. Lance, followed by the boys, entered a small warehouse, where the owner had already informed the champion of their movements and the hours in which they do not come to the surface. Lance. I've already notified the international police, and they'll send an agent to help us with this. Will you and I go downstairs to stop the experiment that's causing the Pokémon to weaken? Ryu. Understood, Crystal, you and White are waiting for us here, keep them from leaving this place until the police arrive. Crystal. Of course, darling. At that point, he gives him a kiss for luck. Of course, White didn't stay behind and in front of his father, he kissed the boy who was praying in his mind that he wouldn't be killed. White. It's for luck, A.N.A. Lance. Walking miserable brat. He said as he grabbed him by the head and dragged him inside. Once inside, there were two paths, so they decided to separate and look for the origin of the experiment. While going down and defeating the recruits in a room, I overhear a conversation with a scientist and the person who apparently ran the place. And tell me how we're doing. Scientist. Ma'am, the truth is we haven't made much progress, with that demonic energy that the leaders gave us, we have transformed it into radio waves, but at the moment they only weaken the Pokémon, we still can't control it. Damn, let's go see what's going on with that machine and report back to our leaders. Hearing that, Ryu followed the people he spied on. They arrived at the place where the machine was, which had 3 recruits guarding it. At that, the leader of the place stops dead in her tracks and begins to speak. Brat, until when will you stop following us and tell the champion to come, the party is about to begin. Ryu. Well, it seems you found me out. Lance. And not just you. Nice to meet you gentlemen, my name is not worth giving you, but since you saw our machine, it is better that you keep quiet as a grave in this place, go ahead gentlemen. The recruits threw their Pokémon, while Ryu and Lance threw their partner, Ryu's was his Kulava, and Lance took out a Dragonite. The battle between the recruits and the leader of the place began with a numerical advantage, which disappeared when they felt the power of both Pokémon. While Lance was fighting with the recruits, Ryu was faced with the leader of the place, who during the Kulava battle, evolved to her final stage. Little by little, the Chaos Brigade members were being defeated. By the time the leader's last Pokémon was launched, a jet of water blocked her Pokeball and weakened Ryu's Pokémon. Scientist. Madam, leave this place and report the progress to the leaders, we have no escape now. Fine, but you know what to do. Saying this, the boss escaped through a hidden door in the place. Scientist. I think that's all, so I give up. After finishing defeating the recruits' Pokémon, Ryu and Lance destroyed the wave machine that was affecting the Pokémon near the town and those in Lake Fury. Lance. Thank you very much for your help, Brad. Now let's go with my daughter. There are things I need to talk to you about. Ryu just shuddered at those words and went with his father-in-law to see his girlfriends who were waiting for them upstairs. Academia de Kuoh. In the occult club, we see the faction leaders as they were summoned by Odin at the request of his bodyguard. Everyone was gathered including the newly formed DxD group. The leaders were talking there since Odin was yet to arrive, so they started talking about Issei's location. Sirzechs. And they've known something about Issei-kun. Azazel. Nothing yet. Michael. By the way, how's that portal experiment of yours going? Azazel. I haven't really made any progress, but oh well, that's it. At that Odin along with Roswise, Momo and Latina had arrived at the place. Odin. Sorry for the delay, but we're calling this meeting for something important. Sirzechs. Excuse me Odin-sama, but who is she? Odin. Sorry, she is Latina and is under the protection of Asgard, she is helping us in the search for Issei. Roswise. Well, let's start with this, I called you today because I found out from the spy we have in the Chaos Brigade, to whom we implemented the surveillance cameras, that Azazel provided that he would be in a meeting with the Chaos Brigade, apparently the topic is important. Then he took out a projection sphere through which they could see everything the spy was looking at. Michael. Yes, we can hear what they say, right Azazel? Azazel. Don't worry, I designed that camera so I could spy on and hear the girls. I better keep quiet. At that moment they began to see that the Chaos Brigade meeting had begun. Somewhere in the underworld. We see Risevim and his assistants watching a large screen. Suddenly a blonde person with glasses appeared on the screen. Risevim. Good Chromo, what is this meeting about? The Chromo. Well, my generals and I want to know how you're doing with your part of the project. Risevim. So far we haven't had any progress and we're looking for someone to help us in our quest, and you. Chromo. The demonic energy you sent us has been used in experiments to control Pokémon, but we have not made any progress. The Cult Club. While they were watching that, Laisha's, who was Latina at that moment, stopped suddenly upon hearing that statement. Issei. Latina, are you okay? Latina. Don't worry. Chaos Brigade board. Risevim. It seems there hasn't been any progress either. Well, we've had a tough time, but I'd like to talk to the people in charge of those projects. The Chromo. Sure, they should still be in their positions at this point. You contact them for a conference now. He told a recruit what he called the project managers, who were Giovanni and the other person. On the screen, a tired Giovanni and a girl with a tablet in her hand were seen. The Chromo. Well, Giovanni, Athena, how are your investigations going? Giovanni. The truth is that the experiment failed because of a boy. Athena. So you also suffered the intervention of a young man? Giovanni. You too, because mine was a brown-haired boy. Athena. I was stopped by a boy with black hair, in fact I have a picture of him. At that moment Athena showed the image of Ryu when he was fighting against the recruits. Academia de Kuoh. Those watching the meeting were surprised to see the boy and two more people. These were Momo and Sona, who was going as Seraphil's maid. They cried with joy to see the boy well. Seraphil. Sona, you know that person. Sona. That's right, Seraphil Sama, that boy is Issei's friend. Sirzechs. So you mean. Chaos Brigade board. Risevim saw the photo and it looked familiar. That's what I'm talking about. Risevim. Giovanni, you said he was a brown-haired boy. Giovanni. That's right, Risevim Sama. Risevim. This is it. He said while showing Issei's photo. Giovanni. That's right, that bastard has defeated me twice. This left a Chromo in doubt. A Chromo. Wait, you know him. Risevim. That's right, that's the brat we've been looking for all this time. Academia de Kuoh. Everyone was shocked by what they had heard. Sirzechs. It can't be. Michael. That. Lucy. It's. Azazel. Issei-kun. The great discovery has been made in the Chaos Brigade meeting. The search for Issei had concluded. Chapter 11. For the last medal, choosing a new path. Academia de Kuoh. Those present at the meeting were more than astonished to know that the other person seen on the screen spying on the meeting knew Issei, and even more so when revealing that the brown-haired man had thwarted his plans on more than one occasion. Azazel. Even in that world he's still a hero. Sirzechs. You're right, but if Issei-kun is in that place with his friend, it's most likely that my sister is with them. Seraphil. Isol alegrara mucho a Venelana-chan. Auden. Silence, and let's continue to see what's happening in that place. Chaos Brigade board. The Chromo. Tell me, Giovanni, how are you sure that the boy you mention ruined your research is the same one Risevim mentions? Giovanni. It is because of this. At that moment, on his phone where he had the conference, he shared a photo of Issei while he was fighting him in Celadon City. Giovanni. This photo was taken by a recruit in Celadon City while he was fighting with me. At the time, I didn't give it much importance, but later I discovered that when he arrived at Saffron City, he defeated every member of the brigade when they were ordered to capture Pokémon for our experiments. The Chromo. Wow, so a simple brat beat you. Well, Risevim, tell me what's so special about this young man, since it seems he's from your world, right? Risevim. Indeed, that kid is from my world. From what I've investigated, he is the brother of an idiot we call the Sekiryuutei, known as the Red Emperor Dragon. The Chromo. That dragon you said stopped his attacks. Risevim. That's right, but what we found out is that that boy is the creator of all the strategies that stopped our plans. His brother only stole the glory, that's why he's looking for him. He must have some resentment against the alliance of my world, and I will take advantage of this to have our victory assured on this side. The Chromo. I understand, but the question is what he's doing here. Well, that's the least of it. Once our experiment is successful, I'll be able to get him on our side. It's an excellent plan, but for now this guy already knows our movements. True, it's best if the investigations in Kanto and Johto are finished. Giovanni and Athena return to the base. Athena. Giovanni. Understood. We'll find a way to control the actions of those guys, but for now it's best to stay under the radar again. Also start with your other experiments in the other regions. Risevim, hurry up with the… Risevim. Let me say something first. At that Risevim looks directly at the Alliance spy who was only surprised by that action. Risevim. Well leaders, I hope you enjoyed this meeting, but as you saw I have the advantage of knowing where the boy you are looking for is. Do not worry, he will be better off on our side, so your intervention here ends. And Sirzechs, do not worry about your little sister, she will not be touched if she is on our side. But the other one, it is better that you entertain me in the final battle, since I want to savor that moment when I will make your other sister my slave in front of you, once this war ends in our favor. Goodbye leaders. At that moment Risevim launched a demonic power at the spy, killing him instantly. Academia de Kuoh. Those present were more than shocked, first to know that Issei was still alive and that he had fought against the Chaos Brigade even though he was in another place, but what worried them was that Risevim already knew everything about Issei, including where he was, since it seemed that the descendant of Lucifer knew exactly the location of the chestnut tree. But the biggest shock they had was that Risevim knew he was being watched by the board and in the end, he made it known himself. It's as if he had played with them into believing they had succeeded in infiltrating someone, but it was the opposite. It's as if the albino had wanted them to know everything and destroy their hopes of recovering or knowing where the boy is right under their noses. Sirzechs. Damn, that bastard always knew we were watching him. Michael. But why did he let us witness the meeting if that was the case? Azazel. He most likely gave us hope of knowing where Issei is. Auden. Now he knows where he is and has an advantage since his collaborators are from that world. Sirzechs. Azazel, you and Ajuka hurry up with the investigation of the portal to other dimensions. We must recover and save Issei, Rias and their friend from the hands of the Chaos Brigade. Auden. Ross, please go with them and let me know everything. Ross. Understood, let's go Latina and Momo. Momo. Of course. On the other hand, Latina, who is actually Laisha's, just nodded, but she had to return quickly with her companions and leave that dimension to return to her father and tell him what had happened. Chaos Brigade board. The Chromo. What just happened? Risevim. I'm just in charge of killing the hopes of my rivals at this point. Well, let me continue with our part of the research in the creation of the portal, and once I complete this step we will continue with the next step. The Chromo. Perfect, well this meeting is over. Saying this the screen turned off in front of those present in the DxD world. How cow. Risevim, you trust those people. Risevim. You should never trust too much, but I have to admit that the second step of their plan will be interesting, and after I get rid of them everything will be fun. At that moment, a person with silver hair appeared in front of Risevim and Cow. Risevim Sama, we will begin new experiments using the technology stolen from the Alliance. Risevim. Okay Euclid, let's go get everything ready. Saying this, Risevim and the others left the place, leaving only the device that Azazel used to spy on everything destroyed in the room. Pokémon World, unknown place. Meanwhile, where the Chaos Brigade of the Pokémon world was, they had also finished their meeting. Well, it's time to. He didn't finish speaking because in front of them where the television was and everything was reflected, something appeared. I hope everything is going as planned. The Chromo. Oh yes, it's you Giratina, don't worry, everything is going as planned. Again I thank you for giving us your power to contact that stupid Risevim. Giratina. Just keep your end of the bargain and you'll see I'll help you when you need it. Saying this, Giratina, who was seen in the reflection of the TV, simply disappeared in front of the others. Well, we must withdraw all our existence from Kanto and Johto to continue with the next step. Saffron City. We find ourselves at the city's Pokémon Center, where worried Rias was in the waiting room with Nurse Joy waiting for Issei and the others to arrive, when the entrance door opened revealing a somewhat tired brunette, and with him came two girls holding his hand. Rias. Ooh. She ran out to meet her boyfriend who, thanks to the girl's help, let go of his hand and welcomed Rias with a hug, then kissed her while gently holding her face. Issei. Rias is back. After that I rubbed the retard's belly. Issei. My little one is back. At that moment the other two girls with their jealousy arrived next to the happy couple. Leaf. Yes, we also returned safely in case you were wondering. Melina. That's right. Rias only got nervous because she forgot to receive them. Rias. I'm sorry that. At that, both girls hug her while they throw aside the brown-haired boy who was still hugging Rias from her belly. Leaf Melina. Just kidding. Issei. Well, I also missed the ground, thanks girls for reminding me to say hello. The girls just stuck out their tongues mockingly and helped him lift him off the ground. Edge. Good thing you came back safe and sound, guys, let me heal your Pokémon, they must be tired from the battle. Issei. Thank you nurse. Leaf. Thank you. Melina. Thank you very much. At that point the boys gave their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy so she could heal them. The boys were talking in the break room, but at that moment the doors of the Pokémon Center opened. At that they turned to see who it was since the person began to speak. Who was the person who ran away? Those bastards who were guarding me. Issei just trembled in fear at how the person arrived, and even more so being a girl, since she was angry at not being able to deal with them. Issei. It was us. I commented while raising my hand. At that the girl looked where Issei's voice was. Seeing him she simply blushed. In that moment, like lightning, she went to him and took his hands. Thank you for helping the city. Issei. Don't worry about that, by the way my name is Issei. Issei, wow, a peculiar name. My name is Samantha, gym leader of the Saffron City. I answer without letting go of the brown-haired boy's hands. For obvious reasons, this bothered the girls he was with, and even more so the mother of his child. The three of them were just smiling until Rias got fed up upon hearing the following. Samantha. And tell me, you're coming to that city alone? How about you and I go for a walk in the afternoon when the gym closes? Rias just approached with a death aura and appeared next to Issei. Rias. What's taking you so long? Issei. Rias, meet the gym leader and my next rival Samantha. Samantha. Wow Issei, I thought you came alone, and tell me who is it? Is it your cousin? Hearing that, Rias' forehead vein popped out. Rias. No, I am the mother of his son. He said while pointing at his belly. This surprised the girl, but she didn't give it importance. Samantha. Well, I see you're going to challenge me at the gym, so I'll see you in a few moments, more handsome. He said that and kissed her on the cheek. Samantha. That was for helping the city get rid of those pests. He walked towards the exit while raising his hand in farewell. Issei just stood there as he felt an aura of death coming from behind him. Issei. Kai girls haha, wow, this is really grateful. Leaf. Issei. Issei. Yes. Leaf. You won't get away with this one. He said it in Yandere mode, while the poor brunette just cried inside. Johto region. Ryu and Lance had left the Chaos Brigade's hideout in Mahogany Town. After stopping their experiment, White's father confronted both boys to find out their relationship. He told her that at first he didn't like the idea of being engaged just for having won a Pokémon battle, which saddened the girl, and she wanted to leave the place, but at that moment Ryu took her hand confidently and continued saying that he liked her way of being and how the girl was in the weeks they have traveled together, so he admitted that he does feel affection for her. This made the girl rejoice and cry with happiness. She knew she had not been wrong in choosing Ryu as her partner. On the other hand, the mother of his son Crystal had already agreed to share the boy with her, but she knew that he would attract more girls with him, so she would decide who is worthy of Ryu's love. Once Lance accepted this relationship and gave them permission to walk, they went to the city gym where he had no problem defeating him with the help of his Kulava and Magic, who was a matchup until he evolved in the middle of battle. Saffron Gym. The battle between Issei and Samantha is about to end, thanks to a Jengar who evolved with the help of Rias. He had weakened by himself the first two Pokémon of his rival, who were an Abra and a Kadabra. Now they were fighting Jengar against Alakazam. Issei. Come on Jengar, use Shadow Ball once more. Samantha. Now use Psychic Alakazam again. Both attacks had hit the target, but the Alakazam, which was not as weak as its rival, resisted the attack. On the other hand, Jengar was already more than tired, so upon receiving said blow, he fell unconscious. Assistant. Jengar can no longer continue, the winner is Alakazam. Samantha. Bien Alakazam, solo Fulton 2 Maz. Issei just put his Jengar into the Pokeball and thanked him for the effort. Issei. Well I hope you're ready for my next Pokémon. Pikachu. Pikaya. The chestnut-haired boy looked very excited at his partner, but knew it wasn't his turn. Issei. I'm sorry, but I want him to have battle experience. Pikachu. Pika. He answered him sadly. Issei. Well, are you turning Dratini? Calling her second Pokémon, Samantha was surprised that the boy had this type of Pokémon, since it was rare to be able to capture it. Samantha. You're a box full of surprises. Assistant. Okay, if both Pokémon are ready, let's start. Issei. Dratini uses Dragon Dance. Samantha. Let's not give him a chance, he uses Psycho Wave. The little Dratini began his dance, which fortunately for this achievement was completed before Alakazam's attack could hit him. Issei. Now use Water Glue. At that moment, the little dragon approached his rival, and with a movement that he didn't see, he managed to land a good blow. Samantha. Come on, use Psychic now. Alakazam followed the order given to him, so he completed the attack by sending a poor Dratini against the gym wall, to hurt him more severely. Issei. No Dratini. At that the little dragon stood up with all his might, gave a small roar, and a blue light began to cover him. Samantha. It can't be. After a few seconds and after changing shape, the light that covered the little dragon disappeared to give way to a new Pokémon. Issei took out his Pokédex to consult its information. Pokédex. Dragonair accumulates large amounts of energy within itself. It is said to alter the climate of the area it is in, discharging energy through the crystal spheres on its neck and tail. Issei. Wow, he also learned a new move. Let's go. Dragonair uses Dragon Tail. Dragonair, being faster, arrived where Alakazam was, which he hit with his tail and impacted, sending him to the ground, which created a cloud of dust that disappeared after a few minutes, revealing an Alakazam stunned by the blow. Assistant. Alakazam can no longer continue, the winner is Dragonair, therefore the winner in this gym challenge is the challenger Issei. Issei. Well, we won. Samantha. Wow, it was a great battle, but I couldn't hold off your Jengar, and I wouldn't have been able to hold off Dragonair. Congratulations, you've won the swamp badge. She gives him the medal and again steals another kiss on the cheek, making the girls inflamed with jealousy. Samantha. I hope you do well in the last 2 gyms, but if you can't beat the Viridian City gym, you can come here for comfort. Issei. What do you mean? Samantha. That's the hardest gym in the region. Many trainers give up on trying for the champion title because it's the hardest of all, and that's because they don't use a common type of Pokémon. I can't tell you more because that would violate the confidentiality of each gym, but I wish you luck. Issei just remained thoughtful about what he heard. You must think that gym is so difficult. Samantha. And don't forget to visit me, even if you have the others. I want to occupy a place in your heart because I really liked you, and I want to get to know you better. The brunette just blushed at what was said. Samantha. Girls, take care of him. Leaf Rias Melina. You don't have to say it and we'll talk later. Issei. Okay girls, let's go. Grigori's laboratories. We are with Laisha's, who is currently in human form in order to go unnoticed, who along with Momo and Roswise, had arrived with Azazel and Ajuka to his private laboratory. The girl was interested in the technology there, but what caught her attention was a green sphere, which was on a table. She looked at her because she thought she was pretty, but at that moment she started talking. Greg, I recognize your aura. Latina. I don't know what you're talking about. Azazel was surprised that Drake spoke and approached where the girl was since he wanted to listen to the conversation. Drake. If I remember, you are that girl that Issei was with the other day when the idiot who had me before had made fun of his brother. When I said this to the others, I called their attention to what I had said, that Momo had accidentally thrown a bottle of water on the floor. She remembered that scene and upon hearing the broken bottle, she looked at the others to distract them and applied the hypnosis attack to put them to sleep. This caused the others to fall asleep on the ground and he would take the opportunity to talk to the sphere. Laisha's. Well, no one will bother us anymore, tell me what else you know besides that day. Greg. I remember it well, after that you were very close to the younger brother of the inept and little by little you were gaining his trust. Also, your energy is identical to that of the being that took Issei through the portal, and I recognized it because it resembles the aura of a dragon, or am I mistaken? At that moment she remembered those days where she kept a closer eye on the hero she sent to her world, but what didn't match was seeing that sphere. Laisha's. But I never saw you, how do you know all this? Greg. Well, I was inside that miserable Hyoudou, the boy who tried to flirt with you, and by the way, poor Issei got beaten up for that, but well, the past is in the past, and that miserable guy is paying for what he did. Laisha's. I see, listen, can I ask you what is that energy that you call demonic? Greg. Well, it is the energy that demons use to harness their power, with it they can create weapons and destruction, normally they use it to increase their strength, why? Laisha's. Well, where I come from, some people have used that energy to try to corrupt my brothers. Greg. I see, but we can fix that. Laisha's. How? Greg. I'll go with you, I have the power to increase the energy of my wielder and share said power to more than one person while I recharge the energy. Laisha's was amazed by that power. In her world it is known as reinforcement to a similar attack, but it was an attack that if the Pokémon is weakened that advantage would disappear. Laisha's. Tell me why you want to go. Greg. The truth is that here they only see me as a tool, and the times that I came to talk to the boy when his brother was sleeping after the beatings I gave him and he began to get up, he treated me differently, that's why they decided that he would be my new carrier, but I want to avoid him being under their orders, let me go with you, and that way I will also help your world. She thought about the offer, but her mind went to Issei's other friend, who was traveling separately. Laisha's. But what will happen to Ryu? He will also need that help and more if the Chaos Brigade manages to control my brothers. Greg, hearing that, thought it would be a disadvantage for the other boy, but he remembered something. Greg. Look, right now they are creating a tool that allows you to copy another person, including their power, but it is not ready yet. From what I heard, they will have it finished in 2 weeks. Then you will take advantage of the opportunity to take me to your world and be able to help Issei. Also, something tells me that he will need my help. Laisha's had nothing to lose, she would just have to convince her father and allow the boys to use the power of another world, since for her things would get worse. Laisha's. Okay, well let's leave this conversation until we leave, for now I'll sleep, so they think I fell for that too. Dreg. Understood, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Saying this, Dreg went back to sleep as did Laisha's. A few minutes later the others were waking up and wondering what happened, but no one remembered anything. Laisha's thought she had gotten away with it, but what she didn't notice was that there was a shadow listening to that conversation. So Hyoudou is fine, perfect, I'll do everything possible to make sure that help arrives. Saying this, he left the laboratory so that no one would suspect his presence. Time lapse. 2 more weeks have passed, and things have started to return to normal, as the Chaos Brigade's presence has vanished. And Johto, Ryu, having won the last badge, decided to rest for a week in Mahogany Town and train his Pokémon for the last gym battle. During those training sessions, Flaffy had reached her final evolutionary stage, while the little Eevee, after becoming attached to its trainer during a night where he and his Pokémon enjoyed a night training session, evolved into an Umbreon, who, upon noticing it in the Pokédex, Ryu was amazed by the beautiful colors his Pokémon had. On the other hand, in Kanto, Issei did not take any rest in Saffron City and went for the 7th medal on Cinnamon Island. There he decided to take a day of rest, he and the girls went to the beach and enjoyed it. On the other hand, Rias was wearing a simple nightgown to cover her pregnancy, but that didn't stop her from sunbathing. Several boys tried to flirt with Leaf and Melina, but this was useless when they saw that they were with a young man who saved the Sylph SA company. They recognized Issei because he was on the news. During the afternoon Issei got evolutionary rocks, the fire and moon rocks, to evolve his Pokémon and have them in their final evolutionary stage. Already at night the beautiful place that was Cinnamon Island allowed Issei to consummate his relationship with Leaf, where both had given themselves with love, while Rias and Melina decided to sleep together in another room, very far from where the pair of brown-haired women stayed, since she knew very well that her partner could provoke the biggest screams of lust that anyone could hear. Note. I will put this union when we reach 5k views or 100 subscribers, whichever comes first. After that they went to the gym and with the help of their Nidoking, Gyarados and Pikachu, they defeated the fire-type gym leader. The battle was a little easy at first, but they had problems with Magmar the gym leader, who between the 3 Pokémon so to speak, they were able to beat him. After finishing the battle, Issei called Rai and told him about his girlfriend's and the Retide's pregnancy. The black-haired man also told him about this, and they decided to have a longer conversation with the Pokémon Center's phones. They told each other about their loved ones who introduced themselves and their Pokémon teams, but Rias was drawn to the magic that Ryu had, since it could help her in her work as a breeder. She asked him to trade her Sidara for it, and they both accepted. Once the exchange took place, White gave her boyfriend a dragon scale so that he could evolve into a Kingdra and help him in his last gym. After the call and the gossip about the pregnancies, the Kanto boys went to their last stop, returning to where they started their adventure, Viridian City. Finally in the DxD world Laisha's waited patiently for the tool that Drake said to finish. She also confessed to Ross and Momo where the boys were, and she told them that seeing that their intentions were good with them, they would take him to see them, but she also knew that something would happen with those from the other world. 2 weeks later. Blackthorn City. Ryu and his girlfriends had arrived at their last stop, the black-haired city where the black-haired boy, with his complete team, was more than ready for the challenge of this gym. White. Be confident, remember this is the second filter after my gym, I can only tell you that it occupies the strongest type. Ryu. Don't worry, I'll be ready. The 2 girls had gone to the stands to witness that match, while the black-haired boy was standing in the Pokémon arena waiting for his opponent. Assistant. Well, let's begin the Pokémon duel between the challenger Ryu and the Blackthorn City gym leader. Nice to meet you, my name is Danielle, I am the leader of this gym and I gladly accept your challenge. Assistant. This battle will be 3 vs 3, only the challenger will be allowed to change Pokémon during the match. When the Pokémon of any opponent can no longer continue, the duel will end. Leader sends his first Pokémon. Danielle. Okay, let's go Gyarados. She threw a Pokeball from which came a powerful Gyarados that just looked furiously at the boy. Ryu. Okay, let's go Ampharos to battle. In response to what Danielle sent, he sent his Ampharos, but something he noticed was that his Pokémon took a step back when it saw its rival. Ryu. Don't worry, I know you can win. Assistant. Well, if you are ready, start. Danielle. Now use Dragon Dance. Ryu. Very good, use Lightning. Gyarados began to enhance its attack power while receiving the lightning that Ampharos had sent. The black-haired man was surprised to see that the Gyarados did not fall, even when it received the electric attack. He thought it would fall easily, but it did not. Danielle. Don't be surprised, my Gyarados has trained to receive those attacks, now use Earthquake. Gyarados whipped its tail, creating a strong shock on the ground, causing serious damage to Ampharos. Ryu. Come on Ampharos, use lightning again. Danielle. I don't think so, he uses Bowgrass now. Ampharos had prepared for the attack he would use against Gyarados, but at the moment he scented a grass on the ground of the field, made him fall which made his attack fail, and due to the fall, he hurt himself more. Ryu. Damn, he's faster at attacking. Danielle. Come on Gyarados, use Waterfall. Gyarados launched itself at the electric Pokémon at high speed, while Ryu analyzed the battle and watched as it got closer and closer. Ryu. I know, the moment it hits you, grab it and use Thunder. Paying attention, Ampharos received the attack and at that precise moment the most powerful electric attack it had hit Gyarados, leaving a KO, but a very tired Ampharos. Assistant. Gyarados can't continue, leader please bring out your next Pokémon. Danielle. Well done, now it's your turn Dragonair. Danielle had sent out her second Pokémon. Assistant. Trainer, do you want to change Pokémon? Ryu. Yes, come on Ampharos rest a bit, now it's your turn Kingdra. As she put away her Pokémon and sent out the next one, Danielle was amazed that the boy had a Kingdra. Assistant. If you are both ready, begin. Danielle. Don't give him a chance, use Dragon Tail. Ryu. Dodge it and use Dragon Pulse. The battle between the dragons had to begin. On one hand Dragonair was a little faster than Kingdra, which is why he landed the blow, but he had also received the pulse attack from his opponent. Between attacks like Slam, Dragon Tail and Water Tail from Dragonair, they had damaged Kingdra quite a bit, but it was thanks to the Cyclone and Dragon Pulse attacks that it defeated Danielle's Dragonair. Assistant. Dragonair can no longer continue, please send your last Pokémon. Danielle. Well done, come on my partner, go ahead King. She sent her last Pokémon, who was none other than Kingdra, but he looked stronger and he was rested. Assistant. Challenger, would you change Pokémon? Ryu shook his head as he wanted to finish this fight. Assistant. If so, begin. Danielle. Finish it with Dragon Pulse. Ryu. You also use Dragon Pulse. Both Pokémon had performed their attacks, but at the moment of colliding, the movement performed by Danielle's Pokémon had won over the more powerful being, impacting its already tired rival and leaving it out of combat. Wizard. The challenger's Kingdra can no longer continue. Ryu. Well done friend rest, it's your turn Umbreon. The black-haired man sent his second Pokémon, which was Umbreon, who, upon seeing it, gave a smile that worried the gym leader. Assistant. Very well, let's begin. Ryu. Use it as AO. Danielle. Come on, use Double Beam. Ryu. But what? The Umbreon had successfully performed that movement, but as a consequence, had received the insect-type blow that had left it very badly injured as it was a dark type. Ryu. Alright, come back, it's your turn Ampharos. Ryu had returned to his last Pokémon and sent the first one that battled. This gave Danielle a bad feeling when she saw that the wish that Umbreon asked for came true, showing an Ampharos that was no longer so tired when he stepped onto the battle arena. Danielle. You set a trap for me, well done, now Kingdra uses Dragon Pulse. Ryu. Use Lightning now. Both Pokémon's attacks had connected and deflected beneath each other, causing them both to crash into the gym walls. The boy saw their Pokémon, but Ryu noticed something that made him happy, Kingdra had been paralyzed. Danielle looked at her Pokémon and saw that it wasn't moving as it should. Danielle. No Kingdra. Ryu. This is my chance, now use Dragon Pulse. Danielle. Ampharos had gathered that dragon-like attack in his paws and sent it against the already weak Kingdra. Only a cloud of smoke was seen after the impact to show a defeated Kingdra when the dust dissipated. Assistant. Kingdra can no longer continue, the gym leader has no more Pokémon left, the winner is Ryu. Ryu. Ben. The girls were happy and ran to see him since he had defeated his last gym, and that meant he could now challenge the Elite Four to fight for the title of champion. Crystal. Congratulations love. White. Wow, you were impressive. Ryu. Thanks girls. Meanwhile, Danielle, who had already saved her last teammate, went to the winner and gave him her last medal. Danielle. Congratulations, keep this as proof of winning at this gym, I hope to see you again and fight you. Ryu. Thank you very much. Green City. We are at the entrance to the Green City gym. Issei along with Rias, Leaf and Melina were more than excited and intrigued to know who the last leader was, since the truth is that there was not much information about him. Issei. Okay girls let's go in. Everyone entered the gym, the girls went to the stands, while Issei was standing at the challengers part of the gym, but what they found strange was that there was no attendant on the podium until. Sorry for the delay. Leaf stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the girl who had arrived. Leaf. What are you doing here Fumino? Fumino. Hello cousin, long time no see. Rias. Wait, you know her? Leaf. Yes, she's my Uncle Gary's daughter, but she's usually very close to my grandmother, and she's also. At that Yumino turned to see her cousin with a sign and asked her not to say anything, then looked at the brown-haired boy and she was simply amazed and even more so seeing him in those clothes since they made him look like her Uncle Ash, or as she affectionately called him. Yumino. Hey handsome, I hope you win this battle. Issei just laughed nervously and looked at his girls who were looking at the girl with jealousy, but suddenly the idea came to Leaf. Leaf. Wait, if you're here, that means. It means I'm the gym leader of Green City. Everyone except Yumino and Melina were surprised to see who was on the other side of the field. I thought it would take you longer to get here dear and I hope you took good care of Leaf. Issei. I don't think so, you're the last gym leader Ms. Ketchum. Delia. I'm glad you've reached this point in your journey through Kanto, but since my son asked me to, I'll defend this gym so you don't go any further. Issei. I don't think so, I'll defeat her no matter what. Delia. Well said, by the way, this gym was previously known for being ground type, but that changed when I took over as leader. Now it's all types and the Pokémon you'll face will be the most powerful. Yumino. Well, the battle between Issei the handsome challenger and the gym leader my Aunt Ketchum is about to begin. The battle will be 3 versus 3, only the pretty boy on my left is allowed to switch his Pokémon and my cousin for me. These statements made Issei freak out, seeing a girl fall in love like that even though he didn't provoke it left him with a lot of doubt. On the other hand, Leaf was going to feel jealous, but she remembered what happened on Cinnamon Island and let it go, puffing out her chest with victory. For their part Rias and Melina only had a drop of sweat for this presentation. Yumino. The battle will end when none of the Pokémon on either side can continue, and please send your first Pokémon. Delia. It's been a while since someone else reached this stage, and the truth is I was already bored waiting for a challenger. Issei-kun please entertain me, let's go Superior. He launched his first Pokémon. When it came out, it showed a Pokémon never seen during his trip in Kanto. Leaf recognized it immediately. Leaf. That's Dad's Pokémon. Rias. What are you saying? Melina. I see why they didn't win, the gym belongs to the Ketchum family, so their Pokémon are in this arena, and their mother leads it. Leaf. I didn't know that, I only heard rumors that after my father was crowned Pokémon Master and Kanto Champion, the Green Gym needed a trainer, and he designated the person, but I never thought it would be my grandmother. Yumino. Well handsome, I sent his Pokémon. Issei. I'm ready, go Arcanine. Issei's Pokémon had come out of the Pokeball and looked at his rival to intimidate him. Issei expected him to back down, but it was the opposite. Superior positioned himself for battle with more confidence, as if the intimidation had caused the opposite effect to what the brown-haired boy expected. And so it was, when he consulted his Check Pokédex, the hidden ability was talkative and its effect helped him a lot. Delia. Thanks for the attack boost Issei. Issei. Damn, I saw this coming. Yumino if you are ready start. Grigori's laboratory. Issei, Momo and Laisha's, who had already introduced herself, were at Grigori's facilities since the artificial sacred gear was more than ready for testing. On the other hand, the only ones in the main laboratory were Ajuka and Azazel, the others remained in the underworld, searching for the Chaos Brigade's lairs to learn more about the chestnut's whereabouts. Azazel had done the first tests with a low-rank sacred gear, so he had called Volley to test it with his sacred gear, but while he was waiting, Laisha's had once again applied the hypnosis attack to the 2 leaders who were there. For their part, Ross and Momo felt bad about this, but they knew it was to help Issei in that world. Laisha's well my companions are in the park where I met Issei, they are waiting for us to leave here. Dreg are you ready? Dreg. Sure, let's keep that world from falling into the hands of these bastards. Laisha's. Clever girls. Issei. Of course, and you, Momo. Momo. That's right. Laisha's well it's time to go. She didn't finish speaking as an attack passed near them. When they saw the entrance it was Razor and Volley who had arrived. Razor. So they're going with Hyoudou Issei. Volley. Here on par KCL Nuevo Sekiryuutei. The girls tensed when they saw that there was fire in his hands and Volley materialized part of his armor, more precisely his hands. Ross and Momo were more than ready for the fight but were stopped by Laisha's. Laisha's. I don't feel any hostility from you, tell me why you've come. Razor simply threw his fire at the walls of the place. Razor. It's easy, we'll say that they were captured by the Chaos Brigade. Volley. And we do this so they have an alibi when they disappear. Laisha's. But if they do this, they will know. Don't worry, we'll hide until it's time for Hyoudou-san to return. Ross. You're Razor's little sister, I thought she was next to the other idiot. Ravel. The truth is that it wasn't like that, I just wanted to get closer to his younger brother since I also saw myself reflected in him. Momo. How is that? Ravel. being the fourth daughter, it was obvious that my parents wouldn't pay that much attention and just gave me what I wanted so as not to upset them, knowing that someone was going through the same thing, being ignored by his parents. He wanted to meet him, although another idiot had another idea. Razor. I already apologized, and that was a father's idea. I was just following orders and leaving you in his care, but I didn't take your feelings into account. Lacious. Well, thanks for the help. Ollie. And if you need ours, don't hesitate to come, plus I want to see my new rival and train him so we have a worthy battle. Albion. You're crazy, my friend. Red, try to guide him on the right path and not be like his idiot brother. I want to have a worthy rival, not an idiot. Greg. So be it. Lacious. Okay, let's go. Raw, send us to the park. Saying this, the girls disappeared and left Volley with Razor and Ravel in place. Ollie. Well, let's burn this and put up a note that not only them, but we too disappeared. Razor. It will be a difficult time, but we must hope for the best. Ravel. I'm with you and your entourage too. Once they had vandalized the lab and disappeared documents to make the attack look more credible, they fled the scene. It seems that things will take a turn for Issei and the others in that world. With the arrival of Drake to that world, Lacious would have to give a good explanation. The battle between Delia and Issei will take place in the next chapter. 100 subscribers special. Romance on Isla Canela, 18. Cinnamon Island. We are on Cinnamon Island, which has become a tourist center thanks to its delicious hot springs, which were of course the result of the heat from the volcano. Our chestnut-haired boy and his women had arrived on the island to face the island's gym leader, who for the moment was not accepting challengers because he also owned an inn with hot springs, and several guests had arrived, including our protagonists. The boys went to the inn to register both their room entry and to reserve a combat spot in the gym, which was, so to speak, themed, since you had to choose the battlefield. This could be inside the volcano or in its crater. Issei, like Ash, chose to fight at the top of the volcanic rock, but the battle would be the next day, so they chose to have fun today and relax on the tourist beaches that the island offered. They rented 2 rooms because the largest suite was already full, but these weren't bad either, so to speak, so Issei and Rias stayed in one room and Leaf and Melina stayed in the other. They proceeded to leave their things and only carry Issei's backpack to buy swimsuits to go to the beach. Issei. This is ready, my beautiful Rias. Rias. Yes, Ice, let's go get the others and have fun today. Both left their room and went with Pikachu to where the others would stay to sleep to leave the inn towards the tourist sector of the island to buy swimsuits for the occasion. Leaf bought a 2-piece suit blue with white stripes. For her part, Melina acquired an identical 2-piece of a stronger blue color and on the left breast had a pokeball. Rias decided to buy another identical 2-piece, but also bought a somewhat large shirt. This was so as not to show her pregnancy with both suits, since for her the only one who could see her that way was none other than Issei. He had that only right, and, finally, Issei bought a simple red shorts, as well as some towels and an umbrella for the sun. Upon arriving at the beach, they rented a chair so that Rias could rest more comfortably from her pregnancy. Issei and Pikachu stayed with her, while Leaf and Melina went to get wet and play in the seawater. The girls splashed and played around happily having the day off, which is why they were the object of several perverted boys who looked at them in an insane way, since they were beauties in all their splendor. Issei on the other hand got thirsty and went to the product cabin to buy water and soft drinks for the girls, in case they got thirsty. Once returning, he saw something that really displeased him. It was Leaf, who was being harassed by 2 boys near where she was playing. Since Melina had gone with Rias to take care of her while he returned, he knew that she did not like the company of those boys by the complicated look that Leaf had when talking to them. Boy 1. Come on, darling, come with us, you'll have more fun. Leaf. Sorry, but I'm coming with my friends and my boyfriend. I too. Leave that loser and come with your other friend and leave the single mother alone. She asked for this because she's an easy bitch. This comment made Issei extremely angry as he was already going all out to hit that idiot, but the next action stopped him completely. It was Leaf who had punched the boy who had said that insult in the nose. Leaf. How dare you call her that? I won. Damn bitch, I'll beat you up and then enjoy your body when you're unconscious. Said the other boy who was preparing his punch in Leaf's direction, but was stopped by Issei before throwing his fist at his girlfriend's face. Issei. You think you're cursed for wanting to hurt my girl. At that, Idiot 1 turned around to see who had stopped him. Boy 1. Don't butt in where it doesn't belong. Wait, you're the boy who defeated the Chaos Brigade in Saffron City. Issei. Wow, it seems you know me. If that's the case, get out of here. Boy 1. Don't think it's such a big deal, come on Gollum. Saying this, he took out of his shorts bag a Pokeball with his partner Pokémon inside. Boy 1. You'll never be able to beat him, he's the best Pokémon on my team and I already have 3 gym badges. Issei. Fine if that's what you want, Pikachu come. At that the electric Pokémon ran to his side as it was having fun in the water. Issei. What I will do is so that you respect women and especially mine. Boy 1. You're done for, now Golem uses Living Earth. Issei. Come on Pikachu, dodge and use Iron Tail. Both Pokémon listened to what their trainers said, but Pikachu, being faster than Golem, defeated his rival in a single hit with a simple Iron Tail attack. Boy 1. Miserable, you'll see Kuoh. When he saw his Pokémon defeated and turned to see where our chestnut was, he knocked him out with a blow, leaving him on the ground with his friend, all unconscious. Issei stretches out his arm in a gentlemanly manner and looks at Leaf. Issei. Let's go Leaf-chan. Leaf. Sure. He took the brown-haired boy's arm and they returned to where Rias was with Melina, who looked favorably upon having rescued their girlfriend in that way. Minutes passed and Melina took Issei so he could have some fun in the sea, leaving Rias with Leaf who took this opportunity to talk about a serious subject. Leaf. Rias, I need to tell you something and it's very important. Rias. Tell me what it is. Leaf. I've decided that today I will give myself to Issei. This feeling of love is more than genuine and I'm ready to be only his. Does it bother you if I make that move? Rias just looked at the girl who with all determination decided to give her first time to the boy she loves. Rias. No Leaf, on the contrary, it was time for you to decide and seal this love you have for my cute eyes. Leaf. Thanks Rias, but do you think Melina wants to go to your room and leave me alone with Issei? Rias. That can be fixed. Saying this, she asked Melina to come alone. At that moment, the three of them began to talk. However, as the conversation progressed, Melina's face began to turn redder, but she nodded to everything Rias said. Of course, the brunette remained unsure and looked at his Pikachu. Both of them just shrugged, not knowing what the conversation was about. After a while of talking, Rias called Issei to tell him that she would go with Melina to rest at the inn, since the baby was starting to kick in Rias' belly. At that, Leaf gathered her courage and asked Issei out on a date. Of course he agreed, but first they went to leave the retreat in her room to rest. Once they left the girls at the inn, Issei and Leaf went for a walk around the island's tourist area. Luckily for them, there was a traditional festival that day, so they made the most of it. It was the perfect date. They were holding hands, browsing the different stands, trying the local food, and, most importantly, winning the prizes at each game stand. He took advantage of the opportunity to win 2 evolutionary stones that he'd use for his Pokémon, as well as a plush toy of his favorite Pokémon, a tiny Oshawott. The moment he gave her the plush toy, her eyes lit up and she kissed him with all her love. While this date was going on, Rias stayed in Melina's room to rest after her trip to the beach, while the brunette started with the plan for Leaf, and this was to fix the brunette's room in the best way, so that the environment would be ideal. She agreed, since her reward would be the same when she was sure of taking that step. Already at night Issei and Leaf returned to the inn to go to rest. According to the brown-haired boy, they were entering, but something caught their attention, and this was that the fireworks started. Leaf took Issei's hand and took him to the viewpoint near the inn to see this spectacle. Without letting go of the hand, they both hugged and watched that show. Suddenly Leaf stood in front of the brown-haired boy and began to kiss him tenderly, but that kiss was special because of the following words. Leaf. Issei, Aishateru. Upon hearing that, Issei simply hugged Leaf and put her on his chest, giving her the signal that he didn't want her to leave his side. The brunette took the girl's chin and began to kiss her. They were deep kisses that, as the minutes passed, became dominant kisses between both boys, where a battle of tongues took place. Already a little hot, Issei inadvertently squeezed Leaf's chest while kissing, but he reacted to what he did and quickly let go, thinking that the girl would slap him for what he did. He closed his eyes, but what happened there made it clear to him what was going to happen. Leaf. Darling, let's go to your room and make me yours. Rias will stay with Melina tonight. Saying this, the girl took her boyfriend's hand and they both entered Issei's room. Lemon skipped. The girl said, kissing the brown-haired boy and laying down on his chest, where both were more than satisfied by the tremendous dedication of love. The next day. Both brunettes were waking up from that moment they had. The sun was shining on their faces. They both looked at each other, smiled and began to exchange kisses of morning love while caressing each other's skin. Issei. I love you, my little Leaf-chan. Leaf. I love you too, my ice. But this night on Cinnamon Island, both boys had joined as an official couple. What things will you prepare for the boy now with a new partner in his life? Chapter 12. I will be the champion, the arrival of the new companions. Green City Gym. We are in the middle of the battle where Issei had the advantage after defeating Delia's first Pokémon, but Arcanine did not come out well because the last hit he received was an earthquake attack. Delia. Very well done, but it's time to call the second Pokémon. At that, he pulled out a Pokeball that was somewhat strange to the boy as he had never seen one before. He was familiar with Super Balls and Ultra Balls, but this one was different. We are in the middle of the battle where Issei had the advantage after defeating Delia's first Pokémon, but Arcanine did not come out well because the last hit he received was an earthquake attack. Delia. Very well done, but it's time to call the second Pokémon. At that, he pulled out a Pokeball that was somewhat strange to the boy as he had never seen one before. He was familiar with Super Balls and Ultra Balls, but this one was different. Delia. Help me in this battle, Feraligatr. Suddenly, another Pokémon that Issei had never seen before appeared from that Pokeball. Issei was surprised by that Pokémon, out of nowhere it started jumping for joy at having been selected, as if it were a little child. Delia. Okay Fury, let's give it our all in this battle and show why we're the toughest gym. At that he stopped jumping and put on a serious expression. Jimino. If you're both ready, let's begin. Issei. Let's not give him a chance, now use Cruel Volt. Delia. Let's get this over with, use Waterfall. Both Pokémon heeded what was said and landed their attacks. Unfortunately Arcanine was already weak from that battle, to which the Cruel Volt impact was not as effective and lost against Feraligatr, who felt the damage of that electric attack. On the ground was Issei's Pokémon, all defeated. Jimino. Arcanine can no longer continue, the winner is Feraligatr. Issei returned to his partner to rest from that battle and looked at Pikachu. Issei. Well, you know what to do. Pikachu excitedly raised his paw and dashed into the middle of the gym. Jimino. If everything is ready, start. Issei. Pikachu uses Lightning. Delia. Now use Earthquake. Issei was only surprised that he had a countermeasure against his Pikachu, in that both attacks were launched and hit his opponent. On the one hand, Feraligatr endured the blow, but it was not the same with Pikachu, since upon receiving the attack, he was thrown into the air. Issei. No Pikachu. Delia. Now go and use Shred. Feraligatr ran and then jumped to try to grab Pikachu with its jaw. Issei. Quickly use Iron Tail. In the air, both Pokémon hit the target. On one hand, Pikachu suffered from the bite on its back, while Feraligatr's chest was hit by Pikachu's tail. Both flew in different directions, with Issei's Pikachu being the most injured, but even with the pain, he got up and gave Feraligatr a challenging look. Delia. He's like his father, he'll never give up until he gives his all, but this is it, he uses Waterfall again. Issei. Let's go all out, use Quick Attack. Both Pokémon ran away, but out of nowhere Pikachu was engulfed in an electric current as he ran. Issei. That's it. In the stands, Leaf was surprised by the attack. Rias. Leaf, you know what attacks are. Leaf. It's a Volt Tackle. Back in the battle, Pikachu ran with all his might despite being hurt, but he collided with Feraligatr who also managed to hit him, causing both of them to be thrown against the walls of the gym, each one of them becoming embedded and all of them weak. Jimino. Neither of them can continue, it is declared a tie. Issei ran after Pikachu who was knocked out, then gave it to Leaf, returned to his place and took his third Pokeball. Issei. It's all up to you, come on Dragonair. Taking out his third Pokémon Issei waited for Delia's finishing move. Delia. This is one of the most exciting battles I've ever had, but all must come to an end, it's your turn Garchomp. Ash's mother brought out the third Pokémon, it was none other than Garchomp, the dragon ground that Ash captured in Sinnoh. Issei was amazed by said Pokémon and did not hesitate to ask where it came from. Issei. Delia-san, where did your son catch this Pokémon? Delia. He comes from the Sinnoh region, why? Issei. I already know which region to visit when I become the regional champion. Jimino. This will be the final fight between Delia-san and the handsome brown-haired boy, if you're ready, start. Issei. Now use Dragon Dance. Delia. Quickly use Sword Dance. Their attack was higher and they looked at each other defiantly. Issei. Go and use Dragon Tail. Delia. Quickly use Dragon Claw. Both attacks hit the target. On the one hand, Dragonair hit the opponent's head, while Garchomp damaged the lower part of the body upon feeling the contact. Delia. Back up and use Sharp Rock. Issei. Dodge it and use Aqua-Cola. The battle between the two was fierce. On one hand, Garchomp landed blows like Dragon Claw and Sharp Rock, of course when he managed to hit it, while Aqua-Tail and Dragon Tail were strong enough to make Delia's Pokémon retreat. Delia. I really enjoyed this fight, but it's time to end it and come back for another chance, use Dragon Charge. Issei. I don't think so, because I will be the champion of Kanto, come on Dragonair uses Anger. Both Pokémon launched themselves once more with their strongest attack, the clash of energies was so great that it caused a wave of wind that lifted Fumino's skirt, and the brown-haired boy inadvertently looked at it and blushed. Returning to the fight, we see Garchomp lying on the ground and an exhausted Dragonair. Fumino. Garchomp can no longer continue, the winner is Dragonair, therefore, the winner of the fight between Issei and Delia is the handsome brunette. Issei was more than happy and ran to hug a Dragonair that looked at him and roared with joy, suddenly it began to shine to reach its final stage. Issei. Wow, you've evolved, how nice. Dragonite happily hugged the chestnut tree with joy for having won this battle. Billy arrived with Fumino and with her the last medal that Issei needed to be able to challenge the current champion. Belia. Congratulations, what a great battle. Normally the others succumb to superior Feraligatr, but you have shown me that you are strong with your Pokémon. The girls ran to hug the brunette. In Ria's case it was in a delicate manner because her pregnancy was already well advanced. Fumino. Well done, sweetheart. Hope to see you soon. See you, Mrs. Ketchup. I have to go prepare some things. She kissed him on the cheek and left the place, leaving the boy in doubt, while the others only emanated their jealousy to the fullest. Issei. What could he have meant by that? Belia. You'll find out soon enough. It's best to prepare yourself to be the region's champion. My only advice is to bring enough revives and restores, because you won't be able to heal your Pokémon at the Pokémon Center once you start the Elite Four challenge, understood? Issei. Yes ma'am. Belia. Well, let's go home and I'll prepare a feast for winning. Then you can decide when to challenge the elite. By the way, congratulations Rias on your pregnancy. I can already see the new trainers in this world. I don't know, maybe a reteat or a brunette. Rias appreciated the gesture and imagined her future son or daughter with a Pokémon. Issei. Well, it's time to go. The DxD dimension. We see Issei with Momo and Latina, who arrived at the park where she once met the chestnut Pokémon. She was looking for her companions to be able to go to her dimension. Once she saw them, they began to talk about how they couldn't leave because they didn't have enough energy and would have to wait at least a week. This unnerved the Valkyrie, even more so when she saw that the sky suddenly turned purple. Ross. This is bad, we've been discovered. Suddenly an Asgardian circle appeared beneath their feet and then made them disappear from the place. Asgard. The newly transported were in Asgard, but to be more specific, in the main hall where someone was already waiting for them. You can know where Issei, Momo and beings from another dimension were going. The one who said that was none other than Odin, who was sitting on his throne with a serious look. Suddenly Latias and the others took their form to attack, but were immediately stopped by Ross. Ross. Wait, let me talk to him. At that, he turned to see his leader, who still had a serious look, but deep down, he wanted to laugh at the scared expression on his bodyguard's face. She began to recount what had happened and everything that was happening in that world, which Odin clearly understood. Ross. That's why we were going to leave here, to help Issei and stop this madness there and not reach here. Odin. Girl, I already know that. Don't forget that I am the father who sees everything. Don't worry, you are not in trouble. The real reason why I brought you was that you large dragons do not have enough energy to leave here. That's why I will give you asylum in my kingdom, and not only to you, but to it as well. Suddenly the door to the entrance of the room opened, where Vali and his group were clearly standing, along with Razor, who came with his entire entourage. Vali. Dude, the next time you send your soldiers, tell them to clear things up. He said as some Asgardians came supporting each other after they were defeated by the albino and his team. Asgardian 1. I just told you that the Allfather wanted to talk to you. Baroka. But next time don't point your guns at us and surround us like criminals. Odin. Okay, excuse the behavior of my soldiers, but I brought you along with Razor Phoenix and his family. Since I saw what happened in the laboratories, it is best that you stay in Asgard, because if they find out what you really did, they can accuse you of treason. Besides, I know that you do this for the brat. Razor. Thank you, father of all, for your hospitality. Odin. It's a good idea to join me for drinks at the clubs here. Razor just laughed, but was scolded by his fiancée with a bit of jealousy. Razor. I don't think it will be possible. Odin. As for you, rest enough so that you can return to your world to help the boy. From what we saw that day in the meeting, something bad will happen if you are not stopped from that side. The Alga thank you for your cooperation. Odin. Finally, Red Emperor Dragon, I hope you train your new wielder in the best way possible. From Ross's bag came the green gem that once belonged to Hyoudou. Greg. Don't worry, I'll see that he is the most powerful Sekiryuutei in history. With this, those involved in helping Issei remained under Odin's protection. Mount Corona. Arceus, who was next to Hoopa, looked at the horizon and remained silent for a while, something that made the Pokémon who accompanied him doubt since he himself called him. Suddenly Arceus spoke. Arceus. Hoopa, I need you to transport a house large enough to Mount Silver to the safest part and with access to a lake as close as possible. Hoopa. Why? Arceus. Something tells me our chosen ones will have more visitors. Hoopa. Do you want me to take you to the old mansion that is in this region? Arceus. Good idea, please I ask you to make sure everything is clean, ask the Sinnoh champion to help you with that. Hoopa. Understood. 1 week later. During the past week, there were several events worth highlighting. In Kanto Issei began his training under the supervision of Delia and his girlfriends, even Samantha came to the house to help perfect his skills, since as far as is known, very few were those who reached the Elite Four and were defeated by the dragon-type trainer, so very few people knew what the champion was really like. In Johto, Ryu was helped by White to face his father-in-law, who specialized in dragon-type Pokémon. This was true to his tradition, like some champions, in using only one type of Pokémon. Like Issei, he was helped by the gym leaders and even more so by Danielle, who reached out to him to declare her love. On the other hand, in the DxD world they were alarmed to learn of the disappearance of Drake, Sauna's old piece, the Valkyrie Ross, her new friend Latina, along with Team Volley, Razor and his entourage, so they began to search for all those members, since they would be key to continue the war against the Chaos Brigade. Mio thought that with Razor's disappearance she would return to her family, but no, she was sent to serve as a servant to the Mao Leviathan. He forced her to wear magical girl outfits, since for Mio, like Sauna, wearing this type of clothing was embarrassing, especially if it was in public. Meanwhile with Lucy, she stopped crying for her brother, since she literally ran out of tears. She only lived with that memory she had when they played as children, but she was left empty, knowing that she would no longer have that love that she longed for so much. Hyoudou, well, he continued to be humiliated and tortured as a slave of the Gremory family, the sin of wanting to grape the youngest daughter, having lied and used the one who was once the Gremory heiress, would not be forgotten so simply. Therefore his jobs were more than inhuman, and woe betide him if he did not fulfill them, since he was whipped by the guard who watched him. Every night before sleeping he went crazy because of that water that Razor gave him. Sometimes he cried when he saw the mistreatment he gave the brown-haired man, but other times he cursed him because according to this it was his fault. The parents simply cried every night and regretted not having paid the necessary attention to their youngest son, so desperate was their family being complete that they began to imagine at night those beautiful family dinners in the large Hyoudou residence, where they saw Hyoudou with girls from her class and Mio sitting on one side, while the brunette was accompanied by Rias and her sister's pieces. The only consolation they had was Asia and the other pieces of Mio who asked their new mistress Venelana for permission to take care of them, this in compensation for having taken care of them. During the day they continued looking for their love and their new official mistress, but without results. So the week passed where Issei and Ryu were in front of a large building. Present. Anil Plateau. The Ryu will modify things a little. Both Ryu and Issei were in front of the large building that was on the Indigo Plateau, but they noticed that like a castle, that building had two towers, and on top of them was a statue of Lugia looking at the Kanto region, while the other tower had a figure of Ho-Oh looking in the direction of Johto. Issei. Well friend, we are here. Ryu. That's true, although it's not the main reason for the trip, having the champion titles will make the Chaos Brigade go after us, and thus be able to capture them. At that, the black-haired boy looked at those who accompanied the brown-haired boy and was impressed by the enormous belly that Rias was carrying. Ryu. I see Rias' belly has gotten bigger. By the way, you didn't tell me you had another girlfriend. The brown-haired boy just blushed as Samantha came to his side and kissed him on the cheek. Suddenly, Issei noticed that there was a blue-haired girl he didn't know when they called each other on the phone. Issei. Ryu, who is she? Ryu. This is Danielle and well she is also my new partner. The other girls approached and the one who spoke was Rias. Rias. Okay, honey and Ryu, don't waste any more time and go in right now, your champion title awaits you. Issei. You're right, let's go Ryu. The boys entered the building and noticed the following. In the main part was the registration reception, on one side were Nurse Joy and her Chansey ready to heal the Pokémon, on the other side was the Pokémon shop to buy the necessary healing supplies. And at the ends were two large doors that connected to the towers, one had the engraving of the three legendary birds, and above the door was a figure of Lugia, while the other door was engraved with the three legendary dogs, and above them was a figure of Ho-Oh. Both boys went to the reception to register. Receptionist. Welcome to the Indigo Plateau, home of the Kanto and Johto Region Pokémon League. Please show your 8 badges that certify you as participants for the Elite Four Challenge. Both boys showed their medals and then had them scanned by a gun, revealing which high command they would face. Receptionist. Thank you, now participant Issei you are qualified to face the Kanto High Command, the door on the right will take you to the Kanto Tower, as for participant Ryu, you will take the challenge of the Johto High Command, the door on your left will take you to that tower. Ryu Issei. Thank you very much. Receptionist. One more thing, leaving the tower is prohibited once the challenge begins, so you are advised to bring healing items and heal your Pokémon on the path that connects to the next room. As for your companions, there is a room with 2 screens next to me. Each screen will show the battles from each challenge, so spectators can watch the battles without having to accompany the challengers. Both boys understood, so they first went to the store to buy the necessary supplies, such as how to revive and restore everything, then went to Nurse Joy for a final inspection of their Pokémon. Once that was done, Issei and his Pikachu went to his girlfriends, each of whom lovingly kissed him on the lips and ended by caressing Ria's belly. Ryu, like Issei, went to his girlfriends to give him the necessary encouragement with a kiss and ended up kissing Crystal's belly. This made her give that maternal smile that girls have when they feel they love their child. Once ready, each one went to their corresponding door, giving each other a victory sign and entering to begin the Pokémon League challenge. Asgard, DxD. The dragons along with Ross and Momo were more than ready for the journey. Auden. Please, we'll charge you with stopping the Chaos Brigade on that side. We'll do our best to stop them here. Ollie. You know if you need my help I'll be here for whatever you need. Razor. Us too. Lacius. Thank you for all your help. Palkia. It's time to go, we must go with the chosen one and give him the necessary tool to fight those wretches who want to harm our brothers. Ross. See you later Auden-sama, I hope my assistant will help you like I once did. With that, they opened the portal to leave that place without anyone noticing. The three dragons entered the portal along with Momo and Rosswise, who had Drag in her bag. Mount Corona. The Alga, Palkia and Lacias arrived at the place in their original forms, along with them the two new girls, and that a bright light appeared. In front of them appeared Arceus who observed the arrival of everyone. Arceus. Welcome my children, tell me who your companions are. Lacias. These girls along with a dragon have come to help the chosen ones, but we need to talk to them. Arceus. Okay, Hoopa go get them, Miloetta and Latios have been keeping a close eye on them, from what we know they are on the Indigo Plateau. Hoopa. Understood. The Pokémon, listening, opened a portal with its rings, to be exact on the Indigo table, but returned as soon as it left. Hoopa. I'm sorry, but they are currently challenging the Pokémon League and have closed the doors. The newcomers didn't know what they were talking about, but the legendaries were surprised that she decided to challenge the league. They seemed to like being champions. Arceus. Lacias, contact Latios and synchronize your vision so we can see those battles. Lacias. Understood. At that, the space where the girls and the legendaries were began to deform, showing a somewhat strange room. In front of it, there were two large screens where Ryu and Issei were shown walking down a hallway. Upon seeing them, Momo began to cry with joy upon seeing that her high school love was alive, while Ross and Drake were happy to see the brunette safe and sound. Indigo Plateau. These events will happen simultaneously. Doto High Command. Let's start first with Issei's black-haired friend. In the first room, Mento, who specializes in psychic-type Pokémon, was waiting for him. With the help of Umbreon and Quilava they managed to defeat all 5 of his Pokémon, since 2 were weak to fire. In the second room, Koga, who controls the poison type, was waiting for them. Golem being immune along with Noctil who knows psychic-type moves, managed to defeat him in the second test. Berbrolio, the eldest son of legendary coach Bruno, he was the third member of the High Command. Noctil and Kingdra were responsible for ending that fight easily by using their flying-type attacks, and with the help of their dragon, they managed to defeat him. Finally, it was against Karen, who used the dark type, for which Golem with Demolition, Quilava and Ampharos managed to give the black-haired man the victory. During the interval between passing between the different members of the High Command, Ryu healed his teammates. He arrived at the main room where a person he knew was already waiting for him seriously. Lance. Wow, who would have thought that the brat who wants to take my little girl away from me would come after my regional champion title. Ryu. Sir, I hope you are more than ready for this battle. Referee. Well, we will begin with the final challenge of the participant Ryu for the title of regional champion. The battle will be 6 versus 6. If the team of one of the participants can no longer continue the match will end and the champion will be defined. Please take out your first Pokémon. Lance. Well you disrespectful brat, it's time I taught you some manners, go ahead Charizard. Ryu. We'll see, Golem, I choose you. Ryu. Use Polish now. Lance. Hit him with Demolition. Charizard managed to hit Ryu's Golem, which was stunned. Suddenly Golem managed to get out of the crater where he had been thrown. Ryu. Okay now Sharp Rock, followed by Rolling. Lance. Dodge and use Demolition again. Thus the first attack was carried out, which Charizard managed to dodge, but what he couldn't dodge was Golem's blow when he rolled, which caused him to stay on the ground. Charizard managed to get up, but out of nowhere a blow from Rolling hit him against the wall, leaving him KO. Referee. Charizard can no longer continue, the winner is Golem. Lance. Well done buddy, take a break. Taking out a new Pokeball, he looked at his son-in-law with annoyance. Lance. Not bad kid, but you're not getting out of this. Go Gyarados. Humming out his second Pokémon, he looked at Golem, who stepped back a little. Referee. Okay if you're ready, start. Ryu. Use Sharp Rock. Lance. Use Dragon Dance and then Ice Fang. Although Golem managed to hit and damage his opponent, he was more than ready. When he finished using the Dragon Dance, he flew at his opponent and gave him the Ice attack, which caused him to remain frozen and weakened. Referee. Golem can no longer continue, the winner is Gyarados. Returning his Pokémon to rest, Ryu took the second Pokeball. Ryu. It's your turn Kulava. His second Pokémon came out and he looked at his father-in-law. Ryu. You'll hate me for what I'm going to do, but this strategy is castrating, come on Umbreon. Referee. Start. Ryu. Now use Toxic. Listening to Umbreon, he poisoned Gyarados. Lance. It won't do you any good, use Waterfall. Ryu. Now use Protection and then Wish. Taking this into account, the battle was like this. A Gyarados that did not stop attacking an Umbreon that managed to protect itself, and in case it was hit, it healed itself with a wish, leaving Gyarados weakened by Toxico's poison. Referee. Gyarados is unable to continue, the winner is Umbreon. The champion returned to his Pokémon, took his third Pokeball looking at the boy. Lance. Damn brat, I didn't think he'd use that strategy, but anyway, time to move on. Go Salamence. Ryu. Return Umbreon, it's your turn Ampharos. Referee. Okay, if you're both ready, let's start. Ryu. Use Lightning now. Lance. Use Flare. Both attacks hit their target, but the most affected was Salamence, who fell to the ground caused by the lightning he received. With double lightning and Dragon Claw attacks, the battle took place between both Pokémon, leaving each one weak, but it was more noticeable on Salamence when receiving effective attacks from its flying type. Ryu. Let's finish this, use Lightning. Lance. Get close and use Dragon Claw. Salamence quickly approached and tried to hit Ampharos with his claw attack, but it was too late because the lightning managed to hit his opponent, leaving him KO. Referee. Salamence can no longer continue, the winner is Ampharos. Lance just put his Pokémon in and took out his next partner. Lance. Go Altaria. Referee. Good start. Lance. Use Dragon Breath. Ryu. Lightning now. The attacks hit their target, leaving an Altaria flying with some difficulty and an Ampharos getting up from the attack. Lance. Now uses Death Song. Altaria started with its beautiful sound leaving Ryu distracted by what had happened. Ryu. This gives me a bad feeling, use Dragon Pulse. Lance. How? The energy that gave off Dragon Essence was gathered in Ampharos' paws and he looked at Altaria. Lance. Use Dragon Breath. Both attacks hit the opponent, leaving Ampharos with little energy left, while Altaria found herself on the floor due to the attack. Ryu. Finish it with Lightning. Ampharos, with the little strength he had left, launched another attack at Altaria, who was no longer able to fly and remained on the ground due to the electric shock. Referee. Altaria can no longer continue, the winner is Ampharos. Ampharos got up as best he could, but suddenly he looked up at the sky and fell unconscious. Ryu. But what happened? Lance. That was for the death chant. Referee. Participants, please bring out your next Pokémon. Lance. It's your turn Garchomp. Ryu. Now go Kingdra. Referee. Good start. Ryu. Dragon Dance. Lance. Sword Dance. Both dragons did their dances and looked more than ready for their fight. Lance. Use Anger. Ryu. Dodge and use Waterfall continuously. Garchomp quickly launched itself at Kingdra, who avoided being hit by that attack and responded with a cascade that gradually weakened Garchomp. On the third attempt, both Pokémon hit the target, severely damaging Kingdra, while Garchomp began to look everywhere. Lance. Well, back. Ryu. Forget it old man, use Kingdra Anger. Ryu's Pokémon quickly launched itself and hit an already confused Garchomp which fell weak from the Dragon-type attack. Referee. Garchomp can no longer continue, the winner is Kingdra. Lance. It's all or nothing, let's go all out, it's Dragonite time. Taking out his last Pokémon, Dragonite roared loudly. Referee. Okay, if everything is ready, let's start. Lance Ryu. Dragon Dance. When given the indication both Pokémon increased their speed and attack, which annoyed Lance. Lance. You applied it to me, brat, now use Dragon Comet. Ryu. Continues to be angry. Kingdra went all out against a Dragonite who managed to hit him, but unfortunately his rival's attack was already falling, which managed to hit him, leaving him weak and beginning to be confused. Lance knew that by doubling his attack, Kingdra would be more dangerous. Ryu on the other hand looked at his Kingdra and he gave him a settlement, knowing it was all or nothing. Ryu Lance. Let's finish this, Anger Dragon Charge. Both Pokémon once again surrounded each other with their Dragon-type attack and flew head-to-head to impact, which created a wave of dust. Suddenly it was observed how the two Pokémon flew in different directions, showing that each of them was more than knocked out. Referee. Both Pokémon can't continue, it's a tie, the champion has no more Pokémon left, so the new Johto region champion is Ryu. In the observation room, all the girls celebrated their first victory, especially their girlfriends. On Mount Corona, Momo was only impressed by that battle, she had never seen that type of fight, but she saw the boys' happiness at being crowned champion. Arceus. All that's left is for Issei's fight to end. Kanto High Command. Now we will see Issei's path. The first challenge was Lorelei, who had no chance as Pikachu along with Arcanine, managed to defeat all the Ice-type Pokémon. Brando, who is Bruno's son, was easily defeated by Jengar and Dragonite, who, with Psychic and Flying attacks, managed to defeat his fighting team. Anastasia, who is the granddaughter of the legendary trainer Agatha, was a difficult case for the brown-haired boy, but thanks to Jengar and Nidoking, he managed to defeat her in a good way. Finally, the fourth member of the High Command was none other than White's brother, Lance's youngest son, but Issei's Dragonite and Pikachu were responsible for defeating him. During the interval of passing between the different members of the High Command, just like his friend Issei healed his teammates. He arrived at the main room where a person he knew was already waiting for him with loving eyes. Issei. So you're the Kanto champion Fumino. Fumino. Of course dear, I've been waiting for you all this time, I just hope that if I win or you win, I want you to accept my feelings that I have towards you. Issei. We'll see, but it's too late for later. Today I'm here for that champion title. Fumino. Issei, if you talk like that you'll make me fall in love with you more. Referee. Well, we will begin with the final challenge of the participant Issei for the title of regional champion. The battle will be 6 versus 6, if the team of one of the participants can no longer continue the match will end and the champion will be defined. Please take out your first Pokémon. Fumino. Let's tell you everything, go Machamp. Issei. This will be simple, let's go Gyarados. They brought out their Pokémon, but what seemed strange to Fumino was that his Machamp didn't back down. Referee. Start. Fumino. Corpulence. Issei. Use Dragon Dance. Both of them prepared to increase their attack power, to which Gyarados stared at what his opponent would do. Fumino. Use Cross Lash. Issei. Jump now. At the moment that the Machamp was going to hit Gyarados, it simply jumped into the air. Fumino. That's not true, Machamp is preparing a harmful jab when he hits you. Machamp was more than ready, and that Gyarados fell on top of it, leaving it injured, but managed to hit it, making it fall backwards. What Fumino didn't expect was that Gyarados wouldn't be poisoned. Issei. Looks like it didn't go as expected, Gyarados uses Waterfall. Fumino. Use Cross Lash. Both Pokémon hit each other with that attack, unfortunately for the champion her Pokémon was defeated by Gyarados. Referee. Machamp can no longer continue, the winner is Gyarados. At that he roared with joy and was covered by a red light. Issei. Well, I've already won this battle. Fumino. No wonder my cousin fell in love with you, you are determined, this makes me want to steal you. The girls in the room just laughed, especially Rias and Leaf, who were no longer affected by having made love with Issei. Fumino. Fine, I choose you Executor. Referee. Start. Fumino. Use Hypnosis. And that the Pokémon managed to put Issei's Gyarados to sleep, who was surprised by that. Fumino. Now uses Leaf Rain followed by Mud Bomb. Issei. Gyarados get up. Unfortunately, Executor's attacks had hit their target, leaving Gyarados somewhat weak from the combination he received. When he woke up, he was in pain. Issei. Use Boat once more. Gyarados managed to jump and hit his rival, leaving him weak as Gyarados increased his power. Fumino. Finish it with Psychic. Executor simply lifted Gyarados with its power and threw it to the ground 3 times, leaving Issei's Pokémon KO. Referee. Gyarados can no longer continue, the winner is Executor. Issei took out 2 Pokeballs, one was of Gyarados and the other of the new Pokémon that would come out. Issei. Well done friend, now it's your turn Jengar. Fumino. This will be easy, use Psychic. Issei. I don't think so, Jengar uses Low Blow. Fumino. What did you say? The Executor was preparing for the attack, but out of nowhere Jengar appeared in front of him, and with his fist, he managed to hit his rival, who fell on his back. Referee. Executor can no longer continue, the winner is Jengar. Fumino. Damn, I didn't see that coming, be careful Alakazam. Referee. Okay, if you're ready, let's start. The battle between the two was close, with Shadow Balls and low blows from Jengar, and Alakazam using Psychic and Shadow Ball, left both Pokémon more than lying on the ground, but eager to continue fighting. Fumino Issei. Finish it with Shadow Ball. Both Pokémon listened, launching their final attack, hitting each one and leaving them more than exhausted. Referee. Neither side can continue, a draw is declared. Fumino. Normally with Alakazam and Exeggutor I can beat my opponents, but your Pokémon are on another level, I see you take your training seriously. Issei. Thanks for the compliment, go Pikachu. Yumino. It's your turn, Aerodactyl. Referee. Okay, if everything is ready, let's start. Issei. Pikachu, jump and use Iron Tail. Yumino. Capture him and use Free Fall. Pikachu was caught by his rival and lifted into the sky, but while trapped, he managed to connect 2 blows with his Iron Tail, which caused him to not reach high enough to drop him. Issei. Spins and uses Iron Tail to cushion the fall. Taking notice, Pikachu spun and managed to break the floor with his Iron Tail attack, which caused its impact to be less than expected. Yumino. Now uses Iron Head. Issei. Quickly use Volt Tackle. Both went against each other, Pikachu hit Aerodactyl on the head, dropping both to the ground from that impact, but the one who managed to get up with damage was the mouse Pokémon, leaving the fossil on the ground. Referee. Aerodactyl can no longer continue, the winner is Pikachu. Yumino. Thanks for your help, now it's your turn Gyarados. The moment his Pokémon came out, it roared, causing Pikachu to get scared. Yumino. Well, it affected Pikachu a lot, now he uses Hurricane. Issei. Quickly use Lightning. Out of nowhere Pikachu was hit by that attack that sent him into a hurricane that hit the mouse countless times, but he still managed to hit Gyarados with a lightning that blocked that attack. Once the hurricane ended, the mouse fell severely to the ground while Gyarados recovered from that attack. Yumino. Use Waterfall now. Issei. Volt Tackle. They both listened and collided with each other, but it was noticeable that Pikachu's attack was weaker than it was before. They fell to the ground once more, but Gyarados recovered faster. Yumino. Finish it off with Earthquake. Issei. That's not true. Issei forgot that attack once he helped him, and now he gave him a defeat. Pikachu just watched the floor as it opened and hit him, leaving him defeated on the floor. Referee. Pikachu can no longer continue. Issei ran for Pikachu and left him beside it, he took off his cap to put it on Pikachu as a pillow. Issei. Well, let's get this over with, Sal Arcanine. The moment Arcanine came out he looked at Gyarados in a bad way, which managed to intimidate him. Referee. Start. Yumino. Use Waterfall again. He didn't finish speaking since Gyarados was on the floor, in front of him was Arcanine who stopped covering him with a white light. Yumino. Damn, he knows how to use extreme speed. Issei. That's right. Referee. The champion's Gyarados can no longer continue. He was impressed by the speed that Arcanine reached, it was faster than the champion's. Yumino. This battle was fun and you managed to defeat almost all of my Pokémon, but it's time for the last one, let's go Arcanine. Taking out his last Pokémon, he looked at his rival, but what he didn't count on was Issei bringing it back. Issei. I would like to have a battle between Arcanine, but I must win this, not just for me, it's for my girlfriends, for the mother of my child and the child I will have who will be the one who fights against me for this title, or for the title that I take from Ash when we find him, it's time to end this, let's go Nidoking. From his 5th Pokeball he took out his partner who looked at him decisively. Referee. If everything is ready, begin. The battle between the two was clearly at a disadvantage for Arcanine because he was limited to one attack, which was Thunder Fang, which did not affect his opponent. On the other hand, Earthquake, Dragon Tail, and Sludge Bomb were enough to knock Yumino's Pokémon to the winds. Arcanine was more than weak, but his will was different. Yumino. I'll finish this off, use Fire Bed. Issei. Intercepted and use Seismic Movement. Arcanine, already weak, launched himself with his last strength to impact against Issei's Nidoking, who grabbed him by the neck and applied the fighting type movement, which left him more than knocked out on the ground. Referee. Arcanine can no longer continue, the winner is Nidoking, therefore, the participant Issei is declared the new champion of the Kanto region. In the observation room, Issei's girls jumped for joy, well except one since Rias had to take care of herself because of her pregnancy, that is, she rubbed her belly and talked to her son. Rias. Look little one, your dad won. She only felt a little kick in her stomach and how she moved with joy, which made a tear of happiness fall down her cheek. Returning to the main fight room. Yumino, who didn't believe the result, just put away her Arcanine and walked towards the exit with her eyes lowered, but the touch of a person brought the girl out of her depression. This was Issei who hugged her from behind. Issei. Thank you very much for the battle, I promise to take the champion title to the highest level. She simply kissed his cheek, turned around and gave him a hug, leaning against his chest. Suddenly a door opens in front of them, the girl took his hand and led him into the room. Upon arriving, I saw that there were 2 machines, in one of them was Ryu registering his champion team, and in front of the other machine, Gary was already waiting for him, who only looked intimidatingly at Issei, because he was coming hand in hand with his daughter. Barry congratulated him and asked him to register his team and his photo to declare him as the regional champion. He obeyed and saw that a new photo next to Fumino was shown the day she became the regional champion. After finishing registering, they both congratulated each other, went downstairs to get their partners who were already receiving them. Ryu tackled him except for Crystal, while Issei, well, he arrived holding hands with Fumino, which caused his girls to put on a creepy laugh. Of course the brown-haired boy was about to die of fear, but now that everything was clear, they had to admit that there would be more girls. Suddenly in front of them a Hoopa Hoop appeared, and from it came the little Pokémon. Hoopa. Chosen, Arceus-sama needs you urgently. Those from DxD looked at each other with determination and followed by their new friends, except for Gary and Lance, they entered the hoop. What adventure will come for Issei now that the Red Emperor Dragon is in this world? Chapter 13. The new Sekiryuutei is born. Let's go on a new adventure. H&S. Indigo Plateau. We met up with the boys who were just leaving the Plateau Towers, where each had been crowned the new regional champion. Upon reaching the ground floor to go get their partners who were already receiving them, Ryu tackled them, except for Crystal, while Issei, well, he arrived holding hands with Fumino, which caused his girls to put on a creepy laugh. Of course, the brunette was about to die of fear, but now that everything was clear, they had to admit that there would be more girls. Everyone was more than happy for that victory. Suddenly in front of them a Hoopa Hoop appeared, and from which the little Pokémon came out. Hoopa. Chosen, Arceus-sama needs you urgently. Issei, Ryu and Rias knew that if they were called by Arceus, something bad was about to happen, or it was time to continue with their mission. While they were serious in front of Hoopa, the others didn't know what was happening except for Crystal and Leaf. White. It can't be Hoopa. Danielle. I can't believe the unique Pokémon of Kalos is here. Melina. But to be called by Arceus, it's unimaginable. At that Issei looks at all the companions of both with a smile. Issei. Don't worry, I don't think it's anything bad, but it's best if you come with us. The others nodded and went with the others. Mount Corona. The boys went through the portal that Hoopa had opened with one of his hoops, where they arrived in front of Arceus and two new people they wouldn't believe they would see again. Braswase. Issei-kun, Rias-sama. The albino-haired girl ran with the aforementioned as she was glad they were alive, but upon noticing the girl's stomach, she stopped dead in her tracks. Issei. Hello Ross. Rias. Good to see you again, Odin's bodyguard. On the other hand, Ryu, looking at the Valkyrie's companion, simply froze when he saw that his high school love was in front of him, whose eyes were more than moistened when she saw him well. Ryu. Hello Momo, how good. He didn't finish speaking as the girl went straight to hug him. Momo. Ryu sniff I'm glad you're okay sniff I thought I'd lost you. Ryu just hugged her to comfort her. Everyone watched this scene with different reactions. Rias looked at that meeting with eyes of happiness, since she knew that they both liked each other, but Sona's presence made this not possible. On the other hand, Issei froze when he saw the auras of the Ryu girls, who looked with jealousy and yandeer eyes when they saw that their beloved was hugged by a random girl they didn't know. At that, a Crystal with hidden eyes approached them both. Crystal. Honey, tell me who she is and why she's hugging you. Danielle. Tell us, who is she? White only had a grim smile that swore pain. Ryu. Kai girls, I can explain. Arceus. I'd better explain what's going on right now. At that Arceus began to talk to the other girls including the newcomers about the problem the world was going through, more than anything because of the Chaos Brigade who declared themselves to be here to do their thing. This of course surprised Issei and Rias. White. So you are from another world. Issei. That's right. Ryu. But we don't want to go back because we see this world as our home since the people I love the most are here. This made Momo sad, but she felt Ryu's hand on her shoulder. Ryu. That includes you, of course, if you want to try. Momo. Of course. Crystal. Well, we'll talk about that later. Issei. You're right, the important thing is to know why they are here. Lacius. I can explain that. The Pokémon began to talk about what he saw at that meeting, where the factions discovered the Pokémon world and everything because of the Chaos Brigade, in addition to the experiments with the demonic energy of that world and how they would use it to manipulate the Pokémon, that implied strengthening them in a cruel way to the Pokémon if they were successful. Issei, along with Rias, were more than angry to know that those bastards had that kind of plan. Issei. And what will we do? Braswase. Well, we have also brought something to balance things out. At that moment, a green gem came out of Ross's bag and quickly entered the brown-haired boy's body, leaving everyone surprised, including the legendary Pokémon. Dreg. It's a pleasure to finally help the person who deserves to be my carrier. Issei. Dreg. Dreg. That's right, I've chosen you as my new partner. Rias was impressed by that fact, as was Issei. Rias. That means Issei. Dreg. Exactly, Issei is the new Sekiryuutei. Arceus. And you may know why you have come. Greg. Gladly, I have the ability to increase the strength and energy of my wielder, also the ability to transfer this power to his companions, so we devised to balance what the Chaos Brigade had thought. Arceus, please explain. Greg. If the Chaos Brigade succeeds with their plan, defeating them would be even more difficult, which is why I come in to more safely increase the power of the Pokémon, so we can defeat them. Arceus. I understand, it seems like a good plan, but what will happen to young Ryu? If this happens, the most convenient thing is that they travel together. Issei. If you allow me, we brought this artificial sacred gear that allows us to copy the abilities of an original sacred gear, in short, we will be able to copy the Bastiat gear. At that Ross gives a necklace to Ryu, which he accepted. Arceus. I understand, well I will allow the use of this type of artifacts, since it seems that demonic energy for some reason began to manifest with the experiments of those damned ones, in that case, I will let you use their power only to fight against them, in competitions it is not allowed. All. Understood. Arceus. Then, Miss Rias. Saying this, Rias began to glow with dark surroundings. Arceus. I'll give you back your demonic power, just follow the instructions. Rias. I understand. Arceus. Okay, now where will they go? Issei stared at the girls, but the one he was worried about at the moment was the main girl of his harem. Issei. I would really like to have a little break because my girlfriend is about to have our baby and I would like to be with her to be able to welcome it. Ryu. Me too, she's a few weeks behind Rias, but I still want to be with her, plus I'd like to practice activating the sacred gear. Issei. Me too. Arceus. I understand, we have prepared a mansion where you can all live together peacefully, it is located on Mount Silver for greater security, and when your children are born come back to find out the next move. All. Understood. Arceus. Okay, Hoopa, take them to their new home. Hoopa. Understood, well follow me. Hoopa opened a portal with her hoops revealing a large mansion, where you could see that it was a big house, the boys were more than impressed. Hoopa. Well guys, I'm off, see you soon. At that the singular Pokémon left the place leaving everyone with the impression of the place. Issei. Well, let's divide up the rooms and rest today. Tomorrow we have to celebrate our victories properly. So the boys stayed to rest, where one floor was for Issei and his girls, while the other part was for Ryu. The next day they had a big party where the girls' parents were invited, along with Delia and Garyoka, to celebrate the boys' triumph in becoming the new regional champions. Of course, this did not remain a secret and quickly throughout the Kanto and Johto regions, they wanted to know their new champions, since it was rare for someone to either defeat the dragon leader of Johto or defeat the leader of Green City. After that day the boys began their training in using and strengthening their sacred gear, to the point that the transfer stage was more than a success. On the other hand, Rias and Crystal's pregnancy was more noticeable to the point that rest was more than mandatory for the girls. 2 months later. First, we'll go step by step to find out what has happened in these 2 months. In the DxD world everything was confusion between the factions due to the disappearance of Drake, who was supposed to be in one of the most secure laboratories of the Alliance. This implied 2 things. Either there were traitors in that place, or the enemies were smarter by obtaining the power of the Red Emperor. Of course this was ruled out since at the first opportunity they would have already made their move to intimidate them. Hyoudou and Mio continued to suffer their lives as slaves under their respective masters, who now saw the treatment they received as commonplace. Of course, for the children, living this way was hell. Sona also suffered being a servant, especially her sisters, as she looked at her with disgust, which pained the girl. The parents, both Issei and Rias, gave each other mutual support to be able to endure the martyrdom of not having their children with them, especially to know if they are okay or not, especially the Hyoudou since they did not have the love of a son at this moment. With the disappearance of Issei and the life of a slave that Hyoudou lived, her only consolation would have been Lucy. Unfortunately the girl no longer saw them as her parents. She hated them with all her heart for the mistreatment they gave to her brother. Sona and Mio's pieces, they never gave up on the search for the boys, and now with Momo missing, Saji was more than desperate to find his partner in crime, since after Sona, she was his second love, or rather obsession. On the other hand, the Gremorys were looking for a certain brunette to be with them. As for the Chaos Brigade, they mysteriously disappeared from the action map, their movements were null, which put the leaders even more on alert. In the Pokémon world, just like in DxD, the Chaos Brigade's movements put the legendary Pokémon of each region on high alert. But we'll focus on that mansion where there was joy and tears, but above all, parents who were sleepless. Issei. It's good that I can have a moment of peace, don't you believe it my friend? Ryu. That's true. At that moment, 2 girls they knew approached with something in their arms. Rias. Honey, I think it's time for us to continue the mission. Rias arrived with a baby in her arms, when Issei saw him he picked him up. Issei. But what are we going to do? It would be dangerous to take little Basara with us. Rias. We've thought about it and it's best if Crystal and I don't accompany them this time, especially for the safety of our babies. Ryu. Seriously, dear. Crystal, who was carrying another baby in her arms, said this. Crystal. That's right, dear, we've talked about this and it's important that you go out and help the Pokémon world, I'll stay with little Kuoh. Issei. But I don't want them to be alone. Rias. Don't worry about that, right girls? At that point, all the girls in brown hair, as well as Ryu's, had arrived where they were. Danielle. Yes, we will be here taking care of them. Leaf. Besides, our Pokémon will protect us from anyone who wants to come near this place. Issei. Well, if that's the case, tomorrow I'll contact Hoopa to go with Arceus and tell them that we're ready. Ryu. Well, in my case, I will leave all my Pokémon except Umbreon. Saying this, White blushed, since Ryu's Umbreon was the EV he had given him. Issei. I'll do the same, I'll just take Pikachu. Pikachu just raised his paw in affirmation. Rias. But don't think you're just going to flirt in your chosen region, Ross agreed to go with you. Crystal. In your case Momo-chan will go with you to take care of you my love. And Natty approached Hatred so that no one else would hear. Crystal. It helps to make up for the lost time you had because of that flat you told me about. Ryu just limited himself to laughing out of nervousness. Rias took her baby and gave it to the Valkyrie. Rias. Ross, please leave it to you, we'll go say goodbye to Issei. Saying that, Fumino and Melina took the brown-haired boy and brought him inside the mansion. Issei was just nervous because he already knew what this meant. On the other hand, Crystal did the same with Momo, to which White and Danielle took the black-haired man to do the same, leaving both nannies in the yard with a drop of sweat. Ross would say. Well Momo, we'd better go prepare our things, it's our turn to travel through this world. Momo. Indeed, I already want to meet my Pokémon partner. The two girls entered the mansion avoiding the main room of each floor, they along with their children, prepared everything for the next day. Unknown place. At a base, whose location was still a secret, we can see the Chaos Brigade who had in their possession a strangely colored Pokeball. Well after a long time, it seems we have the right Pokeball. Indeed, this will be a great step forward for our plans. But we must put them into action to see how they work. The Chromo. I suggest that the idiots who once wanted to conquer the Hone and Sinnoh regions be the ones for this mission. Well, summon them tomorrow to give them their respective missions. Soon we will be able to control the Pokémon responsible for time and space. And together with Giratina, we can make our goal come true. Control of both dimensions. The next day. At the Chosen Ones' mansion, we see Issei and Ryu who were at the door of the mansion, behind them were the girls who would stay in the mansion for their safety more than anything, and next to them was Delia Ketchup. Rias. Well my dear and beloved Issei, please take care on this trip. Leaf. Wherever you go, you know we'll be there for you. Melina. Ross, we'll leave it to you. Samantha. Don't be a womanizer. Fumino. But if it can't be helped, you'll be the one to determine if she's worthy of being with him, okay. Ross would say. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. The brown-haired boy just laughed at how his girls took care of him. White. Same goes for you dear. Danielle. That's right, Momo-chan take care of him. Crystal. But also have fun on this trip, wherever you go we will always be together. Momo. Yes girls, I'll take care of him. At that, both boys brought out their champion Pokémon team. Issei. Guys take good care of Rias and the others, I especially entrust it to you Dragonite. Ryu. Same goes for you, Kulava you will be in charge. At that moment a golden ring appeared in front of them. Hoopa. Well chosen, I have come for you to go see our father. Ryu. We'll leave it to you. They all gave each other one last goodbye kiss, the ones that lasted the longest were Rias with Issei and Crystal's with Ryu. After the kiss ended, those chosen for this trip entered the ring, leaving the others in the mansion with tears in their eyes at that farewell. Rias. Okay girls, it would be best to go inside the house. Crystal. Don't worry about them, we'll see them soon. At that moment, a somewhat unpleasant smell reached the place. Delia. I think someone needs a diaper change. The others just laughed at this as the mothers went into the house to quickly change their own baby. Mount Crown. We are on Mount Corona, where Arceus was already waiting for the boys for their next trip. Arceus. Chosen Ones, it's good to have you back here, tell me, have you decided where to travel yet? Both boys looked at each other and confirmed what was asked. Ryu. For my part, Momo and I will go to the Hone region. Momo. It will be fun. Arceus. And you? Issei. I talked to Drake and Ross, we'll go to Sinnoh. Ross would say. That's right, I want to choose my partner now. Drake. It'll be fun. Arceus, I understand. Well, if that's what you decided, Hoopa will transport you with the teachers of each region so you can start your adventure and discover something about the Chaos Brigade. At that, Hoopa's hoops open to take them on their new journey. Ryu. That's right, Issei takes this. The black-haired man handed a bag to the boy. Issei. What is it? Ryu. This is a Pokeball game that took place in the Johto region. Each one has a particularity when capturing Pokémon. The brown-haired boy saw the Pokeballs and recognized one. Issei. Wait, this is Ash's for Allegred Pokeball. Ryu. These are used to capture water Pokémon. Issei. I understand, thanks friend. Arceus, if you are ready, please take care on your journey. The boys. We'll do it. Ryu. Okay Momo, Umbreon, it's time to go. Issei. Pikachu, Ross and Drake, it's time to save this world. They both came out of that hoop portal that Hoopa had created, where each appeared in a different place. Home laboratory. Ryu, Momo and Umbreon appeared in front of the region's laboratory where a person was already waiting for them. Welcome, chosen by Arceus. Let me introduce myself. My name is Drew, I am the Pokémon professor of this region. Ryu. Nice to meet you. We've come so my partner can begin her Pokémon journey and also investigate the Chaos Brigade's movements. Drew. I understand, okay, come in. Once inside the laboratory and with the protocol established, there were 3 Pokémon standing in front of the albino. Drew. Well, these are the Pokémon available to start your journey here in Hoenn. The first is the grass-type Pokémon, its name is Trico. The second is the fire-type Pokémon, Torchic. Drew. And finally there's the water Pokémon, Mudkip. Momo looked closely at the Pokémon. Of the 3 that caught her attention, it was the grass Pokémon that looked at her with determination. Momo. Well, I choose Trico. Drew. Very good decision, and you Ryu, no matter if he is the champion, this is a gift from me. Ryu. Well, if that's the case, I choose Mudkip. Drew. Good choice. Sinnoh region. We are in front of the laboratory of the professor of the region who was already waiting for us. Hey guys, it's good to finally see you. Issei, seeing the person in front of them, was surprised because he already knew about him thanks to the stories Leaf told him about his father. Issei. Wait a minute, you're one of those who followed the former chosen one and wanted to steal his Pokémon. Yes, that was before, but now I dedicate myself to research. Issei. Tell me Issei, do you know him? Issei. He was a member of the former Team Rocket, which disbanded when Ash captured the idiot Giovanni. I haven't heard from that team for a while. Issei. And you are? Let me introduce myself, my name is Jamamemes, and this is my wife, Jessie. We are both responsible for starting the new coach's journey. Jessie. You better go inside to choose your new Pokémon. Leisho's already informed us of what happened, and we were already waiting for you before. Issei. Okay, let's go. Once they entered, they looked closely at the laboratory to see if it was a trap. Arriving at the main room, they saw that it was empty with only the 2 of them's research. James. Meath, please bring them. At that moment, Meath came into the room, walking as if he were human. Meath. Alright guys, here I bring you the starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Not only Issei and Ross, but Pikachu and Drake himself were surprised. The boys. The cat spoke. Meath. Hey, it's not that big a deal, but here I bring you these guys who are ready for adventure. James. Well, first I introduce Turtwig, the grass Pokémon. Jessie. He is Chimchar, the fire Pokémon. Meath. And the last one is Piplup, the water Pokémon. James. You can both choose one. That would have been possible, of course, if it weren't for the fact that both Piplup and Chimchar were running with them, Chimchar with Issei and Piplup with Issei. Unknown place. We see where the Chaos Brigade is located, where there were 4 people in front of the leaders who were a mystery, even to them. Well, Saturn and Venus, you will return to Sinnoh to continue the investigation of these new Pokeballs. You need to test them with the unique Pokémon from that region. Tadiano, Sylvina, you will do the same in Hoenn. It is necessary to find the Regis and use this Pokeball on them. Venus, Saturn, Tadiano, Sylvina. Understood. Well, back off and start wreaking havoc in those places. Apparently the Chaos Brigade had discovered something. Will Issei and the others be able to stop those movements of the Chaos Brigade? Chapter 14. 2 new companions, the challenge for the champions. Bru's lab. We see the 2 boys who had just acquired their new Pokémon partner. In Momo's case, she was more than happy to receive her Trico. The teacher invited them a cup of tea to discuss the boys' plan. Bru. So tell me, what are you going to do to find the Chaos Brigade? Ryu. Well, we have the idea of going with the champion of the region. I would like to face him as the champion of Johto, of course this as a cover to search for the Chaos Brigade. Bru. Perfect, and your girl? Momo. I really don't know what to do in this world, I just arrived and all this is new to me. Bru. I see, maybe you should. When the professor was about to give the idea, the bell in his laboratory rang. Drew? Wow, I thought it would be later. Ryu? Were you expecting someone? Drew? Indeed. The boys went with the teacher to the waiting room where a silhouette with a body a little less developed than Momo's was present. Drew? So you've decided to participate. My grandmother convinced me along with my uncle, they told me that this was necessary in the family as part of my parents, especially for my mother. Drew? Well, you're a little late, I only have one Pokémon left as your gift. Well. At that the girl looked where Ryu was, who quickly went with him. I've already decided, I choose him. Drew put his hand on his forehead for what was said, while Ryu was in shock for what was said, but the one who was not happy with that joke was an albino who pulled the boy to her side. Momo. What a joke, girl, but it's not funny. I'm not joking, just like my mom told me, if you see a guy you're interested in, fight for him, and this guy is too handsome for you. Ryu. Excuse me, but could you tell me your name first? But how careless, I can't start my relationship with you if I haven't introduced myself yet. Nice to meet you, my name is Haruka Ketchup. Ryu. Wait, you're Ash's daughter, right? Haruka. That's right, he and my mother May, who was the great coordinator of this region, are my parents. Ryu. Was it? Don't tell me she's missing too. Haruka. That's right, we haven't heard from them for a while. I thought they were doing their job, but I only found out recently when it was announced that my mother's position was vacant. Ryu. Sorry about this, well, it's time to introduce ourselves, why don't you start your first, Momo? He turned to look at the albino who radiated an aura of jealousy. Momo? Of course, Ryu. Ryu just watched as the girl had her eyes covered. Momo. Nice to meet you, my name is Momo Hanakai, close friend of this boy, so stay away from him. Haruka. Nice to meet you, girl. Ryu. Well, my name is Ryu. Haruka. You're the champion of Johto, right? What are you doing here? Ryu. Well, I'm here to challenge the champion of this region, since in my region it's very rare for someone to get all 8 medals, so I'm giving myself the freedom to travel. Haruka. I understand, well, let me go get my Pokémon first and I'll tell you something in a moment. Drew. Wow, until they finally listen to me, well, as I was saying, I only have Torchic left. Haruka. Just like my mother, okay, I'll take it. At that, the Torchic who came out behind the professor looked at the girl, he just sighed in heaviness and left with her. Drew. I think he resigned himself, lol. That's right, that was funny. I believe it, dear. Everyone turned to see where that voice came from. Haruka. Uncle Max, Aunt Eureka. James' lab. Now we meet our chestnut, well, now the new Sekiryuutei, who along with the Valkyrie who accompanied him were receiving their new partner. On the one hand, Chimchar began to play with Issei's Pikachu, while Piplup stayed on the Valkyrie's legs. James. So you guys are going to look for the fool, right? Issei. That's one of the points, we're also on the trail of the Chaos Brigade, by the way, Giovanni belongs to them. Jesse. What he stooped to, following a bunch of lunatics. Roswise. Do you know him? Leith. He was our old boss, but when the fool defeated him, he simply disappeared, leaving Team Rocket. James. Now, without any ties, we decided to do something better for the world, and I started working with the former professor from this region. After his death, I took over. Issei. And you, Jesse? Jesse. Well, after Team Rocket, my James and I started a relationship, and I'm also good at taking care of Pokémon, so I stayed with him for almost 19 years. Issei. Wow, they really love each other. James. Please find the fool, even if he calls you that, he's a friend of ours. Issei. Don't worry about it, you'll see. At that moment a voice sounded through the place. Uncle James, Aunt Jessie. Jessie. James, darling, I'm here. James. How nice that you finally came for your gift. Issei. They were waiting for someone. Leith. That's right, you weren't the only ones to come today. Both Jesse, James and the cat Pokémon went to the main door of the laboratory. Issei and Ross looked at each other with doubt because they did not know who had arrived, to which they went behind the teachers. In the room was a young girl with a large pink snow coat, blue hair and a white cap. Hello, Uncle James. James. Hi, congratulations on winning the last big festival. Thanks. I'll tell you that the competition this year was tight, especially because of the number of participants, but the good thing is that I won and I'm just one step away from my goal. By the way, you already heard. Jesse. What about? There's a new champion in Kanto and another in Johto, apparently they'll beat Cousin Fumino, but the photos I saw of the new Kanto champion seemed very. At that moment, the brown-haired boy, carrying his Pikachu on his shoulder, walked out of the adjacent room first. Seeing him, the newly arrived girl ran to take both of his hands. I can't believe it, you're the Kanto champion. Issei. This is me. It's a pleasure to meet the guy who defeated Gary's conceited daughter. Issei. Showy. This interaction of hands did not please a certain silver-haired woman who immediately went to her close friend. Issei. Hey Issei, who is she? Issei. Well she. Sorry I didn't introduce myself properly. My name is Hikari Ketchup. Issei. You're Ash's daughter, who is your mother? Hikari. My mother was the coordinating teacher for the Sinnoh region. Issei. Was it? Hikari. As you know, my father and my mother have disappeared. You should know whether you traveled with my sister or not. Issei. Wait, how do you know that? At that point the girl pulled out a magazine about the Pokémon world where the brown-haired man appeared with all his Pokémon and his girls next to him, where it was noticeable that a pregnant Rias was on his left side and on his right side he was holding Lee's hand. Hikari. This photo was taken the day you won the championship title, but I can see that you're more than just my sister's friend, right? Issei. Well you see That caught Jesse and James' attention as they wanted to know that. Hikari. I knew it, you also have a harem like my father, but I see that yours is bigger than his and you already have a son, right? The brown-haired boy only suffered because of that, he thought the girl would have a bad image of him, but Hikari's reaction left him with more doubt. Hikari. Well that doesn't matter, if my sister is happy by your side it means that I can be happy too. Issei. What? Greg. What? Issei. What? James. What? Jesse. What? Leith. Nani. Pikachu. Pika. Hikari. Yes, Issei, I want to be part of your harem, as the future Grandmaster Coordinator of the Sinnoh region, I ask you. Everyone was amazed by this proposition, but the one who remained most doubtful was Ross. Issei. Coordinator. Hikari. Yes, I will fight to have the title that my mother left vacant at the Supreme Festival. Issei. Supreme Festival, what is that? James. Well, boy, as you'll see in the Pokémon Coordinators section, unlike Pokémon trainers, coordinators are in charge of making a Pokémon's beauty shine with its movements. Hikari. That's right, it's much more complex since you don't just have to attack for the sake of it, you also have to make your partner look good when launching the attack. Jesse. As for the competition method, it's like this. First, there are Pokémon festivals held in different cities. The goal is for the coordinators to collect 5 ribbons. Leith. Once you win the 5 ribbons you have the right to participate in the great festival of the region, if you win you will be called coordinating teacher. Hikari. That's right, but my mothers would often win the big festivals and they were given the title of Grandmaster Coordinator, and to be able to compete for that title, you must have won a big festival. This talk caught the attention of a certain albino. Issei. Wow, that's interesting, I'd like to participate in that contest. Issei. I think it's a great idea. James. Well now Hikari, it's time to give you a gift, the bad thing is that I only have one starter left. Hikari. Don't worry about that, it's best to train him from a young age, and the rest of us are waiting for the final winner to emerge so the Supreme Festival can take place. At that Hikari looks at Ross calmly. Hikari. You know, you should participate in this competition. Issei. You know that's what I'll do. Issei. This will be interesting. The most interesting thing is to know why you are in my territory, Kanto champion. Suddenly everyone looked at the entrance door where that voice came from, Hikari just made a face of disgust, while James and Jesse just made a complicated face. Long time no see Hikari-chan, you're more than ready to be my girlfriend. Hikari. I already told you Jerry, just because you're my childhood friend doesn't mean I'll be your girlfriend. Jerry. How mean you are, I love you. Hikari. No means no, besides I already chose Issei as my future husband. This comment did not amuse the newcomer who looked at the brown-haired man in a suspicious way. James. Son, calm down, she already told you no. Jesse. Also, I thought you were looking for something with Fantina's daughter. Jerry. Well I like her too, but I want Hikari to be by my side. Hikari. And so it shall be. This made the boy smile in a Romeo-like way. Hikari. But as your best friend, that's already more than clear, right? All you could hear was Jerry's heart breaking into 1,000 pieces. Leith. Back to the friend zone, kid, stop trying, she just sees you as another friend. James. He reminded me of someone. While Meath put his paw to comfort the poor boy, something was happening to be more exact in a part of the Sinnoh region. Route 210. Everything was quiet on that route, or that's what it seemed, since suddenly a flock of starly flies out of the place. Don't go, damn it. Hyoudou uses your Pokémon as if you were a trainer and doesn't just rush in for the sake of it. That's true, silly. Come on, Glameow, use Shadow Claw. The Pokémon that came out of the Pokeball that was thrown did what was said and attacked a Starly that was nearby, which knocked it out. Now Dark Ball sees. Throwing a black Pokeball, I capture the Pokémon that was knocked out, capturing it on the first throw. Recruits, how are you doing with this? Recruit 1. Captain Venus, we've captured a Starly to begin the Pokeball test. Baines. Okay, take out the Pokémon. Recruit 2. Understood. Go Starly. At that moment the Pokémon that had just been captured came out of the Pokeball. The difference was the look of that Pokémon, since its eyes were red and it began to radiate dark energy. Venus. Let's see if it works. Go Purgly. The Pokémon that the person known as Venus had thrown came out, looked at the little Starly who gave it a look of hatred. For some strange reason the girl's Pokémon just trembled in fear when it saw it. Venus. Use Shadow Claw. Recruit 2. Use Wing Attack. Both Pokémon hit each other at the same time, but suddenly it was seen how the Purgly fell defeated while the Starly preened its wings in a mocking manner. Venus. It really worked. Recruit. If this was so then. Venus. We must ask how things went in Hone. At that the girl took out a cell phone to make a call. Route 110. We see a Chaos Brigade recruit surprised by what his newly captured Pokémon was able to do. Recruit 1. Mr. Tadiano saw it. Tadiano. This is not possible. At that moment his cell phone started ringing and he answered the call. Tadiano. This is Tadiano. Tadiano, it's me Venus. Tadiano. Tell me what you need. Venus. You won't believe what this Pokeball did to a little Starly. Tadiano. I think I know, the same thing happened here with a Wingull, it defeated my best Pokémon with a single attack. Venus. It was the same as with Purgly, this means that the energy that the leaders were talking about really worked. Tadiano. So it seems, now we must look for our real objectives. Venus. That's true, but I feel it's better to capture a full team with these Pokeballs. What are you saying? Remember that we'll be facing the mythical Pokémon. Tadiano. You're absolutely right, I'm leaving. Saying this he hung up the call, while continuing to look at the bird Pokémon, who was still emitting the dark energy. Tadiano. With this the Pokémon world will be ours. Recruit 2. What do we do, sir? Tadiano. Let's retreat, I must think about the ideal team to face our objectives. Recruits. Okay. Saying this, the recruits along with Tadiano had withdrawn from that route towards an unknown destination. Drew's laboratory, Hone. Two people who were apparently known to Ash's daughter had arrived at Drew's lab. Eureka. Hello dear, how are you? Haruka. Very well. Max. That's great, by the way, congratulations on making it to the Supreme Festival. Haruka. I know, man, after 2 failed entries, the third time's the charm. Max. You remind me of your father conquering all the leagues. At that, the boy with glasses looked to where the black-haired man was next to his companion. Max. But what is the Johto champion doing here? Ryu. Nice to meet you, my name is Ryu, and one of my goals is to challenge the champion of this region. Eureka. So you come to challenge my beloved. Ryu. Sorry. Max. Yes, as you heard, so you came to fight me. Ryu. So you are. Max. Indeed I am the champion of the Hone region, a pleasure. Ryu. The pleasure is mine. Max. You know I'd like to fight you, but you just took the champion position, or am I wrong? Ryu. If I hadn't beaten Lance in 2 months. Eureka. Hey, why don't you give him the same test that Ash gave you? Momo. What test? Max. You see, when I just got my champion titles, he was already the Pokémon master and champion of all regions, but he didn't like the idea of being locked up in a place waiting for someone else to come for his champion title, so after obtaining the 8 titles he decided to leave the position vacant. Of course the president of the Pokémon League didn't like the idea of this, but a suggestion that the brain of the border gave him changed the entire current panorama. Ryu. And what is it? Max. You see, he is now the maximum champion, and if we wanted to fight with a minimum we would have to beat 4 other champions. Momo. Then you'll have Ryu fight 4 champions. Max. I don't think so, but if you can beat 3 gym leaders and one of my high command will fight, what do you think? Ryu. Sounds great, I accept the challenge. Max. Well said. Eureka. And what will you do, Haruka? Haruka. Well, if this boy were to travel around the Hone region, it would be best to go by his side, so I could train for the ultimate festival. Momo. What is the Supreme Festival? At that Haruka gave her the same explanation that they gave to Ross and Sinnoh. This made the albino very excited. Haruka. Right now there's only 1 spot left for the Hone Grand Festival, so we're waiting for the next Grand Festival to find out who will be the last to participate. Momo. I've already decided, Ryu will be the coordinator and I will fight for Mei-sen's title. Saying this, the boys just put on a sad look because they didn't know where their friend's sister-in-law mother was. Momo. Sorry, I said something wrong. Max. No, it's just that we don't know anything about my sister yet. Ryu. That's the other reason why we came to Hone. I'm looking for Ash and his wives. This is part of a mission that Arceus-sama gave us." Everyone except Drew was shocked by that statement, then Eureka noticed Drew's gaze and saw that it was calm. Eureka. "Wait, you knew that?" Drew. "Yes, almost a year ago Latios came and informed me and the other teachers of that mission, but the boy is not alone, right?" Ryu. "Indeed, my friend and champion of the Kanto region is doing the same quest, but in Sinnoh." Haruka. "You're talking about my sister's boyfriend." Ryu. "How do you know?" Then she showed him a magazine, the same one Hikari showed to the brown-haired boy. On the continuous page was Ryu with his harem and his champion Pokémon. Ryu. "Now I understand how you recognized me." Haruka. "Yes, that's why I chose you, I also want to be part of your harem." Ryu. "But I barely know you." Haruka. "And that's why I'll travel with you, to get to know each other better." Ryu only felt a little pressured, but at that moment Momo couldn't stand that conversation any longer. Momo. "I won't allow it, he's also my boyfriend and I won't let just anyone get on top of him." Haruka. "You know, I have a proposal for you." Momo. "I hear you well." James Lab. We see a Jerry who was mumbling the word best friend while having a depressive aura. James. "Well Issei, what will you do?" Issei. "Well, the first thing is to look for signs of Ash in this region, the second is that Roswise participates in the Great Festival so that she can fight for the vacant title, and I'm also here to challenge the Sinnoh champion." This comment brought a certain boy out of his depression and restored his character. Jerry. "But you're hardly a champion, right?" Issei. "That's right." Jerry. "That would be complicated." James. "What if you did the test that fool did to you?" Issei. "What proof?" At that James began to tell him the same thing that Max and Eureka told Ryu and Hone. Each word made the brown-haired boy happier about that type of fight. Issei. "That sounds great, but you know what would be better." Jerry. "What?" Issei. "A Champion of Champions tournament, the winner would have the right to fight Ash for his title of Pokémon Master." Jerry. "That sounds good, but we don't have our global Pokémon Master yet." Issei. "So don't worry, that's also the reason why I'm here." Jerry. "I understand, so when Ash comes back let's have that tournament." Hikari. "Well let's find my father and I'll practice for the Supreme Festival, with that you'll see that I'll be a great girlfriend." Issei. Roswise. "I don't think so because I..." At that, he took the brown-haired boy and kissed him on the lips, leaving Hikari with an annoyed face. Roswise. "I'll be one of Issei's girlfriends, I decided that before." Issei. "Since before?" Roswise. "Yes, ever since that time with Loki. That's why I decided to enter the big festival." James. "That's the Bobo's competitive spirit." Jesse. "Same here, don't give up." Meath. "But above all, find the boy." Issei. "Don't worry, we'll find him." All the boys nodded at that statement, but something was happening elsewhere that would begin to change the course of this. Bullied DxD. We met, to be more exact, in Azazel's main laboratory, which was in front of a green glove, this one shaped like Drake's gauntlet, with the difference that its gem was red. Next to it he had a bottle of alcohol. The Fallen looked sadly at that glove because he had designed it for whoever showed courage in using it, as it considerably increased their abilities, but then a memory came to him while he poured another drink. Flashback. We see a brunette with a bandaged arm, who was accompanied by a retard holding the other hand. Issei. "Please Azazel-sensei, allow me to be of help to you and test your artificial sacred gear." Azazel. "But what are you saying? If you have no aptitude for magic, how do you think I'm going to allow you to take one of my experiments?" Issei. "But Azazel-sensei, I..." Azazel. "Enough, boy, don't try to be something you'll never be, you can't reach the same level as your brothers, understand that?" Rias. "But give him the chance, I've seen how hard he works every day in his training." Azazel. "No means no and that's it, besides Rias you should look for someone who will make your house proud, your future husband must be someone powerful or intelligent, you should consider joining your sister's harem." Rias. "Don't say that, I would never lower myself to be with an idiot who only takes advantage of my ice." Azazel. "As you can see, if you are banished from the underworld it is under your decisions." This comment made the brunette feel like a burden to the retard, but those thoughts went away when he felt Rias gripping harder. Rias. "I don't care, the love I feel for Ice is greater than that of my parents, and that shouldn't matter to them, no, that's why they already have Mio as heir to the Gremory house." Azazel. "If you have nothing else to tell me, you'd better leave." The fallen angel just turned around, but behind his back he only saw the sad expression of the brown-haired man who only reproached himself for not having any magical talent. End of flashback. The fallen man quickly took a sip of the drink while wiping his mouth as he let a little of it fall onto his mouth. Azazel. How stupid I was, I wish I had supported the boy at that moment and we wouldn't be in this situation. In a fit of rage, he took that glove and threw it far away. In doing so, he shot a ray that struck a small machine that was on a table, which had a hexagonal shape. Azazel. All for my damn pride. Suddenly the machine began to project an image in the center of it, this caught the curiosity of the fallen. Azazel. But what is that? At that Azazel walked towards where the machine was, which could barely see the image in a small way in the middle of it. Azazel. It can't be. He was petrified by what he saw in that doorway. On the other side he could see what was the Azalona city, he could see strange creatures, but what caught his attention were some images in the large buildings, where a particular person was presented. Azazel. To Issei. It was the last thing she said before she cried, but now with the reason that she had found that person she once despised. The first step towards reaching the chestnut tree had been taken. Chapter 15. Watching the Pokémon contest, the new power makes its appearance. Gremory Mansion. We find ourselves in the Gremory family mansion, which is currently used as the base of the faction alliance, where the leaders of each of them were in the meeting room, waiting for a certain fallen who summoned the meeting. Michael. The longer it takes Azazel. Sirzechs. I don't know, but from the sound of his voice it seems that the topic he wants to discuss is very important. Isaka. And tell me Sirzechs-sama, what happened to the former heiress? Sirzechs. Well, she is under the orders of Serafal Sitri, along with Sona, they are their servants. Isaka. And how has his former entourage been? Sirzechs. Well, the girls have been lamenting every night for not taking Issei-kun into account. Auden. I remind you that you don't have the right to call the boy names either. You may not have hurt him, but you didn't prevent him from suffering at the hands of his brother. Sirzechs. Sorry, like the girls were saying, she regrets not paying attention to Issei, especially Akeno and Irina. Michael just became serious, but with a sad look. Michael. She fell right, I haven't seen her since Hyoudou was tried. Sirzechs. Yes, knowing that the boy she trusted only used her to annoy her brother, her hatred grew to the point that it made her fall. Gabriel. And how is my daughter? Sirzechs. She only watches him leave the Gremory mansion in search of how to get to where Issei is. Gabriel. Don't tell me that. Sirzechs. That's right, it's thanks to her that we found those abandoned Chaos Brigade bases, but yes, she has a blank look in her eyes, and from what Grayfia tells me, she's been crying every night. Michael. And the scum has been like that. Sirzechs. The water that the now deceased Razor gave us has helped us break him mentally, the attempted grape against Rias has made my parents treat him in the worst way possible. Ajuka. It's a shame about Razor Phoenix. Honestly, after his first fight against the scum and being defeated by Issei's plan, he had changed for the better. But now we don't know where he and his pieces are. Sirzechs. Just like Vali and his group. Everyone was worried about the disappearance of the aforementioned boys, all except one who knew where they were. Auden. Well, we should form groups to look for them too. Sirzechs. Well, now we must. At that moment the door to the living room swung open and everyone looked towards the scene of the loud bang, where they saw Azazel with dark circles under his eyes and a look of determination, not to mention that he clearly needed a good bath. Azazel. Sorry for the delay, but I have great news. Sirzechs. How long has it been since you bathed? Azazel. It doesn't matter, what I want you to see is this. At that moment he took out his mini portal, where he had seen what the Pokémon world was. When he turned on the machine he saw a somewhat small city, but the important thing was the following. Auden. How is this possible? They looked at the photos and interviews the boy had given when he was champion and the celebrations they had for it, but one person began to cry. Sirzechs. She is there, she is alive and with. Iridid only looked at an image that filled his heart again. It was Rias who looked well and in good spirits, since in her arms, she had a small brunette with a red lock. This one was only covered by a blanket, but he looked like he was laughing. Next to them there were more girls accompanying the brunette. On the other side of the portal where they were broadcasting this, the reporter who had conducted the interview spoke. Reporter. And that was the last time the champion was seen in Kanto. From what we know in recent days, he has decided to travel to Sinnoh and face the challenge of fighting against the Haya champion. He will undoubtedly be a worthy champion, as was Miss Fumino, who lost against the Kalos champion at the time she challenged him. Reporter. Now what has happened to our new champion's wives? Reporter. What we know is that they have decided to stay in Kanto, in the champion's mansion, where the wedding of the year will take place when Issei returns, marries the mother of his first son, Miss Rias. Reporter. That's right, that's the wedding we've been most looking forward to, since our absolute champion Ash Ketchup married his entire harem. On the side of the portal we can only see a Sirzechs whose soul went to heaven because of that news. Sirzechs. My sister had her innocence taken away from her, and now she. Michael. And tell us Azazel, the portal works to transport people. Azazel. Well, it's still in the testing phase, but yesterday I put my hand in to see if something bad happened and I was surprised to find this. Then I take out of a transparent bag what was an orange hair. Isaka. What is that? Azazel. This is the hair I pulled off one of those creatures that live on the other side of the portal, but I got the unpleasant surprise of an electric shock. Michael. So it's one of those animals. Azazel. From what I could see, it was a somewhat large mouse and only said Raichu several times. Sirzechs. But this is great news, we already have the means to go after the boys, now we just need your portal to grow, tell me how long it will take. Azazel. First I must calculate the number of people who will go for them and all the material for the construction of a larger portal. Sirzechs. Well, you will be focused on this, Ajuka, please help him finish this portal, we will need all the help possible, both from this side and that to once and for all end the Chaos Brigade. Ajuka. Good thing so be it. Time skip. A week had passed after Issei's talk with James and Ryu's with Max, who had already retired to travel through the Hone region in Sinnoh, where each of them already lives, completing their team to face the challenge of the champions. For example, Issei has the following Pokémon on his team. Pikachu Chimchar Starly. In Issei's Pokémon team. Piplup Shinx. With Ryu in Hone his new Pokémon team are Umbreon Tricotalo. Momo had the following equipment. Torchic Ralts Wurmple. Each group of boys who belonged to the DxD dimension traveled with their new companions and suitors of the boys who openly declared their love for them, in the case of Ryu Haruka, who decided to help train his future rival Momo in the Pokémon contests, as well as Hikari, who is the daughter of Dawn, went with Issei and Issei to tour the Sinnoh region again. But today is an important day for each of the groups, and to know what will happen to them, it's better to see what's happening in each region. Iron City. We met at the Iron City Pokémon Contest headquarters, where Ryu, Momo, and Haruka had arrived with a bit of time on their hands, as registration for the Pokémon contest was about to end, but there was a small problem with a certain person. Haruka. Run guys, registration is about to close. Ryu. You guys go, I can't stand running anymore. Momo. But it's your fault for wanting another dish for breakfast, come on Haruka I have to sign up. Ryu. If you run, I'll wait for you here. At that the black-haired man just watched as the two girls ran towards the building, while the black-haired man ran towards what was a trash can to return that day's breakfast. Going with the girls we see that Momo was already in front of the registration screen and the one who received her was the Nurse Joy from the city. Edge. Good morning, ready for your registration to the Hone Pokémon contests. Momo. Yes, Nurse Joy, but why do you greet me as if we didn't know each other? I saw you in Petalea City. Edge. I think you're confusing me with my younger sister. Momo. Little sister. At that moment I take a photograph where all the Joy nurses from the region appear. Edge. Look, she's my younger sister and I'm here. Momo. But they're all the same. X. That's not true, look, she has a lilac bow and I have a gray one. The girl just stared cross-eyed at this statement. At that Haruka pulls her to where she is. Haruka. I can't explain to you Ryu about the Joy nurses, they all dress the same as protocol. Momo. Yes, but I didn't think they would look exactly the same. Edge. Well, you'll see that later, now allow me to register you for both the Pokémon contests in the region, such as the one that will be held today. Momo. Yes, Nurse Joy, but I won't be participating in today's contest, since I want to see what they look like in action. Edge. I think it's best, so you can become familiar with the environment, by the way, you will not participate, Miss Haruka. Haruka. No, in fact I came as a guest for winning the last big festival. Edge. Excellent, congratulations on your victory. At that removes Momo's Pokédex from the registry. Edge. Congratulations, you are now an official participant in this season's Pokémon contests. Momo. Thank you very much. The girls went back to the entrance to wait for a certain black-haired man who felt like his soul was leaving him due to the overexertion and the heaviness of the food he threw up. Ryu. Sorry girls, I'm not eating like that again. Momo. You never change, you're the same as in high school. She said as she hugged him by the neck. Ryu. But that was what you liked about me, wasn't it? Momo just laughed and kissed him on the cheek. Momo. I'd give it to you on your lips, but wash your mouth first. The boy just felt sorry and nodded at what was said. Ryu. By the way, you're ready for the contest. Momo. I won't be participating this time. Ryu. Why not? Momo. Well, I want to see what the contests are like at the moment and not how they told me, and it was Haruka's recommendation. Haruka. It's true, with the level of his Pokémon, the attacks in this are not very flashy and beautiful, which if he used them, it would seem more like a Pokémon battle, and that would subtract points. Ryu. Wow, this is really complex. Momo. Well, let's go see the beginning of this, but first go wash your mouth. Ryu ran to the bathroom and did as instructed, then went to the stands where he and Momo watched the start of the Pokémon contest. Announcer. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we begin a new season on the way to the Grand Festival to meet the final contestant who will compete in the Ultimate Festival. But well, there's still a long way to go. Now let's begin this first Pokémon contest in Iron City, and we have the presence of the last winner of the Grand Festival from last season, Miss Haruka Ketchup. Everyone looked to the center of the dance floor where Haruka was standing, waving to everyone who was cheering for her. Presenter. Thank you very much for your attendance. Haruka. The pleasure is mine. Presenter. And tell us, why are you here today? Haruka. Well, I've come for two reasons. The first is to tell the new participants in this season to give their best effort on this path to the Grand Festival, since I and the remaining 6 are waiting for the last participant for the Supreme Festival. Presenter. Those words of encouragement are what our participants need. Haruka. Besides, I'm here accompanying my boyfriend and my friend to observe this contest. This statement shocked everyone, especially the girls' fan club. Boy 1. Nuevos, Haruka-sama. Boy 2. Someone already took Haruka-sama's heart. Boy 3. Who is that wretch? Presenter. Excuse me, could you tell us who your boyfriend is? I imagine he's someone strong. Haruka. Indeed, he is the new champion of the Johto region. Everyone was still impressed by that fact that the Johto champion was there was something masterful. Everyone turned to look in the stands of the place until a light focused on the boy next to a white-haired woman. Girls. Kai-Aya, the Johto champion. Host. What an honor to have you here, but let's get this Pokémon contest started. The black-haired man just felt nervous after that involuntary participation he had. After an hour, Momo watched how both rounds of the Pokémon contest went, while Ryu and Haruka didn't leave them alone as they asked for their autograph or challenged the black-haired boy to a battle. Momo. So this is what Pokémon contests are like. This is wonderful. Bullied City. We are in the Sinnoh region, where our protagonist and new Sekiryuutei Issei was training with his Pokémon outside the stadium where the Pokémon contest and season registrations would take place. Issei. OK, Chimchar uses Ember against Pikachu and Pikachu counterattacks with Iron Tail. Both Pokémon were giving their best in their training. While that was happening outside, inside where the Pokémon contest would take place we see Issei with Hikari. Hikari. Are you sure? Issei. I am. It would be reckless of me to jump in headlong without knowing what they're like. It's true what they say, you learn from losing, but observation is the first step to not messing things up. Hikari. Well, that's true. Well, let's go for Issei. The contest is about to begin. The girls were leaving the place when they suddenly saw a riot. Girl 1. Ki-Aya, look at the Kanto champion. Girl 2. Wow, he's beautiful, I hope he makes me part of his harem. Boy 1. Look, it's the Kanto champion's Pikachu. Boy 2. It reminds me a lot of the absolute champion. Boy 3. You think I'll challenge him one day? Girl 3. It's obvious that Issei will win. Ross and Hikari just laughed when they saw Issei among a large crowd. Well, he was a little nervous, of course this was noticed by a certain dragon that now lives inside him. Greg. What's wrong, buddy? Why are you so nervous? Issei. Well, that's because I'm not used to being the center of attention yet, remember that was Hyoudou. Greg. Don't think about it anymore, now focus on being better than that trash. Issei, who just watched as everyone admired him, gave a panty-wetting smile to everyone in the place. Issei. Thank you very much for your support, I hope to continue counting on them now as Kanto champion. Girls. Ki-Aya. Eyes. That's what a man does. Hikari. Okay girls, if you allow us, we'll take our boyfriend. Issei. That's right, the contest is about to start. Girls. Ki-Aya, the Kanto champion and Hikari-sama are boyfriend and girlfriend. Boys. The male. Both the Valkyrie and Hikari took the brown-haired boy by their arms and entered the place to see the start of the Pokémon contest. Issei. You like to attract attention, right Issei? Hikari. Well, he'll have to get used to it. As the Kanto champion, he'll attract attention wherever he goes. Greg. What a life you must have, boy. Issei. Don't even tell me. Both girls just looked at each other and smiled and then kissed the brown-haired boy on the cheek, who just blushed. Behind them came a Pikachu and a Chimchar who didn't know what had happened with the training they were doing, but they left them aside when the crowd arrived. Just like Ryu, the boys watched the Pokémon contest unfold. For Issei, it was a new way to see a Pokémon battle, while for Drake, everything was new, seeing how the Pokémon used their own attacks. But the most interested was Ross, whose eyes lit up so much that he brought out his Piplup and Shinx so they could marvel at the spectacle for themselves. Issei. Look guys, we'll be doing the same thing soon. Both Pokémon were excited by what was said, they wanted to be on the platform and show off their elegance to everyone. The contest ended, resulting in a rookie winning the event, but just as she was about to receive the award, something happened. Crash. The wall of the place was broken, and several silhouettes could be seen entering the place. Excuse the interruption, but we, the Chaos Brigade, have come for the contest winner's Pokémon. Girl. Not my Skitty. Recruit 1. It's time, come out Starly. Everyone in the place started running except for our brown-haired boy, who joined his 2 traveling companions and went to the center of the place. Girl. I won't allow it, Skitty needs help. At that moment the Skitty launched a Razor Leaf attack due to the girl having a grass-type Pokémon on her team. Recruit 1. That won't work, come on use Wing attack. The Starly, who had a dark look, listened and launched himself at his victim, leaving him unconscious. Recruit. Well it's time, Dark Ball go. Suddenly the recruit threw the black Pokeball he had on his belt, but something made it miss its target. Issei. Pikachu uses lightning. Pikachu. Pikachu. The launched beam caused the thrown Pokeball to break. Recruit. But how did this happen? Issei. I won't let them get away with this. At that moment Drake's glove activated. Drake. Buddy, I must warn you that that little bird has demonic energy. Issei. But how? Suddenly he remembered when he saw the Pokeball where he came from. Issei. It must be those Pokeballs, Drake please make some increases, I think we'll have problems with that Starly. Drake. Okay. Silently and without the recruit seeing it, Issei's glove began to increase in power. Issei. This might take a while, Pikachu uses Iron Tail. Recruit. Now Starly, use Wing attack. Both Pokémon obeyed, but as soon as the attacks collided, Issei's Pikachu flew out of the place to crash into a wall. Issei. I don't think so. Recruit. That's right, he's suffering from the new demonic power that the leaders. Recruit 2. Shut up, idiot, they probably don't know that. While the recruits were fighting amongst themselves, Drake told the brown-haired man that he had the energy ready to transfer it. Issei. Okay it's time, Pikachu now passes over my left hand. Pikachu did as instructed and jumped onto the brown-haired boy's arm, whereupon reaching his hand a voice was heard. Drake. Transfer. From one moment to another Pikachu jumped onto the battlefield and felt strange, but at that moment a reddish aura surrounded him. Pikachu Pika. Issei. Well it worked, now Pikachu uses lightning on Starly. Recruit. That won't work, my Pokémon has proven to be strong, go Starly and use Wing attack again. The flying-type Pokémon went after Pikachu again, but this time took the full blow only to see how. Recruit. Impossible, my Pokémon was defeated. The beam that came out against the Starly also deflected to go in the direction of the recruit's hand, where he was holding his Pokémon's Pokeball and destroying it in the process. Recruit 2. We'd better go and notify the bosses. Recruit. Damn. At that moment I throw a smoke grenade to escape from the place. Suddenly Pikachu fell unconscious from the spot and then watched as the red energy that covered him disappeared. Issei. Well the first tests with Drake turned out better. At that, the brown-haired boy took his Pikachu and carried him in his arms to head towards where the winner of the contest was. Issei. Are you okay? Girl. Thanks for helping, you are the Kanto champion Mew Mew, thank you very much for your help. Shouting that last thing, she kissed him on the cheek and ran out of the place with her Skitty in her arms. Suddenly the brown-haired man just disappeared and looked behind him, where he felt a terrifying pressure. Issei. Haha girls, well she. Bakari. Issei, don't be unfaithful. Issei. You still owe the girls at the mansion an explanation about your relationship with Hikari. The brown-haired boy sweated coldly because it was true, he still hadn't told the others about his current relationship with Hikari, to all the girls and especially Rias, who was starting with her maternal jealousy and legal wife. Issei. Yes, I think it's better I'm going. Only the brown-haired boy was seen running towards the hole made by the Chaos Brigade, behind him were Ross and Hikari with a gloomy expression. The DxD Chaos Brigade. The Chaos Brigade was in a meeting in the meeting room, as information had been leaked. Risevim. So my idiot grandson has disappeared. Indeed, which is why I suggest ending the alliance. Risevim. I think it's a good idea, let's get together. At that moment another shadow ran into the place. My lord, I have news of the alliance. Risevim. I know, my grandson is missing, that's not. Sorry, but that's not the important news. Risevim. So what is it? Azazel has created a portal to travel to the Pokémon world. Risevim. How? From what I understand, this is a miniature, but it's operational. I suggest we wait until they finish their full-size portal and take it over. I say it's better to attack now that. Risevim. No, I think I'd better follow the second option, also remember that you are undercover. Yes sir Risevim. Risevim. Okay now go to your places and bring more information about the alliance. Bull blaming his side of the deal. I'm wondering the same. Risevim. I may be a sadist, but I never break my word, now go Lucy Hyoudou and Saji. Lucy Saji. Understood. At that moment, the aforementioned people left the place, leaving Risevim with one other person. That information is safe. Risevim. I don't know, but if what the girl says is true, we can steal her portal and make it ours, so we can bring the others on the other side into our trap and take over both universes. But he will do what he said. Risevim. Yes, having that Issei on our side, whether by convincing or threatening him, we will have the plans to finally defeat the alliance. Well, I'm leaving, my lord. The person the old man was talking to left the place, leaving Risevim with a somewhat sinister smile. Risevim. Soon both worlds will be mine, and no one will be able to stand against me. This was just the beginning of something bad that was about to happen for our hero. Chapter 16. The Chaos Brigade attacks. Gremory Mansion. DxD Chaos Brigade. We found ourselves in the secret location where the Chaos Brigade in the DxD world was hiding. You could see what was once a ruined castle from the outside. But inside it looked like a well-protected bunker, where in one of the rooms, we see a brunette lying on her bed while looking at the ceiling. She was distracted by her thoughts and guilt about how her lies, in wanting to protect her brother, ended up not only pushing him away from her, but also being in another world. Tears of guilt streamed down her cheeks as she repeated the word Oni-chan countless times. At that moment, the door to his room opens, admitting his former schoolmate, now working for the enemy. I mean, Saji. Lucy. What do you want now? Saji. Simple, tell me why you're here with them. Lucy. For the same reason as you, a selfish desire. The boy just looked away upon receiving that answer. Saji. I don't know what you're talking about. Lucy. Please, we both know that you're only here to try to kill Risevim when he least expects it and take credit for what you've done. Do you think that with this Sona will notice you? The boy just made a face of disgust, but then he looked the brunette straight in the eyes. Saji. And what about you? You're just here to find out information about your brother and take him with you when they find him. Lucy. Or rather when we get to where he is. Saji. What do you mean? Lucy. Until recently the leaders found Issei's location, but this was thanks to the infiltration they had in the meeting where the spy died. Saji. That's why you joined them, right? Lucy. That's just one reason. I won't let my brother be alone again, and I as his sister will take care of that. Saji. What nonsense, but hey, it's your motive so don't get involved in my plans, and everyone can relax. Saying that the boy left the room leaving the girl alone again. Lucy. Boy, he's an idiot. Tiamat. But you are more, look at you throwing yourself into the lion's den just to get your brother back. Lucy. It's the least I can do, I left him alone, and it's my responsibility to find him. Tiamat. I just hope they don't discover you, and I hope you can see your brother, well I'll go to sleep. Saying this, the girl fell silent again, thinking about how to get her brother back. Time skip. Pokémon World. It has been some time after Issei and Ryu had fought against the first members of the Chaos Brigade that was in that world and the discovery that they had demonic energy. But first let's see how each boy fared in his region. Hone. In the region where Momo and Ryu were, along with Haruka, they had begun their journey to visit the gym leaders designated for Ryu to fight with them and thus accept their challenge. First, they went to Norman, father of the Hone champion, whose Pokémon training method was a problem, as he was defeated on more than one occasion. Just as Ash, Ryu, and Issei began their Pokémon journey with only a partner and a new team from the region, facing Norman's more experienced Pokémon was a great challenge. With that, Issei's friend decided to continue his journey through the region, helping Momo in her Pokémon contests. During the trip, the two completed their Pokémon teams so they could focus not only on defeating Norman, but also the other two remaining leaders assigned to them. Vito and Lady from Agares City and Plubio from Erysipolis. As well as the Dragon-type High Command, Drake, son of the previous High Command, Draken. On the other hand, Momo, who had won her first Pokémon contest by the narrowest of margins, was beyond dissatisfied. Not with the result, but with her performance. So, along with Haruka, she decided to train her Pokémon in elegance and battle technique. A segment in which she lost many points, and if it weren't for knocking out her opponents, she would have lost the Pokémon contest. As they explored the region, in addition to building their team, the three were searching for clues about the Chaos Brigade's whereabouts, or signs that the Ketchup parents might be there. By the second visit to Petalia City, both Ryu and Momo had a full team. Ryu's team. Umbreon, Marshtomp, Metang, Medicham, Altaria and Phoebus. Momo's team. Gravile, Curlia, Beautyfly, Skitty, Maul, Roselia. They had captured several Pokémon, but with them they found a balance for their battles or contests. Before arriving in Petalia City, Momo had already won 2 out of 4 contests, which put her in a good position, awaiting the announcement of another contest. Once they arrived at Petalia City, Ryu challenged Norman again, only now he won a great victory, thanks to the help of Metachimp and Metang, who did all the work. For them this had been a good thing, but they never thought that problems would come at the most inopportune moment. Sinnoh. With our chestnut, he had traveled around the region with his companions and completed his team. Jerry, the champion of that region and son of the 2 former members of Team Rocket, had set him the challenge of obtaining the Ghost, Steel, and Ice-type gym badges, as well as defeating the Psychic-type High Command. For Issei it was something simple, because at the beginning of his adventure, he only had the help of Pikachu, Chimchar and Starly. But knowing the region since he accompanied Roswis on her adventure to be the coordinator of the region, he managed to complete his team so that the practice fights were simple for him. Roswis, on the other hand, managed to win her first Pokémon contests with Hikari's help. Thanks to the charisma of her Piplup, the friendliness of her Shinx, and with Hikari's help, they were able to make great progress in the moves and fighting style that characterized a Pokémon coordinator. Since leaving Pyrite City, the site of the first Pokémon contest where the Valkyrie participated and lost, until arriving at Sosiego Village, both boys' teams grew and became more complete. Issei's team. Pikachu Monferno Staravia Gibel Buzel Spitidum. Roswis team. Printlup Luxio Bunary Happiny EV to Gepi. The curious fact is that Roswis's little Bunary let herself be captured the moment she saw Issei's Pikachu. This made the Ketchup's daughter laugh, and she recounted the same thing happening with her parents' Pokémon. Returning to the recap of the boys in Sinnoh, Issei had defeated the daughter of the former gym leader and coordinator Fantina. Of course, there were consequences, as the girl, upon seeing him, became attracted to the boy and, let's say, borrowed him to go on a date with her in Heart City, the location of the silver-haired girl's third contest. After a little chat with the girl and a good smack to the brunette for being neglectful, both girls came to the conclusion that after finishing their adventure in the region, Kurumi would go with the leader of Issei's harem and talk about joining the group of girls. The contest had ended, Ross was just short of getting his third ribbon and had a brief farewell with a brunette being kissed unexpectedly by the girl, who only gave a mischievous smile, provoking the anger of both traveling companions. Believing it would be a quiet trip, they went to Lake Valor to take a short break. Present. Hone. The kids had arrived at Caligua City, the site of Momo's 4th Pokémon contest. But upon arriving, they noticed something strange. Momo. Ryu-kun, where are the people? Ryu. I don't know, it's strange there's no sign of any movement. Haruka. It's strange, Caligua City is known for its Safari Zone and its large shopping mall. It's supposed to be very popular. Ryu. There's something I didn't like about this. Without further ado, the boys headed into the city, where abandoned signs, closed shops, and empty houses were the city's showcase for its visitors. Momo. What happened? Ryu. I think there was an intense Pokémon battle. Haruka. That's true. Momo. Why do they say that? Ryu. Look at the walls. The girl obeyed, looking where she was asked. She saw traces of dust and burns on the walls, as well as several Talo wings on the floor. On the roofs you could see marks of thunder that fell on them and a broken fountain in the place. Momo. This is horrible. Ryu. But the question is, what happened here? TSS. The 3 turned to look toward a street and saw that a figure was asking them to come closer. The 3 of them, very hesitant, walked towards the person who, upon noticing that they were following her, was walking in a particular direction. Ryu. Hey, that's Haruka. Yes, it's the safari area. The boys stared in disbelief at what the safari zone had now become. Ryu had seen images of this place as a vibrant and elegant area at its entrance. A pack of small Pachina could be seen chasing several Zigzagoon. But the image he now showed was disturbing. The entrance to the safari area had become a fortress. Oversized lanterns illuminated the perimeter, searching for intruders. The wire fences had become massive walls protecting the surrounding area. The boys followed the covered person to the entrance of the place, where they had opened the door through a password of Nox. Ryu. What's going on here? What happens is that we are taking care of our safari area. The person they had been following had finally spoken, taking off the coat that covered him and revealing a nurse, Joy, who looked more like a soldier because of the military clothing she was wearing. Haruka. Joy-san, what happened here? The aforementioned only asked them to look through the window to notice one thing. As they did, they observed the Pokémon in the area trembling in fear, some hiding in the bushes and others hidden in caves. The peculiar thing about all this was that they all protected themselves equally. The plains were in worse condition than the city itself. Trees were damaged, the result of several attacks. Joy. What happened is that this new organization called the Chaos Brigade attacked the city in order to capture the Pokémon from the Safari Zone. The boys were angry when they heard that, but the question was why the city was like this. Momo. And the attack on the city. The joy. After capturing the Pokémon with their own Pokeballs, they began to behave more aggressively, attacking left and right, regardless of whether there were children or older people around. Ryu. So the disaster outside was caused by them. The joy. You're right, they looted the entire Caligua City store, left us without medicine, and have been attacking the Safari Zone in order to grow their army. Ryu. Damn, this is bad. Momo. What cruel people, but that was to be expected from the Chaos Brigade. They nodded at what the girls said, but a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Civil 12. Here they come again. The boys looked out the window and saw a path of destruction appearing before them. Several Chaos Brigade recruits were screaming loudly, trying to instill fear. Haruka. Have you tried to stop them? The joy. Yes, but the result has been the same. Our teams have been defeated countless times, but it is rare since their power is greater than average. The boys knew this was true, as Issei spoke to them to tell them about the attack he had in Jubilee City and how he defeated a recruit with Drake's power. Momo. What shall we do, Ryu-kun? Ryu just took his necklace and looked at it seriously. Ryu. Momo, you, Haruka, and I will stop the Chaos Brigade and find out where their base is in Hone. If we succeed, we can get the location of the Ketchup Masters. Haruka. But how are we going to do it? If I heard correctly, they have something that increases a Pokemon's strength. Momo and the black-haired man looked at each other and nodded. Ryu. I'll tell you that at the time of the battle, the only plan we'll follow is that, when we take out your friends, they'll be touched by me, I'll do the rest. Haruka very hesitantly accepted what was said, and the three of them met and planned the counterattack that would take place. Sinnoh. Value Lake. The chestnut tree, who along with his two girlfriends were enjoying the day. Both girls were sitting next to him while being pampered by the boy by giving her various affectionate touches, such as kisses and caresses on her beautiful hair. Everything was peaceful, but out of nowhere, a transparent silhouette emerged from Lake Valor. The boys hadn't noticed it and it just stared intently. Wow, the one chosen by father is enjoying his new life. I hope this crisis ends soon and my brothers can be at peace. Being the protector of this lake is hard, but I know that with your help we will succeed. That's right, my dear readers, the small silhouette that had emerged from Lake Valor to see the newcomers was none other than Azelf, the Pokémon that lived in that body of water. The legendary one went to them and appeared calmly, surprising Hikari a lot because in front of her a legendary Pokémon that only her father had contact with had appeared. Hikari. You're the unique Pokémon that takes care of this lake, right? Azelf. You are correct, my name is Azelf. Hikari. And you talk, how is that possible? Issei. Telepathy, most singular and legendary Pokémon have that ability or develop it. Hikari. Wait, you know him. Roswis. Not only him, I know him too. The girl from this world was surprised, there were few people who had contact with those beings, only her parents and the former champions were the lucky ones, but now these two also had the same luck. Issei. And tell me Azelf, is that miracle that you came out of Mount Corona? Azelf. Unlike the other singulars, I, along with Yuxi and Mesprit, must maintain balance in the Three Lakes to protect Sinnoh. Hikari. Wow, they have a great job. Azelf. You don't even need to say it, we. Out of nowhere the Pokémon flew away because it received a foul play attack, the boys turned to see the person responsible. Well done Honchkrow. The boys turned to see the Pokémon that attacked, when they looked at it, they noticed how a black mist surrounded the Pokémon in question. Issei. The Chaos Brigade. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself, I am the deputy commander of the Sinnoh region, my name is Saturn. The boys watched the newcomer very carefully, waiting for him to make his first move. The XD world. In the world where the supernatural was what existed, we see one of the laboratories of the fallen angel faction being protected greatly. The large army of the Alliance was surrounding that place, the priority was to protect the access to that building. Inside the lab, the best researchers and employees in electrical engineering were working on the construction of the portal Azazel had designed on a larger scale. Azazel enthusiastically directed the construction of the structure while holding the plans in his hand. The other two faction leaders looked on in surprise at their friend's attitude in fabricating all of this. Michael. I never saw him with that enthusiasm to create something, he didn't show that attitude when he was in father's laboratories before he fell. Sirzechs. It's because he wants to find Issei no matter what, he must feel like an idiot for how I treated him. Michael. We're both in the same situation, don't you think? Sirzechs. I know, if it weren't for my stupidity in wanting Rias to keep the trash, we would all be together now. Michael. We all got blinded by that guy's words and look how we ended up, half of the fights after Issei left we lost. Odin. And now they want that boy they despise to use as a strategist. The two turned to look at the newcomer, the father of all, standing seriously in front of the two biblical leaders. Sirzechs. Don't say that, Odin. What we want is for you to return to your family. The Hyoudou lords have not been able to find peace. The pieces of Mio are unable to sleep because of the nightmares of her previous actions, and I fear that her sister will fall into bad ways because of her hatred towards us. Michael. You think the same too, right? Iridid nodded worriedly, to which they both turned to see where the girl was talking to a fallen angel. Odin. Not just her, I feel like there might be more out there with that thought. Sirzechs. What do you suggest? Odin. We must keep an eye on every being close to the Hyoudou family, including Sitri's former peerage. By the way, how are things going with the portal? Michael. Due to the fights we've had with the Chaos Brigade, gathering materials has been difficult. Azazel. Especially the energy to create the portal's connection to the other universe. The three of them looked at an Azazel, who couldn't take his eyes off the blue plane he had in his hands. Sirzechs. What do you mean? Azazel. When I built this artificial glove, I actually did it while drinking a few glasses of sake, so I don't remember what material was used to generate the energy in the glove. Michael. So the most important material for generating the space-time connection. Azazel. Yes, it's a mystery. But let's not lose hope. I still have the glove I made in my personal laboratory. We just have to go get it and bring it back immediately. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Michael. Well, let's end for your sister's pieces for the glove. Iridid nodded, but then the idea that he was missing something came to him. Sirzechs. That's right, they don't know about Issei. The other three just hit each other on the forehead, like something so important. Odin. Sirzechs don't know, how could something so important have slipped your mind? The aforementioned just bowed his head. Sirzechs. I'm sorry, but we've been thinking about this for so long that I really forgot. Azazel, please gather them as soon as possible, they've probably gone out again to look for him in this world. The fallen one nodded, and in less than 5 minutes the girls who were sorry for the treatment they gave to the forgotten Hyoudou were already in front of the leaders. Akeno. What's wrong, sensei? Her voice when asking this was too muffled. The leaders noticed this, which saddened everyone, especially the girls. Sirzechs. Well, we're gathering you here to tell you about a delicate subject, but one that's necessary for you to know. Asia. What is Sirzechs-sama? Sirzechs. It's about Issei. The girls, upon hearing the name of the person who gave them everything and not recognizing him, began to jump, but sometimes the news is not usually good, so a feeling of concern filled their hearts. Zenobia. What happened to him? Irina. Don't tell me that. The girl began to think the worst and her black wings suddenly appeared. Michael. Calm down, Irina-san, it's not what you think. Odin. We have good news and bad news. Akeno. Please tell us. She desperately stood up. Odin. We know Issei's location. Asia. Issei-san, what a joy. Sirzechs. But that's the thing, we know where he is, but we can't get to him. Zenobia. Don't tell me the Chaos Brigade captured him. Azazel. It's more complex, that's why I asked you to come, you along with a group of angels will go to my laboratory. At that moment he took out the image of the prototype glove and showed it to them. It's important that you bring this artifact. With it we can go to the dimension where Issei is. Akeno. Dimension. Azazel. I'll explain what's going on, but I need you to come as soon as possible. The girls. Understood. With renewed spirit, the DxD girls immediately went to Azazel's personal laboratory, hoping he would be quick enough to go to their beloved Palagua City. Returning to Ryu and his girlfriends. They began a battle against the Chaos Brigade recruits, who were commanded by a character who was at the rear of the battalion they brought. Ryu had unleashed his Umbrian and Marshmallow, Momo had enlisted the help of her companions Gravile and Maul, and finally Haruka had unleashed her Combuskin, the Pokémon she'd been given for winning the Grand Festival. They noticed how the Pokémon battle was uneven, since the use of the Dark Balls was evident, the increase in energy that this provided to the Pokémon was great against the normal attack that their Pokémon used. Momo. This is bad, they're starting to take advantage of us. Haruka. What shall we do? Ryu. It's time. This activated the necklace she had, which caused her to summon a glove, familiar to Momo, but new to Haruka. The glove began to glow so brightly that it only displayed a message. Transfer was the word displayed on the screen of that glove. Ryu. Well, as I told you, Umbrian and Marstem, come please. The two Pokémon obeyed their trainer and ran to him. He touched their heads, and they were surrounded by a red aura. On the other hand, the recruits, seeing this, thought they had won the fight. Recruit 1. Look, they're retreating. Recruit 3. It's our turn, Pichino uses bite. The puppy with the black aura went to the water ground type Pokémon to attack it, but Ryu. Marshtomp now uses Mud Slap. His partner listened and knocked out the little dog with a single blow. Everyone, including the leader who was at the back of the others, was shocked to see how not only the Pokémon had been defeated, but also the Pokeball it had been captured in had been destroyed. As for the Pokémon, the black energy that covered it simply detached from its body. Recruit. But how? Ryu. It's our chance, Haruka and Momo now. Haruka. Combusken go to Ryu. Momo. Gravile and Maul do the same. The three nodded and went in front of Ryu, who quickly touched them, and their energies began to rise. Recruit 5. Mr. Tadiano, what do we do? The name of the leader who was there had been revealed. Tadiano just looked at the others seriously. Tadiano. Defeat them. Recruits. Yes, sir. The recruits looked at their captured Pokémon now Wing Attack Water Jet Razor Leaves Tackle. The various Pokémon that were under the capture of the Chaos Brigade complied by carrying out the requested attack. Ryu. I won't allow it. Umbreon uses Shadow Pulse, Marshtomp uses Mud Punch. Haruka. Combusken uses Flamethrower. Momo. Razor Leaf Gravile, Iron Head Maul. The 5 Pokémon made attacks one after another, causing the more than 15 Pokémon under the influence of the Chaos Brigade to be defeated. The recruits, seeing this and how their dark Pokeball exploded in their hands, decided to flee, especially because of the sirens that they began to hear coming from the entrance of the city. Recruit 16. Let's run away. The others listened and ran towards the Chaos Brigade ships. Ryu. I won't allow it, Marshtomp uses Whirlpool. The Pokémon obeyed and created a large whirlwind which was launched towards the recruits, causing one to be captured. The others just fled the place, heading towards the Ashen Mountain. After the international police arrived and interrogated the recruit, the officer in charge explained to the boys what had been obtained. Officer? From what we know and what this guy told us, the Chaos Brigade is hiding in the Ash Mountain. The boys just looked at each other and nodded. Their next place would be the Ash Mountain. Sinnoh. At Lake Valor, Issei and Pikachu were fighting against the Saturn Honchkrow. Hikari and Roswis were healing a Zelf, who was injured by the dark-type attack he received. Saturn. Give up child and give me that Pokémon. Issei. Hey, I'm not a child and I won't give you my friend. Saturn. Well, you ask for it, Honchkrow uses. At that moment, he received a call on his device. When he answered quickly, he got distracted and was attacked by Issei, who managed to grab a different device that was hanging from his jacket. Issei. Stay still, don't you see I'm going to stop you? Saturn. Kid, you're weird, but it's better if I go. Our plans got pulled forward and I don't need the Pokémon anymore. See you. The sub-commander simply ran towards his ship, followed by Issei who failed to stop him, and he went towards a part of Mount Corona, to be exact the southern part of the mount. Issei. Damn it, I escaped. Hikari. You're okay. Issei. Don't worry, but I only managed to take this. What the boy took looked like some kind of tablet. It showed a marked place on Mount Corona. Issei. I think we already know where they're going. Roswis. We'll go after them, right? The chestnut tree nodded and looked towards the mountain, which only showed a trail of light. So the fools failed in Hone and Sinnoh. And not only that, they now know the location of the facilities. What shall we do? It's not obvious, we must stop them there. Fine, I'll go to Sinnoh and you'll go to Hone. That seems perfect to me. Gremory Mansion. In one of the mansion's most deplorable rooms, a chestnut-haired man with a lost gaze said only one sentence. Haru. You'll pay for this Issei, you'll pay for this Issei, you'll pay for this Issei. From the door another Ashen-haired boy watched this with great amusement and of course he would use the brown-haired boy for his plan. Saji. Don't worry, Hyoudou. I might be able to help with your revenge once I complete my plan. Besides, Risevim could really use your help. Saji simply walked out of the place, planning his future actions. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.